Thank you for doing this.
My pleasure. Do you want to sit here?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
It's your show, though.
Well, but that's not what we do. On YouTube, we call it, we say the Joe Rogan experience, and people click.
Ah.
Don't sue.
Good move. I won't sue.
Don't sue. Thank you.
I've never seen it.
Thank you for letting me shoot the special at the mothership. It was amazing. Thank you for saving it.
Thank you for doing it. Well, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
When we got there, someone, it's generally some executive type person decided to put lamps on every table and light the room up. And I got there, I was like, oh no, this is terrible. And there was like a tension in the air that you could feel.
It was the brightest I had ever seen the club.
Yeah, it was weird.
I could see earrings.
Yeah, you could see everything.
Everything.
You could see zits. If somebody had zits,
you could see their complexion. And then so Wednesday, the early show, we were shooting Wednesday, Thursday, the early show. Wednesday was tough. It was tough. People
it was tense.
They were having fun, but
you were doing really well. But your opening acts were struggling. Because it was a feeling when you got there. When I walked in, I was like, Jesus Christ, this feels like a fucking board meeting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It felt like a conference hall. It felt weird.
It was weird.
And everybody seemed like a little off-put by it. Like everyone, the audience was tense.
They were tense.
But as soon as you started fucking around with the audience and going into them, they got loose.
They got loose a little bit. But it's funny. It's like when you shoot a special, you do comedy all the time, and then you go out and you shoot a special, and you go, okay, I've done this a million times. It's gone great, and it'll go great now, and we'll just get it on film. And then you go out, and it's like, and I'm embarrassed because you're there. And in my head, I'm like, I hope he left. Because you're all excited, and you're like, I'm coming to see the special. I'm excited, and I'm like,
well, thank God I came.
I mean, I'm up there, and I'm like doing bits, and the audience is just staring at me. And I go, well, this is good. And then, but afterwards, you corrected it and said, you gotta make it like a comedy club.
Well, to those guys' credit, they all did exactly what I said, which is beautiful. They didn't push back at all.
They were smart.
Yeah, they had so much work that they put into making things interesting. They lit the walls weird.
Yeah.
They did all this stuff. But I said, you got to understand, all this stuff makes people self-conscious. The more they can see themselves, the more they can see other people, the more they're self-conscious, the more they won't laugh. And Tim's act is fucked up.
Right.
Like you have to cut loose on some jokes that in polite company you would never laugh at.
That's right.
You would turn your head away from. So.
And what was a mind fuck is that I was here a month ago, and I did 6 shows, and they were like the best shows we've ever done.
You like this is
so I go, why wouldn't we film it here?
Right.
And we filmed it at the store, and we didn't get the coverage. I had a good set, but the coverage wasn't there.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And
Which doesn't make any sense.
It's not ideal.
It doesn't make any sense.
It's not.
That's not a giant room. It's not like you're doing a Coliseum.
It was not good. It's always good when you think you're gonna get it, and because the store, LA is weird. You have people that are sitting there in like ironic cowboy hats. They have their hot influencer girlfriends.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's weird.
It's not always great. Sometimes it's amazing. But we got, out of 4 shows in LA, we got one really great show, and Gabby Reese was there.
Oh, I love her.
Sitting in the front row. She's the
that's
best.
awesome.
She's the best. And I'm like, all right, so that's good, right? We got it. And everyone's like, we got it. And then we get the footage back, and we don't got it.
Did you have anything you use for clips, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about the first show Wednesday.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of clips in there.
There's clips.
You were fucking around with the crowd. It was very funny.
Yeah. No. For sure, there's clips. But, like, the one we got at the store, the guy who did it's a good guy. He's a nice guy. And he's a talented guy, but he just made some choices where he was, like, far out. He wasn't, like, we didn't have a ton of close-ups. And that was what because here's the thing, they have a vision, too.
Right.
The people that shoot it. And I don't talk to any of them and figure out anything.
Oh, you have to do that.
I should. Now, I've really learned.
Yeah.
I just showed up.
Yeah, I know this.
I don't even like, I'm bad at that part of it where I'm like, I don't do like the strategy meeting and go, what are we?
Right.
I just figure it's like, yeah, it's a mothership, it's a great club, you got a camera.
Yeah.
There's a stage.
Don't go too crazy with the design. And that's what the problem was. They went really crazy with changing the atmosphere.
Yeah.
They wanted to, which probably works for some things, but it's not good for stand-up. It's definitely not good for your kind of stand-up.
No.
Your kind of stand-up demands darkness.
preferably very dark where no one can even see each other, or
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
You just hear my voice in a black hole.
Pauly's been doing this thing where he goes on stage and just has a spotlight on him. They did it with Holtzman as well.
Interesting.
For Holtzman, it's really good. Pauly actually, I don't know if Pauly's doing it at the store. I know he definitely did it. He definitely did it at the store. I
Right.
don't know if he did it at the mothership. But when he would do it, I go, that's interesting. I don't know if I like it, but I like it for him. But for Holtzman, it's really good
That's amazing.
because he's just a complete fucking maniac.
I want to see Holtzman in a spotlight.
Did you see him
Surrounded
in
by
Madison Square
blackness.
Garden?
I didn't see his set.
It was fucking amazing.
I imagine.
It was fucking amazing
I
because
imagine.
it wasn't work. You know, Holtzman will take something that day
Right.
and run with it
It's wild.
that day. So he had this whole chunk about nobody likes Billy Joel. Fuck
Yeah.
Billy Joel.
That's so
Billy
funny.
Joel banners.
At Billy Joel's home, Madison Square Garden.
He sold Madison Square Garden out like 300 times.
I know, it's crazy.
It's like,
That's so funny.
and he's just like, fuck Billy Joel. Nobody likes Billy Joel.
Yeah.
All the people that work here, oh, fucking Billy Joel's here.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. He's great, man.
I'm not
He's
doing
great.
it any justice. I'm not doing it
No,
any
of
justice.
course,
You
yeah,
have to- you have to see
he's
it.
one of those guys where the stuff he does, he can only do.
Well, we made a real big effort to get him to Austin. Because we felt like, look, this is not a diss to the Comedy Store, but he had gotten into this position where they weren't utilizing him the right way. They were just having him go up last at the end of these shows. You're talking about a 30-year comic.
Right.
He's really good.
Of course.
But he's weird. You gotta love it. I love it, and he has an audience now. Like, people come to see him at the mothership, and it's sold out, and they're expecting Holtzman.
Right.
Because it's like, did you ever hear the stories about when Hedberg was coming up?
No.
When Hedberg was coming up, before everybody knew who he was, before he did like Letterman sets, before he did Comedy Central sets, you would put him on as a headliner, and they had this guy who went on before him who was like rapping and doing backflips and super high energy, and Hedberg's just standing there talking about frozen bananas. You know what I
Right,
mean? It's
right.
like you have to set the stage right. You have to set the tone right. And until people know what he does, and then they come to see him, it's tough.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the thing with Holtzman. If they don't know what's going on,
They have to know.
but once you know what's going on,
You're in.
You're in, and
Right.
it's great because it's so unusual.
It's so interesting how delicate things are. I had a guy, a friend of mine, really talented singer-songwriter, and we were at San Jose, in San Jose, and I go, why don't you open the show with a few songs? And I thought, what would that do? And he did like 3 songs, and it was like really a tough show. It was like a brutal show, like after he did 3 songs, and I didn't realize it, but a bunch of people told me, don't have comedy follow music.
It's too weird.
It's too weird, it doesn't
Two different
work.
mindsets.
Yeah, and like he's singing songs and people are kind of like getting into it. And then we went on and did comedy and it was just, it wasn't terrible, but it was very different.
Yeah.
And it didn't feel great.
You gotta knock people out of that mindset of
Yeah.
seeing music, and the problem is, no disrespect, but most opening acts aren't strong enough to shock them out of it.
Right.
They're not good enough to really get the crowd going,
Right.
and change the mindset quickly. So by the time you're getting up, they're just still adjusting to the idea that they're laughing.
Yeah, it was, and I felt bad and he kind of felt bad. We didn't say anything after. Like he was sitting in the green room and I was like, good job, man. He's like, yeah, you too. And then it was just silent because we were so mad at him. And it wasn't his fault. He's an awesome guy. And we loved hanging out with him. He's from Northern California. So me and my opener were like, why don't you tag along? We'll do this road trip. Or maybe we flew. I think we flew. And I said, it'll be fun. The San Jose Improv's like an old theater that they've made into a club.
Great
And,
place.
great place. And we were staying in like Palo Alto, which is fun. We would walk around Stanford campus and, you know, see all the Asian people. It's nice just to see everyone. And, but then he got up and it was like, I didn't know what, it was like running with weights on.
What
It
did he
was like,
sing about?
just kind of like whatever he's doing. It's like acoustic music, but it's like some of it's like socio-cult like commentary. So I was like, maybe that'll fit. It's kind of like folky, kind of like, you know, whatever, here's what's going on type stuff. And I was like, that might be good. And it was like, whoa, it was like quicksand. We got up. And it was like quicksand right after him. And then he was like, you know, the next day we were all kind of having breakfast. And I was like, you know, I think tonight we'll just do the comedy. He goes, no, I get it. He goes, it changed the energy. I go, yeah, and I go, I'm sorry. I thought, and he goes, no, I'm sorry. I felt bad.
It's just like mixing peanut butter and steak.
Right.
You know, both of them are great.
Yeah, you just can't do it together.
Just don't put them together.
And it ruined the weekend because now we hated him. We were, but we like him. But I'm like, I don't even want to look at him now because of how difficult this was.
That's hilarious, especially San Jose Improv. That place is awesome.
It's always supposed to be awesome, and it was like, it was tough. So it is comedy's such an interesting thing. You got to have an idea of like what you're going to see, who you're going to see.
Yeah.
And because I saw people that 8 o'clock Wednesday show, I'm like, they don't want to be here. Some of these people don't want to be here.
Well, I don't think that's the case.
Maybe it was.
I think they were weirded out
by how lit
it was. So well lit.
It was so well lit.
And there's a light in front of you on your table.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was a bad idea.
And then Thursday shows were the best ever.
Yeah, that's perfect. Well, we got them to shut off everything.
Yeah.
They said, oh, we're just going to leave these lights on. I'm like, let me see them off. Like the stage light,
right.
I go, let me see that off.
Right.
Let me dim it down. Let me see it off. Okay, take it off. No, get rid of it. Get rid of it. And they did everything.
Yeah.
It's so nice owning a club.
Of course.
There's no committee.
Yeah.
There's no committee. There's me and you.
What do you want? You're the dictator.
But it's not even a dictator. It's like I do whatever the comic wants.
Right.
Whatever you need. Tell me what you want. We'll do it that way?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You want music? No music? Okay, no music. Whatever you want.
No, it's the most comic-friendly club, meaning like you can do anything you with. The reason that I need guidance because I don't know. Like I just know I like being funny.
Well, what you need with a special is someone who knows you.
Right.
And someone like if I was directing or producing your special, this never would happen. I would have said, no, we have to have it very dark. Like, let's take a look at it. Let me hear the sound. Sound's got to be cranked all the way up. We got to make sure there's no things that are missing, and we're good.
Right.
And just focus on Tim. Let him do his thing.
Right.
It's just everybody is an artist. Like we talked about the Aziz special.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Aziz. I think he's very funny. But that special that they did where Spike Jonze directed it, and he's sideways, and you see directly backstage where people are mulling around.
Yeah. It's odd.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
There's unnecessary things that I'm seeing now.
Right. Yeah.
Like if I go, the best thing about live comedy is that you're there and it's just the person. You're just watching that person and you listen to what he's saying and you're locked into their head. Whatever jokes they're saying, whatever topics you're locked into their head and you're just looking right at them. You don't have to see the audience and see them on the side and see them from here and from there.
Right.
Everybody wants to like move angles and
everyone wants to reinvent the wheel, and sometimes that's good, but often I guess it's not.
I think from now on I'm going to do them live. I really do. I think after doing that one live, I'm like, even if it sucks, so I fucked up. So this is me when I fuck up, like fine.
Right.
I'm just going to prepare more, like I did for this one. But I think this way, it's like there's no way to do anything weird. You know, there's no editing.
Live comedy to me is so fun. Cameras suck.
It's definitely an other element.
But
you can
I'm
get
glad
past
that
it.
we found the dynamic that worked.
It's like I always say do 4 to everybody.
Yeah.
You know, because a lot of times people were just doing 1.
It was good the Wednesday early show was a warm-up, and that it was a little tough, so that the good ones felt amazing.
Yes.
So you had that.
Right.
You understood how good these were versus the Wednesday.
You also understand, like, you got to do some work. Like, it can go south. You can't be a little too relaxed out there.
No, and I learned that.
That's the best thing about bombing. If you have a bad set or even just flub a joke or something like that, boy, the next set you're so focused.
Yeah.
You're so, like, tuned in. And I try to be like that all the time. I try to, like, think about that all the time and make myself, like, if I'm a little too relaxed before I go on stage, like, hey, come on, motherfucker. Like, you've had some shaky sets before. You don't want a shaky set, right? Like, get focused.
Right.
Get that fucking first joke ready.
It's also a weird time in the world because we do have this weird drone thing. And
we have so many things going on.
There's a lot of weird shit.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird shit going on simultaneously.
There's like a lot of noise in people's heads.
Mm-hmm.
Anxiety. There's anxiety because people are, Whitney sat in LA just like these 5 drones in some, like they look like they're in like a flying in a pattern or something. It's weird, and
Yeah.
people don't know what's going on. There's a weird theory it's a missing nuclear weapon that they're looking for. There's a theory that these are foreign drones, and then we talked about the fact that maybe it is otherworldly. And no one's saying, the problem is no one's saying anything.
No one's saying anything.
The government, and I texted, people like Tucker, people like you. I have smart friends, plugged in friends. Nobody seems to know. Like Tucker made a great point. He goes, the cover-up's bipartisan, which is not a good sign. It's like ominous. It's weird.
If it's a cover-up. It might simply be that whatever this is so big that they can't talk about it publicly. They can't share it with Congress.
Right.
That's what gets scary, and that's the nuke one. Now, from what I understand, somebody put community notes on the video that I reposted. So I reposted a video of this guy who's a drone manufacturer, and he was saying that these drones could be trying to sniff out a nuclear warhead, and that there was a nuclear warhead that was missing, and this guy was saying this, but then someone in the community notes, I think, said something about being part of that video is part of a misinformation campaign. I don't know what that means. Is that when I hear misinformation, I feel like someone's saying that this is intentionally misrepresenting the truth. That's how I view misinformation. Like disinformation or incorrect information is one thing, but like misinformation always seems to me like this is like on purpose.
Right.
Right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, I would agree.
I might not be right in terms of like what the dictionary defines it as.
Disinformation to me, like a disinfo campaign, seems like it's a
concerted effort
strategy.
Yeah.
And you want that information out there to muddy the waters and confuse people.
Yeah. So and especially because they called it a campaign. So it's a part of a misinformation. You find it, Jamie?
I don't see the community notes.
If you click on the video, it doesn't have community notes? God damn, I swear to God, I saw it before. No community notes? Maybe somebody pulled down the community notes.
Yeah, here's the thing, like whether you agree with him or not, he's a CEO of a drone manufacturing company.
Yeah. He scared the fuck out of me.
He scared me.
I think the disinformation or misinformation, whatever they're calling it, was in regards to nuclear warheads that had not been recovered. And I think what the community notes were saying was that all the warheads from when Ukraine got disarmed
are accounted for. Yeah.
So, and then there was another guy. I don't think it's the same guy. Is it the same guy that was saying that he put his hands on one? Is that him?
He's the one that said,
he said, I spoke to somebody. But you know what's interesting? My friend Bethany, who's like one of the Real Housewife chicks, who came up with that margarita. She made like a shitload of money.
That's not Frankel?
Yeah, Bethany Frankel. Some guy called her, and we did a three-way call. She goes, I just want you to be on the phone with this dude. And he was just basically like, listen, my dad worked for this and that. And he was, and he goes, he said a lot of what that guy said. He said they're looking for something, and whatever they're looking for, they want to find badly.
Well, if they do have a skunk works program where they do have some very sophisticated drones that can do things that these drones are doing. But one of these things these drones are doing is hover for very long periods of time.
Right.
5 hours. 5 hours of flight time is nuts for a drone. And they're not exhibiting this traditional heat signature. Any kind of engine, an electric engine, any engine is going to give off heat. It's going to give off friction. It just has to. So somehow or another, these things aren't doing that. So how are they doing that? Do they have a cooling system? And if they have a cooling system, what's powering the cooling system? And what kind of batteries are they operating under that they can fly for 5 hours at a time? So Ryan Graves, the fighter pilot who's on the podcast, talked about a couple of things that were theoretical, that people were openly working on in the 1960s and then kind of disappeared. One of them is anti-gravity drives, like something that works not on a propulsion system like we have with jets, but something completely different, some completely different type of technology. And the other one was cold fusion.
Interesting.
That there does seem to be at least a few reports that people have been able to do fusion without generating all that radioactivity and that the heat and the different energy that comes from regular fusion.
Right. And that's something they've been trying to do forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
It seems like, what's the latest on cold fusion, Jeremy? It's one of those things where I think by the time it gets to a moron like me, like how many people know it exists? How many people suppress that it exists? How often does, if it's seems to me to be an issue of national intelligence,
right?
Like national security.
Well, you had Annie Jacobson on, and she wrote that book about DARPA. Ooh. And that book talks about how many years in advance they've had a lot of these technologies.
By the time you're seeing that robot dog, you know that robot dog that they make? By the time you're seeing that motherfucker, that Boston Dynamics, that fucker can probably run 500 miles an hour.
That's right.
And it probably looks like a real cheetah.
So it's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I think they're way more advanced than what they let on. You know, especially when you're dealing with the government, right? If you're dealing with like some black ops, skunk work stuff that they're doing at Area 51,
right?
How do we know about it? By the time we know about it, it's already been used in war, or it's already, you know, like the fucking stealth bomber.
Right. Or it has a commercial component where they're going to sell it.
Yeah.
Right.
By the time we know about the state of the art of weapon systems, like why would they tell us?
So there is a possibility that this is a drill, and they're exhibiting this technology, they're testing it, that's
totally possible.
a possibility.
Yeah, if
that
you
seems
wanted
to be the most
to test
benign
it, if you wanted to test like the capabilities of these things in urban environments and how people react, just throw them up in the air around New Jersey. You got the most volatile population on Earth.
It's the most volatile human beings on the planet. If you were going to test anything, it's over the skies of New Jersey.
It's a good place to test.
It's a motley crew of people in that state.
But Joey Diaz is the king of the state.
Joey Diaz is right.
He's the king of New Jersey.
Do you think there's a possibility that it's China?
Yes.
That's terrifying.
It's terrifying. There's all possibilities because as soon as they tell us, then we know.
Because they're going around sensitive military bases.
Yeah.
So
and they're coming from the ocean.
And Trump said he didn't want to comment if he had gotten an intelligence briefing, but I watched his press conference. He said the government knows, the military knows where they came from. They should tell people, and wouldn't comment on whether he received an intelligence briefing, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But was basically, he said in his estimation, he doesn't think it's enemy drones because they would have shot them down, even if they were late, unless there's a reason they're not shooting them down. So that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
If China's able to do that, because it's not Iran, there's no way it's Iran. It seems like, and I don't know if it's Russia.
But here's the thing: if you're going to shoot them down, you're going to shoot them down the skies over New Jersey.
That's a problem.
You're launching missiles into the sky over New Jersey. They miss sometimes. You know, they missed when they shot that balloon. Remember the balloon?
Spy balloon.
That balloon was going slow as fuck, and one of those missiles missed.
And China,
sure that's true.
And that was,
pretty sure that's true.
That's China, it's spy balloons.
Yeah, that was a spy balloon by China.
Now, how do we know they come from the water?
Days. Well, they tracked these things. They were coming from 50 miles at least off the coast.
Wow.
Just to be able to go that far, that's so far. That's crazy. Like, that should take an hour to drive. U.S. has first missiles, missed unidentified airline. Yeah, it missed. So our best fucking missile couldn't even hit a goddamn balloon. It's just floating. Yeah. It's not zipping through the sky like a jet. Right. It's just floating, and they missed. So where's that missile go? I don't know, but you don't want to be there when it fucking hits the ground.
So these drones, they're coming from the water. They're doing whatever they're doing, surveillance, whatever it is. They're sniffing around. Who knows? And then they're going back out to sea?
Some of them. You see, they're all different. Some of them seem to be traditional drones that are commercially available. Some of them. Some of them
I'm gonna eat this food real quick.
Photos of these fucking glowing balls.
Plasma orbs.
There's one that I saw on Twitter. I was like, man, I don't want to get into this right now. I'm going to bed. And so
oh, hi Yoshi. What's up, bro?
Because it was just.
Is it when they're landing the plane and they're up really high?
No, it was they were focusing in on a screen. So someone, have you seen it?
I just saw it too, but it was on my For You feed, and I
Yeah, we're overwhelmed by these goddamn things, and I'm not even saving the interesting ones and sending them to Jamie. I don't know, man. I think some of them are. We've watched one that was from Arizona that was a few months ago, and we watched it jet off into the sky. We watched a video of it, and it moves. First of all, it's just a light. It's like a ball of light, and it rises, and they're all freaking out like, "Where's it
Nice,
going?
man.
Fuck, it's moving, it's moving, it's moving!" And then it just goes
We're almost
like
there, buddy.
this, like starts moving towards space, and
Because we
with
looked at that.
no sound.
It
Yeah,
just-
I showed it to you. That's
right,
right. I showed it to you
yeah.
at the club. No sound and an insane speed. I don't know what the speed was, but whatever the fuck this thing is, it was as big as an SUV, and then instantaneously it was gone. It just took
And then
off.
and then there are some of them that people say are the size of cars.
Yeah, there
They're
was this one.
huge.
It's the size
Yeah,
of an SUV.
Yeah.
So what is this, Jenny?
It's a photographer. Says this is zoomed in from a 600mm lens, which is a pretty big zoom. 20-year photographer, which I guess.
Wow. Says it seems relevant somehow. I'm 61 years old, indeed a boomer, and a paid photographer for almost 20 years. So yeah, not so much. Just one more thing. People could say that the government or whoever is deleting the post. Nah, it's people deleting them themselves. Because wow, I'm not the ones.
I
He
don't
sounds a
know.
little Look at his photo. Look at his photo.
So what
Look
is
at his
that?
photo. His crazy beard. I bet that guy knows some herbal remedies. Oh, that's not him. That's like
Yeah. What? So what is that? That's a drone?
who knows what that is. I mean, that's something he saw in the sky. Is there any images? Can we go to his page? Because that seems to be just a photo.
Yeah, we were sharing this photo. That's kind of
Right.
that post.
But it
was,
seems like his.
Oh, it's an orb.
I know. I was going to dig into that photographer, but
Right, but did you see that there was other images? Like you
yeah,
could
no,
scroll.
I know.
Right.
but I
Yeah. So Sony What is that, Jamie? How is that a badass? Is that like the shit?
It's new.
No. Okay, so top of the food chain, right? And that's what he saw.
Jamie,
Whatever.
there's also a video of somebody from a plane, and they're seeing these orbs in the sky above the clouds. There's like a lot of stuff that is lit up.
Could we, before you do that, could
Sure.
we just go back to that image again real quick?
It's so weird.
That is crazy. That's
What
that's
the fuck
kind of
is that?
That's kind of freaking me out because, like, what is that? There's no. I can't think of any conventional explanation that that thing is flying through the sky.
The other photo that they're zooming on the screen up looks similar to this.
Yeah? That's so weird.
How likely is it that this technology is being tested out because it for whatever reason, we're on the verge of a major conflict with a country like China?
Very possible. Very possible. It's also possible that look at that one. Holy shit!
That's an orb.
What the fuck?
But
That's a
also
phone camera, though, right?
Yeah, a lot of
Right.
these just look like weird lights that are getting blurred on.
Right. Well, we talked about that, like the zoom feature in phones. Like I've zoomed in on stuff before, and if it's a light in the sky, it gets real squirrely on your phone.
Dude,
when you're zooming in.
I'll tell you right now, I got completely.
That's where the Samsung phone has it way over the Apple phone, is the zoom power. I know it's digital, but it's 100x zoom, and it's pretty fucking good. When I zoom in on shit with that thing, it's so much better than my iPhone can do.
Dude, I got completely. I mean, this is when you get. There's nothing better on the internet than when you get had.
Oh, you
Like,
got hacked?
I got had, and it was like really. And I just sent Jamie the photo of this, and Jamie, I don't know if you can bring that up. I just texted it to you. I literally was showing this to people, going, look at this drone over my friend's house. And then they were just like, what are you, like an idiot? Look at this. I'm like an idiot. I was showing this to people. And I mean, I was showing this to people.
It's a flying pumpkin.
And,
No, it's the guy.
It's the guy. It's the guy. It's the, it's the guy with the huge dick. It's like, and I'm showing this to people, and I'm, and they're,
Oh my god, I thought it was a pumpkin.
and we're on my phone, we're like making it. We're trying to get closer, and then I look like an idiot, and now no one wants to hear what I have to say.
when you zoom it like that, it looks like a pumpkin.
Because I was like, dude, that's a drone. And then, like, when I zoom up, I mean, it's
that's
like...
so funny. That fucking photo, is that like the biggest meme of all time?
I think it's probably up there.
It's like that one and the lady with the sock hat screaming in the street when Trump won.
That's right. Those are huge. Those are big.
That poor lady, she probably had to grow her hair long.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is weird that all of this stuff's happening. And But one thing that I, at least, am comforted by, a war with a country like China would destroy all life on Earth. Why would they want that?
Well, the thing is, if they could disable our weapon systems, if they can disable our grid, if they have infiltrated through espionage enough that they got deep into the inner workings of our systems, which seems like we're just not that organized the way China is.
No.
In regards to, China doesn't let people buy land near their military bases as we do. China doesn't let other people sell them routers with third-party inputs and they can fucking spy on your shit. We do.
We do.
We used to, at least.
Right.
And so we know that the CCP has infiltrated a bunch of universities. They know that they send their best and brightest students over here and they share their information with the CCP. There was a story. God, I got to remember this right because I was barely paying attention to it. But it was a story where these people that were working on this project, the power went down for quite a bit. And these Chinese people that were working there freaked out because it turned out that they couldn't get in touch with the CCP. They couldn't check in like when they were supposed to.
Interesting.
So what it was they had people that were working for the CCP that were embedded in this like very significant project. And the CCP, they're smart, man. They know what the fuck they're doing. They give grants to colleges and universities.
Right.
They infiltrate. They know how to like use money and influence, and they get a bunch of information. And there's a bunch of worries that some of the information from the ChatGPT has been leaked over from OpenAI, that they've gotten a hold of some of that information. There was some sort of a leak that they were concerned with. But there's been a bunch of those situations. So if they have enough information where they know how our grid works, they know how our systems work, they know how to shut everything down, all they would have to do is strike.
Right.
If you just completely disable the government and completely disable the military, like quickly, can they really strike
I wonder
back?
what the goal would be.
Complete domination of the world.
No, well, that for sure. But like America's an unruly country. Would it be that they would just then take over the United States?
Well, they'd make us insignificant.
Right. That's the other thing.
But you don't have to take over the United States if you want to run the world.
Right.
You just have to disable it.
You just have to make it less effective.
I mean, these are terrible things to think of.
Well, no. But I mean,
every empire falls, and
Right.
our empire has certainly been sticking its hands and its dirty nose all over the world.
All over the world.
All over the world and everything. And a lot of for good reasons, for national interest reasons. Yeah, this is it, Jamie.
Is that the orb?
Yeah, so this is one these guys are zooming in on. Like, okay, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that? That looks really weird. That thing looks really weird. That looks straight out of the Bible. That's like Ezekiel in the Bible. Like, what is that? That's a wheel within a wheel. What is that? But also, what kind of phone is this filmed on? What kind of lens was this filmed on? Is this complete distortion? Are you just looking at the moon?
Is plasma a technology that anybody has?
I mean, that's a good question because I don't know how to answer that. I know they've been doing stuff with plasma. They've been doing stuff. It depends on who you're believing, right? Because, like, if you ask Bob Lazar, he'll tell you that they were working on these gravity-defying propulsion systems in the 1980s, trying to back engineer them. Is he telling the truth? Yeah. I don't fucking know. I just know when I see things that are really weird, like that, the first image, with the photographer clock. I don't know what that is. Like, Jamie, how good is that lens that guy's using? Like, would it possibly distort something normal and make it look like that?
Here's another. I have it back up on the screen. You know, post where they shared the data from the metadata. It doesn't give you a lot more information, but it helps if people want to find out
picture's 3,000 megabytes. 3,481 megabytes.
Oh, there's a period. It's 35.
Okay. I was like, that's crazy. Oh, so it's only 34 megabytes.
It's a normal photo. I mean, it's really zoomed in to not, but this picture is also zoomed in because you can even see the mouse thing that has the cursor on it. So it's hard to
So
know
it's
what's
either
up on
us.
that
It's
point
either
there.
us. It's either another country going, here's what we can do,
Or it's intelligent life from somewhere else.
or is intelligent life from somewhere else. I mean, those are the three possibilities. Us being the most benign, unless we're looking for nukes, which is terrifying.
Did you find that original photo, Jamie, where he shared multiple photos of it, or is it just the metadata?
I hadn't looked it up yet.
The
It's
government
It's very odd.
gaslighting people and saying these are all regular drones and you're mistaking planes for. And I'm sure there are instances of people mistaking planes for drones, but the idea that everybody has lost their mind in the past 2 weeks isn't true.
Here's another thing. Is there ever been a time, ever, that you could ever recall where the government gave you information about something that was 100% true and unbiased and accurate
Right.
and maybe concerning to people?
Right.
Never.
Never.
Never. It's like that lady, Karine Jean-Pierre, is that how you say her name?
Yeah, the press secretary.
What a terrible job. You just have to lie every day.
You have to
That's
lie
her
every
job.
day.
And
Yeah.
everyone's mad at her, but that's the fucking job.
It's the gig.
If you're if you're working for a president that's reasonable, and the press is unreasonable, and they're saying things that aren't true, like that Kayleigh McEnany lady.
McEnany. Kayleigh McEnany.
McEnany, sorry, Kayleigh. She's the best. She's the GOAT. And she always had receipts. She was like, oh, that's interesting. Because you said, at this point in time, and CNN said
Right.
that, and she just always has the receipts.
Right.
Right? But they were saying things that weren't true. It was the opposite. The opposite is what worries me. When the government is saying things that aren't true, that's when it gets weird. And then the press is yelling at them, and she's saying, we've told you many times, Biden is sharp as a tack, like that kind of shit.
What terrifies me is if I was gonna attack a country, it is now.
Oh, yeah.
Our president is incapacitated. Our vice president is going around the country drunk.
The new president is in office
The new
yet.
president is not in office yet, so you have this weird period of transition where people don't know who's got what authority.
We have a month. A month.
And we have
before
a
president.
solid month, and now all of this shit is happening right now.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying.
Well, apparently, Biden and Harris were both called to the White House
Well, thank God they're on the case.
from wherever they were. I don't know if it has anything to do with
I
this
feel great that those two are back.
Well, where have they been?
Finally, someone that can deal with this. I think Biden was in Africa, and I think she's like getting drunk at a Hillstone.
I told you I've been describing them as the last managers at Blockbuster.
I mean,
Video.
that's what they are.
That's what it is.
It's true.
It's a dead-end job.
It's the
They
end.
You don't even have to fucking show up to do
Yeah.
bullshit.
It's the end.
We haven't heard a peep out of either one of them until, well, they started talking about it yesterday when the information about Biden's decline came out and how readily
It's covered up.
it was covered up instantaneously. Like they were seeing it right away, like from the first days in office. They were seeing him.
I
decline.
heard before he ran, he met with donors, and I knew someone in the meeting, and they were like, he doesn't seem great.
No.
This was before he ran the first time.
Bro, I was saying that during the election, and people were saying that, don't you know he stutters? Like, don't you know he stutters? Like, this was one of the things that people were saying to me. He stutters. I was like, no. Go back to watch him from 40 years ago. He doesn't stutter. Watch
Yeah.
him 20 years ago. He doesn't stutter. Watch him when he was the vice president. He didn't fucking stutter. That's not stuttering. You know what that is. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a fucking duck, man. Unless
Right.
Dark.
Right. Unless DARPA made
It's
it,
really
and then
a
it's an
nuke.
orb.
It's really a duck nuke
Yeah.
in Central Park ready to fucking kill a whole
Oh
city.
boy. I mean, the scary thing is that we've been living in what feels like a movie for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Like it constantly keeps ratcheting up. We haven't had a normal time. There hasn't been a time when we've all just said, huh.
Right.
It went from Donald Trump winning
Yeah.
to a pandemic to Biden to realizing Biden was asleep and not running the country to Trump running again, all the indictments, a lot of the bullshit indictments, almost getting killed. with an assassin. And then another guy tries to assassinate him at a golf course. Then Trump wins with a lot of support. Every swing state, every single poll again wrong. Now we have drones the size of cars hovering over Planet Fitnesses in fucking Metuchen, New Jersey, fucking Hillsborough Township, wherever the fuck. We have orbs in the sky. We can't explain how they got there. We have the president of China getting his country on war footing, firing generals that don't want to go to war, purging the military.
Really happening?
Purging the military of anybody who's like not into a very militarized China. He's like, yeah. And that's, you can look that up, Jamie.
Well, he
There's a bunch
probably
of articles about
sees
that.
what's going on in Ukraine, in Russia.
Well, that's the terrifying
that's
thing.
Taiwan.
The terrifying thing is, are they all just get, has he sat down with Putin and then Kim Jong-un or Il, or I forget, I think it's Un. It's Un.
Yeah.
And then is he like, listen, they're going to fuck with you in Ukraine, they're going to fuck with us in Taiwan, like all these BRICS countries like Iran and stuff. At a certain point, our allies are not, and we have the UK, we have Europe's, whatever Europe is, whatever's left,
Right.
and Israel, I guess, but we're it,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah.
So we've got to be a little careful about how we handle all of these different countries.
Yeah, I hope that when Trump gets in, he genuinely can bring peace. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know how that works. But
I think he's going to talk to these people. I think the
Yeah.
real problem is that, Biden, they've cut off communication.
Yeah, that's not good.
And it's really not good. And I understand maybe why they've done it, because Biden's not all there.
Yeah. Well, it's probably not good to have him go there and clearly not be all there and
Right.
then thinking they can get away with whatever.
And the
fuck they
people
want.
like Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and all these guys in the national security state are, without a doubt, taking orders from people above them, and we don't know who the fuck these people are.
Right.
And the consensus is we're gonna drain the Russian military through a bloody war with Ukraine over 2 regions, and we're gonna do all these things, and we're going to, we're gonna help the Assad regime get overthrown. Assad's not a good guy, and he's a terrible guy, I'm sure. But that's a strategic goal of the United States for a long time, and Israel, and to do that. Okay, Assad's no good. Now we have someone in there. I mean, let's see what that looks like. But there's a lot of instability. You have a lot of...
Well, they didn't like Assad so much, they were happy when the Taliban and Al-Qaeda took over.
Well, this is the thing. So now we have, there's no great choices in that part of the world. There's no, great Western democratic leader who's going to take over. It's just going to be a succession of dictators or religious theocrats, and it kind of always has been. Other than Iran, which was startlingly progressive until they had that coup,
Right.
that, BP and, us and everybody else.
Whoops.
Whoops. Mistake.
Another reason to be mad at us.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem. It's not us. It's not
Right.
fucking country music and football. It's like,
Jamie,
Whoa.
are you just going to terrify us the whole
No,
time?
So these are just stars that are a little bit.
This is a John
okay.
Summit concert.
Okay.
This is Diplo. This is nothing.
The star out of focus on the bottom looks exactly like the photos.
So these are just stars.
Yeah, mostly that's what it seems like. I found the original post that came from.
Thank you, Jamie.
Wow.
We're
Dude,
thinking
stars,
we're getting nuked.
stars look dope as fuck. That looks exactly. And the top
It's
one,
not China nuking us. It's just the stars.
the top one
Beautiful.
looks exactly like it. Let it.
If I pause it.
Yeah, the top
Yeah.
one looks exactly like it.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Biden's good.
Except for all that Syria, Ukraine.
We're doing too much, and we need to, and there's this weird idea. People just don't like if you say something like, and I understand people associate, there were movements that use the words America first and aren't good. But back in the 1930s and stuff. But if you say we need to worry about America, or we need to put America first, or we need to have a concern about America, people think it's inherently racist, or jingoistic or like that you hate other people and it's like fascistic. But it's not. It's genuinely what most countries do that aren't meddling in problems all over the world.
Every country does.
You would never call Norway like a fascist country because they're worried about Norway. And the things that we're doing in the world, it's not always great. In fact, it seldom is. We're making a mess. And
It's not us, though. It's not you.
it's not me and you.
You said we.
It's not us.
The thing about it that everybody has to recognize is that none of this is free. This is all costing insane amounts of money, and people are profiting. And
Right.
this is what Eisenhower warned about when he was leaving office.
Right.
And this is it, in the clearest sense of the word. It's not crystal clear to everybody why all this stuff is happening.
Right.
Most people don't even know about the coup in 2014 in Ukraine.
They don't.
Most people don't know about the coup
I mean,
in
most people
Iran.
don't know that the president of the Ukraine right now, Zelensky, played the president on a television show, a comedy show. And the premise of the comedy show was that a comedian became the president. And then they made him the president. And Putin has got to be sitting there in his palace with his whores. Going,
Yo,
"Are
Merry
they
Christmas to
fucking
you too,
kidding me?"
Quills.
Are they-
appreciate that, my
he's
man.
sitting in
What's
his
up, man?
palace by the Black Sea and he's going,
Merry
"They're
Christmas to
making
you.
This guy, the president of the Ukraine, and I'm sitting here, and it's hilarious. Like, it's not even well done anymore. That's the thing.
Right.
With what they're doing with like Epstein and all this stuff, it's not even artful the way they're doing it. It's lazy.
It's like
All of this is lazy.
It's like a bad cop show.
They're like, this guy plays the president on TV, now you're the president. What? They call it the revolution of dignity. It's just the whole thing. And the CIA is going around and meddling in all these countries in a very like sloppy, ham-handed, like, you know, Abbott and Costello like way. And then you just have to like, and they've sold it such a brilliant way to people. They've sold it in this like altruistic way that we're helping people, and it's the revolution of dignity. The way they say it, we're just giving people that's all we're doing. We're over there dignifying, and you know, and all of these people, you know, ignore like Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, like all the things that we've tried to do and failed miserably at. Democratizing the Middle East, all of these things. People pretend like they didn't happen. They go, no, this one's good. The Ukraine's good. This one's gonna work. We're in there for the right reasons. We all believed that we weren't in Iraq for the right reasons, and it was a mistake.
Other
Is this
than World
coffee?
War II, yeah. Other than World War II, is there ever a time
Nice,
you
buddy.
point to and say, oh, that one worked out?
The post-Christmas
There's not a lot
roast
of good
purchase.
ones. There's
Vietnam.
not a lot of good ones. Vietnam was not a great one.
Vietnam was terrible. It was terrible.
No, the things we're good at are like when Bill Clinton was getting caught with Monica Lewinsky, he just bombed a chemical factory in Sudan for no reason. He just went, oh. We're good at like the hit and run.
I remember people openly, even back then, saying that he was doing that just to distract from the fact that he was in trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's just giving us something else to think about.
We just need to take it down a notch. We're like a chick who was hot forever and just got treated like that and was a cunt to everyone.
And now she's 60.
And now she's 60.
And she's at the bar.
And she's at the
calling
bar.
you gay because you're not hitting on her.
That's right. And the tits are out, and you're like, all right, but it's not what it was. And she doesn't understand that you can't go around the world treating people like shit now that you're older. You have to like fucking join a book club.
Not only just older, but older and rich.
She's rich, she's got a lot of money, and she doesn't care.
The crazy thing is they just keep sending money. Like, no matter what anybody thinks or says,
Well,
the
because
money just keeps flowing.
we think that the Ukraine is going to be,
Yeah, buddy.
it's going to be like a client state of
Roast,
the U.S. State
nice.
Department, which is what it has been. we don't have an interest in the people's dignity of the Ukraine. I hope people realize that. And I'm not saying that people in the Ukraine don't deserve dignity or their own government or whatever they want. I mean, God bless.
Of course.
Our foreign policy aims are not, we don't go around the world going, who's not dignified? That's not what we do. And let's give them dignity. BlackRock, all of these companies are being promised farmland. They all have contracts to rebuild. Mineral wealth, Lindsey Graham, last time I was on, we talked about that. So you just, they want the Ukraine to be our client state in that part of the world where we are just enriching ourselves with the minerals in the Ukraine, their farmland, and we have all the contracts to build their critical infrastructure. So,
have you heard Mike Benz talk about the whole Burisma thing?
Not in as much detail as I should have.
Yeah, he goes deep into what they were trying to do, and it's about energy, and it's about taking the control of energy away from Russia.
Right. When you realize how the world runs, it's interesting because when you're a kid or a young adult, you believe that the world is run on ideas. I think it partially is, but you think like some people have good ideas, some people have bad ideas. Those people fight, and hopefully good ideas win. But then when you realize when you get older, it's like a lot of it seems to be about trade routes, minerals, energy. Like people have things.
Yeah.
They have actual things. They have mineral deposits. They have oil. They have openings to the sea. They have routes to move stuff from one place to another. They have actual physical things of great importance and great value. And the ideas seem to just coalesce around those things. Like if Ukraine didn't have that mineral wealth, and it wasn't strategically important with regards to Russia, and it didn't have the energy infrastructure that it did,
and we weren't involved in NATO.
And we weren't, no one would care, but it seems to be that, this is really the way the world runs. It's about energy. It's about, these minerals. It's about, keeping certain trade routes open to do business. And then the ideas are sold to you based on the needs of the people that are, most people don't know what Burisma is.
Right.
Most people have no idea. But our whole policy in the Ukraine is probably revolving around things like that.
And probably most of our policy in the world.
Right.
And then there's weird ones, like the Afghanistan opium connection. That's a weird one. That their production went up like 96%.
Right.
As soon as we got in there, it's like, and then the reality was like we were trying to say we need to help these farmers guard their poppy fields so that they'll give us info on the Taliban.
Right.
How did that work out 20 years later? It really didn't. It really didn't work out. And then they were supplying most of the world's heroin. So most of the world's heroin was coming from a place where we were actually actively guarding. You ever see the Geraldo Rivera one?
Yes.
It's wild. Where
it's
he's
crazy.
He's kind of trying to gaslight people.
That's when he had his Fox News show, right?
Yeah. So he's walking around interviewing these people who are guarding these poppy fields, trying to find some sort of way to gaslight folks.
You gotta, if you're gonna do black projects all over the world, and the Congress isn't gonna give you money, you need to find a way to make money.
And there's no better way to make money than illegal drugs.
Drugs are a great way to make money. Human trafficking is a great way to make money. I mean, I'm not saying it's great, like morally great.
No.
But the intelligence community, there's these dark corners of the intelligence community that need money to operate and do the things they want. And it always seems like anytime there's a human trafficking thing going on or a drug thing, they always seem to be in the picture, the intelligence community. They're always like there. There's always like a guy that knows a guy who's an asset. It's never like they're nowhere near it.
Right.
They're always somewhere lurking around in that vicinity.
No, isn't part of that their job?
Part of that is probably their job.
Right. Like if you're someone who's got an eye on national security and you want to make sure the terrorist or aren't plotting anything, you kind of have to be a part of everything nefarious.
To a degree.
I mean, like, clearly, I'm playing devil's advocate.
For sure, of course. And I think you're right. As Dick Cheney said, we have to work with the bad people. Thanks, Dick. Yeah, he goes, we got to work with some bad, like we weren't before. That was the funny thing. After 9/11, he's like, we got to work with some bad people. We're just working with too many good people. We actually have to start working with some bad actors. And it was just like, everyone was like, that makes sense.
So I'm going to bring in my business partners.
Right. So I'm going to bring in my friends and family. But you're right. I think to an extent, there is an argument to be made that you have to have tentacles in these different things. Now, do you have to run blackmail operations with Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy?
Do you think the government was involved in the P. Diddy stuff?
1,000%. I think they wanted to blackmail serious Hollywood people, serious music people, serious athletes. I think that Diddy opens up a different world than Epstein opened up. And I think if you want control over people in that world, there's startling similarities between Diddy and Epstein. And, you know, I mean, Diddy had the same head of security as Michael Jackson.
What does that mean?
Well,
Was Michael Jackson in the government?
no, Michael Jackson was incredibly accused of inappropriate activities.
Oh, right.
And he had a security guard that
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
it's just an interesting connection.
But generally, like, people that specialize in top-level celebrities like that, they work in the same circles.
Yes, but those are
But
two
that's-
top.
Yeah, but I see that's what's interesting is like we didn't know about the Diddy thing until look, I've been in Hollywood I was there for 25, 26 years or something like that. I didn't know about the Diddy parties.
No, I
mean,
think you
I'd
have to get
seen
invited to
a
them.
white party like on like fucking People magazine or something.
Well, I think it's just one of those things that like you're invited to, and you could go and show up there and stay for an hour, and it's all completely innocent. And then there are after parties or certain things.
Well, they would tell people,
Right.
You know, at midnight, you better go the fuck home, or
It gets wild.
Be prepared to freak off.
And there's targets. I think people, they want leverage on certain people.
Certainly, if you have artists, right? Like, say if you have an artist who's the next Tupac,
Right.
And you imagine the amount of money a guy like that can generate. If you have some like super talented artist,
Right.
that can compromise.
Yeah. Well, that's
Now
right.
you got him.
And now
Now
you
you got
have
him
him, and now
forever.
he's got to kind of do what you want.
You know the Jimi Hendrix story?
No.
So Jimi Hendrix, one of his bodyguards,
That might be
his
53.
bodyguards,
Pretty
one
slow
bodyguard,
gate.
someone who
Where we
was
got the
involved,
boost.
wrote a book, and the book was essentially alleging that Jimi Hendrix was killed by his manager, who was a mobster, because Jimi Hendrix was about to leave his manager. And what happens with a lot of these artists is whoever's controlling them might have ownership in their titles, might have ownership in their music, and if you think someone's gonna leave and you kill them, like now you have all their music and you essentially can keep selling it forever. Especially someone like Hendrix. Like he's actually worth more to you dead
Than alive.
than if he leaves you and you're not making money from him anymore. He's worth more to you dead.
Well, there was that whole thing with Diddy and the Biggie shooting.
Well, also Diddy's exes,
Right.
like his ex, someone who knew his ex, they all died of pneumonia.
Right.
You can give someone, there's certain chemicals, poisons that you can give people, and it results in pneumonia. You know, I don't know if these autopsies even check for that stuff.
Right. Probably not.
I don't know. I mean, what is it? Is it like cyanide? What is it, Jamie? That like, because we did Google this at one point in time. But there are certain poisons that you can give someone, and they'll die like they died of pneumonia. And like a bunch of people around him died of pneumonia. That's a weird. I don't know anybody. who died of
Hollywood will never recover from the last few, like the knowledge that a lot, and listen, there's so many talented people.
pneumonia. Here it is. Lung injury, renal failure, cyanide poisoning may also cause respiratory symptoms of bronchitis, lung edema, and pneumonia. You just give someone cyanide. And didn't one of his bodyguards say that they tried to poison him 3 times? There's like one of his bodyguards came out recently, and he was doing some interview and said they tried to poison him.
There's a lot of those claims in those interviews. but I
Yeah.
don't know.
Who knows what's real?
It's hard to imagine that Hollywood recovers from just the slew of bad and truthful press.
So much shit went down.
So
where
much
people,
dark shit.
Also, just how stupid they are. Like
Right.
the Will Smith thing. When they gave him a standing ovation after that, this is so stupid. Like, what,
Right.
You guys don't think straight. This is
No.
you're thinking nutty.
It's a very isolating, strange place, and I've lived there on and off for a long time. Not long, 4 or 5 years, but like I go, I do my sets. I have a few friends. It's not a place conducive to making friends. Everyone's
Well,
too
not
far
anymore.
away.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. And
We used to have the store. That was the hub.
that was a hub of comedy.
Yeah,
and
those
we'd
where
all-
we would go.
yeah.
We would all. It was so good. Those years were
Yeah,
so
they
good.
were great years.
From 2014 to 2019, it was so good.
It was so good. Or you'd have like a friend who you wrote on a show, and then they
Oh,
had a
come
crew of
on,
people
man.
because they all worked together. But now it's all fallen apart, and it's just kind of lonely and vacant.
It's a vapid culture now,
Yeah.
right? Because like a lot of the comedy is like diluted significantly, and then you don't hear a lot about music coming out of LA anymore.
No.
I'm sure people are still making.
Well,
great
LA, the
music.
music now is like young rappers who are all white and are all drinking cough syrup. And what happens now in LA is there's a parking lot like full of kids, and a van will pull up, and like 5 security guards get out of this van, and then they pick up this child who's like asleep because he's drank so much cough syrup, and then they sit him on the top of the van, and he says things that aren't words. He goes, one of them just yells slut truck, and he's a talented guy, the Netspend kid, but he goes, they put him on the top of a truck, and he goes, slut truck, and then everyone cheers. I guess sluts are in the truck. I imagine this is something about this. Then they pick him up like a child. They pick him up, and he like kind of waves, and then they put him back in this van, and then they drive him away, and everyone goes nuts. That's the music industry now. That's what it is. It used to be like Joplin or Hendrix or whatever, or even Biggie or Tupac, whatever.
But there's also a bunch of people like Oliver Anthony
Yes,
that
there-
like emerge online. You know, Zach Bryan emerged just
yes.
because of being online.
Well, this kid emerged online too, but I mean, But we're talking about LA. Listen, you could be talented. There's James McMurtry in Austin, who's amazing, plays at the Continental Club. There's tons of great music.
Yeah.
But a lot of the young rappers are white suburban kids who have drug problems.
I think it's a weird place to be an artist now.
Yeah.
It's not the same place. It did, like the soul of it was destroyed during the pandemic. There's something about like realizing that it's so inept and corrupt and stupid. The laws were so stupid, and everybody was just everyone was so weirded out that I think people lost confidence.
There's a darkness that's so funny. It's like New York never has that darkness, and New York is this crazy, frenetic place.
Right.
But you don't feel bad in New York.
No.
You don't feel like dark.
Right.
LA, you
Come
get
on.
depressed. You're like depressed.
it.
And it's pretty. That's the other thing.
I know
LA's
it's sunny
pretty,
out.
but
Oh, that micro stock.
New York is like
No.
gray, and everyone's running around.
Damn it.
There's like a soul
Right.
to it.
Well, in New York, people aren't trying to get famous, and I think
Right.
that permeates every aspect of what LA is.
Yeah.
It's this desire that so many people have when they're there
No
to
boost.
be famous. There's so much proximity to fame, and then there's so much like, who do you know? Do you know famous people? Are you going and hang out
Right.
with famous people? Oh, we went to George Clooney's house. You know,
Right.
we went to this guy's house. We're
Right.
hanging out with this guy in Malibu Beach.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool. Like you're in the right. Like that's like it's part of like the currency there
Right.
is fame, and so that's a vapid
Which
thing.
is now meaningless.
Meaningless.
It has no meaning.
Talk to her.
No meaning.
She's more famous than most actors on television.
It has
just for
no
years.
meaning because it isn't assigned anymore based on anything.
Right. It's not talent. Like
Right.
you're not Hendrix.
No.
You're just some person, and you have a
Mark.
There are
Twitch channel.
people that are
the
very
one.
talented, but then there are people also
the
that are
one.
just, they're good at getting famous and staying famous.
Right.
And some of it, like this family that screams and yells in a Costco, and they sing songs in a Costco. That's their whole thing.
Man.
And they've been on the Tonight Show, and
Really?
you've never seen a Costco family?
No.
The Costco family is a family of cretins from Florida and they scream and yell, and they have a song about Costco, and they eat these cookies. I mean, can you please back me up here because he thinks I'm
How do
making
I
this
not
up.
know about this?
Okay. They bring
No.
the boom.
They bring the boom. They,
They
have
bring
a
the
whole.
boom, Jack?
They
They
have
bring
a
the boom
whole show.
everywhere.
It's.
They bring the boom?
I think they're demons, and it's an incantation. 'Cause
Oh
they go,
man, that was my
"Double
best run.
chocolate cookie." And I think
That was
it's
by far my
demonic
best run.
incantation, and I believe they're
Like,
a
by
physical
far.
representation of an entity called Baal. And Roseanne talks about this. Look at this.
This is an evolution. They got to the song.
Wait a minute, how many
after.
views are on this?
I mean, well, this is just the YouTube.
But
is
they're,
not-
these
they're big on
these are
TikTok.
famous people, and this is something is wrong. This is as disturbing as the drones.
Well, here's the thing about TikTok and the thing about Reels and even Twitter to a certain extent. When you're just scrolling from video to video to video,
Yeah.
like it doesn't have to be good to get your attention.
No, it's the cringe element of it is what makes
That
because
was
every view was created
like
equal.
1,000% my
So if
best
you're
run.
repulsed by something and you keep showing it,
It's a
to
bit wide after the
so that's how you
boost
got
at the
spam.
start.
Can you play their song?
That'd have been it, maybe.
I mean, Jamie,
I don't know. I used it
this is
into the
worse than
wall.
the drones. And they're literally well known.
Your Christmas boom?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is like.
It's giving me ads for some reason.
YouTube wants money. Give me that money.
I mean, don't they ever have enough? These
Here
people.
we go.
Could the lock shot could have been better? With a better lock shot, that could have been 52.
This is satanic.
They stay on brand.
The lock shot was pretty terrible. That was
So
probably
the
what
point,
cost
the
it.
boom here. The
These
boom,
guys deserve all the money in the world.
they eat this garbage, and then they rate it on a boom meter. So they go eat this chicken bake at
How
Costco.
famous are these people?
Very. I mean,
They're like very famous. Joe,
internet
it's
famous right now. Very famous. They're everywhere. This guy used to be a pro wrestler. He
maybe China
Oh,
should.
okay.
Maybe China
So
should
he knows
take
how
over.
to perform.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
But you know, it's like
He's like Mr. Beast bringing the double chocolate chip.
I mean, this is. It's an incantation. It's demonic.
Well, that's why the drones are here. It's a sick.
But by the way,
Imagine
it is
that's the signal.
time. Like, as much as I don't want this to happen, like, it is time.
Don't you kind of want it to happen though?
It might need to.
If it's aliens, I kind of want it to happen.
I think it might. They might have said we're not doing that. The aliens. They might have heard double chocolate, and the aliens went, no, you fucking retards. We gave you technology thousands of years ago to figure it out. We visited the Sumerians. We gave them stuff, and you've used it to go to Costco. Enough. We're sending the orbs. It's too much.
Yeah, it's too much.
So to base your life on fame is stupid.
The thing is, though, if you're that guy
Yeah.
and that family, and now all of a sudden you're rich, which, you know,
Yeah.
happened to a lot of these TikTok folks. All of a sudden you're rich. Why wouldn't you do it? Even if you're untalented.
I'm not blaming him. What I'm saying is that the culture,
Yeah.
like Bill Hicks used to talk about, you pay a psychic price.
Yeah.
If people know that they can get famous like that,
Right.
it spreads.
Yeah.
It spreads like, malaria.
Yeah.
And now everybody is being a monster to try to get attention.
Right.
Without any discernible skill or talent.
Right.
That infects the broader culture, and I think that's not a net positive.
I think you're absolutely accurate. Yeah. I wonder how long that's going to work. Like, is it going to be a trend that comes and goes like many other things?
One hopes.
Or is it going to expand and get more stupid? Like, if it's just about attention, if attention becomes something you can monetize, so you're essentially asking people to do more and more extreme things. That's why you have a lot of these people doing pranks and getting beat up in the mall.
That's right.
The guy got shot. Remember that guy got shot?
Yep.
He kept harassing this guy. The guy just pulled out a gun and shot him in the stomach.
Right.
In the mall.
Right.
Could it get dumber? Like, let's imagine something dumber than TikTok. Let's imagine something dumb. Like, what's the next stage of dumb that's gonna shock you? That's gonna get a lot of attention.
I don't know, but it scares me if it continues to degenerate. What would be next? I mean, you look at the Costco people, you go, God help us.
OnlyFans.
What is
OnlyFans
that
is
a
next.
precursor
Not
to?
for me.
Right.
I'm just saying
And
society.
that's the scary thing.
Pump.fun.
I mean, there's people now that
Streaming
are reviewing
porn to
McDonald's.
pump
Like, there's
your
people that go to
your meme
gas
coins.
stations
That's the
and
next step.
Guy who makes food in the bathroom and
Oh,
It's-
yeah. They make them in a sink.
Yeah.
with
I
a
mean,
sous vide. That's so
something's
disgusting.
wrong. It's time for the orbs.
It's time
There's a
for the
lot
orb.
of stuff like that now where you look at it and you go,
Babylon.
this is really base level, gross stuff.
When my kid was young, my youngest was like 9. She was really into watching.
I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in like a minute. I'm like playing. I'm playing really well. I'm really hopeful now.
Have you ever seen
I'm gonna take maybe a half-hour break. Spend it with my parents now. I spent it earlier, but
every comment is like, stop
do it
feeding your
more.
kids this. And she's like, get ready with
on
me.
Christmas.
And then she just buys frozen food and cooks it, you know, chops it and puts it in little lunch boxes. And these little monster kids
We're
grab
playing,
it
like,
with their mitt,
exceptionally
and
well.
They just head out. And, you know, it's weird that they're doing
Right.
stuff like this. You gotta play. I mean, there's
Might be
one.
like 30
Look at
minutes
this.
to be honest.
Look at this.
Appreciate it.
Lazy dinner for my middle class family of 7.
Joe, this is a cooking video. She's plating Kentucky Fried Chicken she got. She's plating fast food.
See, I'm torn here because I really do enjoy Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It is good, but
Little
this is
gravy.
odd that this is happening.
It is odd that she's like dishing this out and anybody gives a fuck. That's very
That's
strange.
what's strange. And I think people are watching it because there is this weird factor of like, people are kind of fascinated by this American diet of processed food.
That's true too.
And I think people are interested in it because when people come from other countries, they're not aware of it. Or I mean, when people are watching stuff from other places,
Right.
the strawberries that evens it out. But she,
It's healthy.
So I think stuff like this interests people, and you know, it kind of they look at it and they're curious, and it's voyeurism. They
Well,
kind of
there's also a thing there that you're watching where it's a person who doesn't have a lot of money
right.
who's feeding.
Oh, Hidoshi, 51 is
That's right.
possible. I don't
She goes,
care
she
what
can
people
do it.
say.
Maybe
Yeah,
I'll-
I mean,
Well,
it
there's a
seems like it, but
feeling, a weird
it seems
when
like
you're
it.
watching that, like that's a person who's barely getting by. They're barely getting
mean-
by, right?
Right.
They don't have like a significant amount of savings. They're not
No.
doing well with their career.
right.
All right,
They're just
I'll
trying
be
to
back.
Keep alive kids
Right.
at a cheap price.
Yes,
And so they're showing you how they're doling out the food.
I know.
Slay?
Yeah.
Come on.
But
Come on,
I
AI.
prefer,
Together
like,
we
the
can
Rolling
slay
Stones
every
to that.
challenge. Come
Yes.
on.
You know what I
But
mean?
you know what
like,
I like,
I prefer like the movie Heat.
Yeah, dude, I've
To
improved a lot.
that.
Like
I
I'm,
don't wanna
I've been.
watch
I don't know if
Barely
you've been like
Keep Your
watching. I've
Kids
been
Alive
like I'm
for
not.
Kentucky
I'm just
Fried
saying.
Chicken.
I'm
It
duping
would
like
be nice
53
to
a
have
lot like
better
now. Like
things.
it's,
I don't, but we just watched
Just
it. and
refinement.
you told me
It's
about
just
it,
that
and that's why we
line.
watched it.
Yes,
And that's
but
so I
it's
was
not
going.
my
We were all
taste,
going way
it's
too
my,
wide
you know,
before,
protesting.
but it's just
I'm
like
protesting.
diagonal.
But it's like, I'm also not a you know, I'm not above any of the things I'm talking about. We're all human beings. I'm just noticing that they're probably negative.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not tempted to watch this stuff. I'm not saying I'm not fascinated by it. We're all kind of weirdly, oddly fascinated by it. I'm not saying I'm better than somebody that watches it because I'm watching it. I'm just going, I think it's probably negative. I think when mediocrity and stuff like that rises in the culture, it's not an overall net positive.
No.
When everybody's chasing fame, which is a very unstable thing, that is, you know, strange and ultimately, you know, it's a bad goal system to
Yeah.
have. So I think when kids are growing up and they're watching this stuff and they're going, oh, I should just be internet famous and that's how I'll make my money.
Well, you know that's like a giant goal among kids today.
It's huge.
Like it's as far as like job aspiration, influencer is very high on the list.
Do your kids know how like well known you are, or do you think they don't?
It would be amazing if they didn't.
Well, I don't know. I'm
That'd
sure.
be pretty
yeah,
amazing.
But they know.
Yeah, they know.
Okay.
They're super aware. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a freak when I go places.
And
it's-
people just come
weird.
up to you and
Yeah,
it's a whole thing.
Yeah. Most people are real nice.
Right.
So it's not a real problem. It's
Right.
just like most people are just being nice. And
Right.
that's fine. And most people are super respectful when you're with your family.
Of
They
course.
don't try to take too much of your time.
Right.
You know, it's what comes with the job.
Not my people.
Yeah.
They want my time.
Yeah, well, they want my time too.
Because I don't have a family,
You
so
don't
I'm
have a
just
family.
sitting there alone. They go.
Yeah. They'll sit right next to you.
And they'll point to their girlfriend and they'll go, tell her how the Clintons fuck kids. Tell her. I keep telling her. She doesn't believe me. Tell her.
No one suffers more than the girlfriends of our fans.
I mean, one woman
No
came
one.
to me and she said, I think you're really funny. And she goes, but every day I hear either Joe Rogan's voice, Theo Von's voice, your voice.
Yeah.
And she goes, I just want it to stop. And sometimes she'll go like, I'll wake up and you're like yelling about something in my house. And my boyfriend's laughing. He goes, it's really funny. And she goes, why are you? And he goes, no, he's screaming about some waitress at a diner and ripped him off. And she goes, make it stop. Turn it off. Why are we listening to this? Why are we listening?
Well, ladies, you have your true crime shows.
You
This
have
is
them.
This is what we need as I could say this as men for sure.
Yeah.
And certainly as comedians, and including a lot of comedian females, we need to talk shit.
Yeah.
It's very fun, and
Right.
it makes life enjoyable. It makes life make more sense.
Right.
The drones freak me out. Talking about you or to you
Yeah.
rather about the drones
Yeah.
makes me laugh.
It's fun.
I would rather talk shit about what's going on in Ukraine and laugh with you than really stay up at night
Thinking
freaking out
about it and
about the fact
freaking
that we
out.
might be.
Because some people's job is to freak out. That's not our job.
I don't want to freak out.
Somebody in the Cheyenne Mountain, whatever, military
Right.
underground base, their job's to be like following dots.
Yeah. Why is that one up in the sky for 5 hours?
Right, to go
Is
what
that
is.
hours?
And I'm wondering, like, if Cheyenne Mountain Base, if they're like, are they all scrambling, like, what's going on? Or if you went down there, are they just like drinking coffee, like bored, going like, yeah, what does this drill end in 2 days?
Well, I can tell you from the people that I know, so I've been able to talk to some very important people. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
That's so fucking weird.
That's what's weird. And there's
That's weird.
a bunch of different theories, and all of them are not good.
None of them are comforting.
The big one is the coming off the water one is a real bad one.
Yeah.
And this is like this seems like not that big of a deal, but it is a big deal when you realize like how are you fitting 50 suburban sized drones on a ship? And you're maintaining them on that ship? Are you charging them on that ship? Like what kind of an energy source are they using? How are they up in the sky for 5 hours? How do they go 50 miles out to sea to wherever the fuck this thing is that they're launching from? Are they transmedium? It means do you have a craft that's able to go into the water? And is there something in the water that's launching them? Do you have a giant military base under the water that I don't know about? Like, or does someone else have some sort of an enormous fucking underground, underwater submarine that's capable of holding these things on it and we don't know it's there? That's terrifying too. So is it ours?
Someone's got to know.
Someone has to know.
Someone knows. And now it's not maybe someone that you've spoken to, but there's someone somewhere that's got to know.
I bet it's very high up on the
We're
food chain.
talking about like the Men in Black, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not even one of the agencies. Like, we've all heard of like the CIA, the NSA. This is probably
Right.
like one smart guy told me once. He goes, I go, what's the highest up? I was like the CIA, and he laughed, and I go, why are you saying that? He goes, you are saying they're the highest up, but he goes, you've heard of them. He goes, the deepest stuff is you don't even know. You've never heard of it. The deepest stuff you've never heard of. He goes, you know what the CIA is, you know what the NSA is. He goes, there are things you have no idea what they are. So I don't know what's going on.
I genuinely hope it's UFOs.
I hope it's UFOs because maybe they're coming to help us
Or stop
and
us.
put the Costco family in jail.
Stop us.
Stop us from the nuclear war.
Yeah, stop us.
Maybe
from,
China and us are about to have a nuclear war, and these aliens have landed, and they're like, cut it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Like an adult showing up at the playground when two kids are about to fight. Like, hey,
Yeah.
settle the fuck down.
Settle it down.
This is so stupid, and you guys are lying about why you're doing this in the first place.
Right.
I think that if I was an alien race, and I wanted people to get accustomed to the idea that they're being visited, I would do this. I would do exactly what they're doing. I'd have things that behave like drones, and they hover over the sky for a preposterous amount of time, way more than our drones can do. No heat signature, but they still move and behave like drones, and they're not doing anything, so we assume they're drones. So you get people comfortable with the idea of things in the sky all the time. Then you make them a little more complex. You have a few of them that come by that don't make any sense. You have a few that are mixed in with these other drones that are doing things like that one in Arizona that shoots off into the sky. You have a few, and then you keep ramping that up. You slowly trickle it in. Instead of having some fucking 3-mile long craft that's built like a boomerang hover over Washington, D.C., instead of having that, you slowly get people accustomed to the idea that there's things in the sky that you can't explain, and no one can explain. And then you just ramp it up. And then you have more disclosure conversations with Congress. You have more people coming out that are whistleblowers, like those guys that said when the David Grush hearings were going on, and those 3 guys that we're talking to, do we have crashed vehicles? They all said yes. Are they of this world? They all said no.
Right.
So are these guys just liars?
No.
Are they going to
we
jail?
know the aliens are there.
So if we not only know the aliens are there, but we have a crash retrieval program, if that's real, first of all, why are they crashing? Why are so many of them
Remember
crashing?
when Annie Jacobs said there's one thing that didn't make any sense? She said like Roswell. She said it was like they flew a midget.
Yeah.
Who had a weird disease, so he looked like an alien to scare everyone.
Yeah.
Here's the Soviets. That was like weird. I was like, what is that?
I love Helix mattresses. Everybody that visits me always asks what kind of mattresses people are sleeping on. I believe if you were kidnapped and you were sleeping on a Helix mattress, you wouldn't even care. You would literally say to your kidnapper, why is it so comfortable? And he'd say, it's probably the Midnight Deluxe from Helix. My sleep has improved dramatically. Many people I know have had the same experience. What you should do is take their very short quiz, and they will find out what kind of sleeper you are, and they will match you and the way you sleep with a mattress that is perfect for you. And I'm telling you, 20% off plus 2 free pillows for all mattress orders. HelixSleep.com/TimD. I mean, you're crazy to not. This is the best Christmas present you can give to anyone. Your spouse, your children, anyone, truly. I love it. I will never sleep on another mattress. Everybody sleeping on another mattress right now is sick, and that's not an accident. Go to helix.com/TimD, 20% off, plus 2 free pillows for all mattress orders. Helix.com/TimD. Men, when we leave the house, his phone, wallet, keys, how does my hair look? But if you're experiencing hair loss, you may not be so confident when you step outside your door. It's time to get that confidence back and restore your hair. With Hims, nobody wants to lose hair, but for men, it's actually very common. And now with Hims, the solution is simple. Try Hims Hair Loss Solutions, and you'll be joining hundreds of thousands of subscribers to get their flow back. The only thing worse than losing your hair forever is waiting for it to grow back. That's why you need Hims. You can start seeing your hair grow back in as little as 3 to 6 months. I have lots of friends that are using this, and it's very successful. You answer a few questions. A medical provider will determine if this treatment is right for you, and if prescribed, your treatment is sent direct to you in discreet packaging for free. No insurance is needed, and one low price covers everything from treatments to ongoing care. Hims has hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers, so they can help get your confidence back with visibly thicker and fuller hair. This is a great product, and it's a great way to support the show. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/TIM. That's HIMS.com/TIM for your personalized hair loss treatment now. hims.com/TIM. Results vary based on studies on topical and oral minoxidil and finasteride. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Isn't it funny how the people we love are most often the hardest to shop for? Luckily, there's one gift that everyone on your list is sure to enjoy, an Aura digital picture frame. Named #1 by Wirecutter, Aura frames make it incredibly easy to share unlimited photos and videos directly from your phone right to the frame. And when you give an Aura frame as a gift, you can personalize it and preload it with a thoughtful message and photos using the Aura app, making it an ideal present for long-distance loved ones. It's a gift so special, they'll use it every day. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get 35% off Aura's best-selling Carver matte frames by using promo code TIM at checkout. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code TIM. What's great about these frames is it's a digital picture frame. It's so easy to use. You can upload a bunch of different photos. And so instead of having one photo, you have digitally all kinds of different photos. Oh, look, that's the time we were at the lake. That's what people are going to be saying because, and then that one goes away. And then people are going to go, look at when you were young. They'll call the degenerate drug addict over and they go, look, when you were young. Wasn't that fun when you were young? Before you started stealing everyone's money and doing crack. $35 off. Use code TIM. Save on the perfect holiday gift this holiday season. That's when we were at the lake. Remember that on the boat? It was so fun at the lake. Before you became friends with those people, I told you not to be friends with them. And now look where we are. You're 3 days out of rehab and we got problems again. Because they're calling you again and I told you I don't want you hanging out with them. Because we know what happens when you hang out with them. Look at this photo of yourself when you were happy at the lake, before you shaved your head and dyed the remaining hair you had purple and you started to cut yourself. Save on the perfect gift this holiday season. Exclusive 35% off Carver mat at auraframes.com. Use code TIM at checkout to save. I'm telling you to look at the photo. I want you to look at it because you're going to feel something. Look how happy you were. You were such a happy little girl. Look how happy you were. And I want you not to be on your phone all day. I think that's why you're on drugs. Because what you're looking at on your phone isn't making you happy. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com and get 35% off best-selling Carver matte frames by using promo code TIM at checkout. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code TIM. This deal is exclusive to listeners, so get yours now in time for the holidays. Terms and conditions apply. It is a great thing to have different photos to remind people of different beautiful times in their life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of different stories that came out of Roswell, because Roswell was too long ago. You know, Roswell was like, what did Jesus say to Matthew? Are you sure? That's what he said? Were you there? Roswell's 1947. Right. That's so long ago, man. Right. Everybody's dead. And also, it became a cultural focal point where everybody, I mean, the town has like alien merchandise everywhere. It's become like a part of the lore of the town. So it's tainted. The story, the purity of the story is tainted. But the people that were involved in the story initially, when they talked about it afterwards, that's what's compelling. When you find out that they printed in the newspaper that they had a crashed flying saucer, and that they took the rubble or the wreckage from this and flew it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 2 separate jets in case one of them crashed, and then Truman met them there. And then when you find out that they were informed that they were supposed to do a press conference and show some wreckage from an obvious weather balloon and claim that this is what they found. And so you have this guy who's standing there. Is that Marcel? I think it's Jesse Marcel. You have him standing there, and they're holding this stuff that doesn't look anything like a flying disc. And they were informed that they were supposed to say this. And this is what he said later on in his life, that they told him to have this press conference, and they told him to explain it away, but that they didn't know what the fuck that was. They didn't know what it was, and that whatever it was, they had recovered some pieces of it, and you could take those pieces of it, and it was like metal, but you could take this metal and you could crush it like a ball, and then let it go, and it would immediately go back to what it was.
Right.
They don't know what it was made out of. They found these beams, some part of the wreckage that had writing on it. And they describe this writing as looking like an ancient language or hieroglyphics, like very, very strange writing. Like people have drawn images of what this writing looks like. Those stories are all very interesting to me because these are the people that had direct contact with the materials and were actually there. And their version of the story is they can't explain what the fuck that thing was. But the military was very interested in what that thing was. I believe that if that actually was a weather balloon, they wouldn't care at all. You certainly wouldn't have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base on standby, Truman meeting them there, 2 jets flying the wreckage to make sure they don't wreck. All that stuff is very interesting to me. And the stories from the Bible, the stories from, I mean, if you read Jacques Vallée's book on UFOs, there's stories that are from the 1700s, the 1800s. They're all really fucking similar. If I was an intelligent life force from somewhere else and I knew that there was these fucking psychotic monkeys down there with nuclear weapons and TikTok accounts, and these motherfuckers are building an AI that is probably going to be smarter than them in a year. They're building quantum computers. They've got nukes pointed at each other. You got to watch these fucks.
You do.
You got to watch them, especially if we're going through like a transition that every species goes through. Like maybe every species goes from you become warlike to control your environment and so that you're safe. You're still emerging from these primitive primates, so you still have these savage instincts. As time goes on, you develop technology and resources and agriculture and all these different things to sustain large populations of safe people where they don't have to think about hunting and gathering, and they can figure out technology.
Right.
And that over time, if you just let them keep going and don't let them blow themselves up. And when did the UFOs really start showing up? I mean, the reason why the mothership is called Fat Man and Little Boy is because in UFO folklore, that's when all the ships arrived. That's when the Kenneth Arnold sightings, when when they were over the White House. That's all right after World War II, right after the nukes got dropped, which completely makes sense.
Right.
Like that would be a point where they would have to step in and go, hey,
Right.
let's let you know there's something way more powerful than you fucking crazy apes.
Right.
And if you play your cards right, you'll be us one day.
Right.
But if you nuke it, it starts from scratch, and now you're back to microbes and single-celled organisms and a molten planet. You know,
Right.
and then it has to take a couple billion years to cool. And
Right.
I mean, who knows what we could
It
do?
sets you back.
We might kill all life on the planet. We might turn this planet into a dead rock. I don't know what happens when all the nukes get detonated. I know it kills every person.
Right.
Every person. There's enough nukes to kill everyone. All of us. The whole world. That's so crazy. And if you were from another planet or a more advanced intelligence
That would
species,
concern you.
yeah. I mean, maybe they evolved in a completely different way where they didn't have to go through this violence that we go through. If you asked anybody today, what's the possibility in your lifetime there would be no war? Nobody says that's going to happen.
Right.
That's kind of nuts. That as
Right.
technologically advanced as we are, as
It's
good
just
as,
such an accepted reality that there's always going to be a war somewhere.
and it's always going to be groups of people that are told to go somewhere and kill people they don't know.
Right.
Because they have leaders.
And it's amazing that China and us can't share, you know, like that there
Prosperity.
has to be
Yeah.
a winner and there has to be somebody on top.
Well, if you're a mob leader,
Yeah.
okay, and there's another guy on the other side of town, and he runs that side of town.
That's right.
And you've always had a good relationship. The families have always been, you sit down, you have
Right,
pasta on
right.
Sunday, you talk about business. But then one guy from your group goes over there and gets killed.
Right.
And then they lie and say that your guy killed them.
Right.
And then they start sending another guy dies. And then they lie about that. And then you know they lied about that. And then all of a sudden, you're not working together anymore. This guy wants more money for the shipments. Our
Right.
guys are at the fucking docks.
And it just
while
goes- it
you're
gets
sitting
bad.
in your fucking penthouse, and then you have violence and you have
Right.
chaos. But if the families are working together, everybody's making money.
Right.
There's 1 billion Chinese people. There's 330 million Americans. There's plenty of people to make money off of. Sell them stuff. Do the things
Well, that's
that
the
you've
other
always
thing
been
I think
doing
that
that's profitable.
that's what I always hoped would dissuade a conflict was that there's so much economic opportunity.
Yes, we don't want to. If we
Yeah.
boycotted Chinese products,
No.
oh my God,
No.
we'd be so fucked.
Yeah, no.
We'd
It's,
be so fucked. But we got to make it so that we can all share this idea that one person's not saying it, but secretly trying to overthrow governments. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
that's the whole thing.
part of the problem.
that's part of the problem.
And this is what I think the deep state really is scared about with Trump. because
Yeah.
he genuinely wants to stop the wars. Like he's
Right.
openly saying it.
Yes.
That we've got to stop people from dying.
Right.
That shouldn't be controversial. That
No.
shouldn't be something that the left opposes.
They also don't like that he can't be controlled.
Right.
And they have, for a very long time, used people's secrets and vulnerabilities to control them.
And financial.
And financial.
Right. The
things.
fact that he paid for the entire campaign himself.
Right.
That's different. Like or funded it or had, figured out how to get
There
the money.
are,
It's different.
there's an accepted practice of how that town runs and how the world runs. And they don't like the idea that they can't control people.
It's just dangerous to let people continue to control people when the entire country is set up to have a limited amount of control for a limited amount of time so that the will of the people is met.
Right.
That was the idea behind it when they first started. It's the idea to prevent tyranny.
Right.
To not have some person stay in for more than 2 terms. There's a bunch of different fail shit. You got the House, you got the Senate, you got a bunch of you got the
Right.
Supreme Court, decide over things. They're appointed for life. You got a lot of things that are set in place, a lot of amendments, and these things that are set in place to protect your rights. You can't fuck with those. You can't fuck with those. Because the moment you do just to have your team win, you set it up where we're living in chaos. We're living in hell. There's never been a fucking socialist, Marxist, Leninist country ever that worked out. It's like this, and it's all coming from institutions like universities that are living in fantasy land. They're all fucking,
Well, they all just want to reorder this hierarchy and put themselves on top.
yeah.
And they want to elevate mediocre people.
Yeah.
And, and that there's always a ulterior motive for whatever they say. One of the things that's encouraging over the last couple of years is that people culturally have begun to see through it.
Yeah.
They know what it is. They know what it is.
More now than I think ever before
More
because
now
of
than
COVID.
ever.
I think COVID woke a lot of
It
people up.
woke a lot of people up, and I think people are looking at all this stuff and they're going, if it feels irrational, it is.
Yeah.
You have a gut, you have instincts, you can trust them. If it sounds insane, it is.
It is. And for sure, these people that are telling you that everything is perfect and everything works amazing and everything is excellent and stop listening to the people that are saying differently, they're not telling you the truth. There's
Right.
no way they can be. There's no way they
No.
can be about anything. Fill in the blank, whatever subject we're talking about. Pharmaceutical drugs, whether we're talking about the environment, whether we're talking about energy. No one's telling you the truth.
What do you think about this kid who shot the CEO? Do you think he'll get convicted?
It was pretty obvious that he shot him, if that's
Right.
the guy. I mean, there's a video of him doing it. Was he denied a claim, or was someone near him denied a claim?
He had these back problems. United Healthcare was not his healthcare provider, but they are the biggest, I believe, and they deny the most claims. And the target is interesting that he chose that guy. I guess he chose him as a symbol of the inequity in the healthcare system and how fucked up it is. It is a fucked up
Why
system.
wouldn't he go after a CEO of the company that actually
That's a
denied him?
great question, and that's a question that people are asking.
Was he mentally ill? Well, obviously. To be
Well,
able to do that, you have to be at least at some level.
He
mentally
was
ill.
a smart guy who had an Ivy League education and a wealthy family, but apparently he had maybe had a psychic break in the last 3 or 4 months where he was writing manifestos and reading a lot of Unabomber stuff. And
Really?
Yeah.
Unabomber?
yeah, he was a big fan of Ted Kaczynski. And he disappeared for like 3 or 4 months. His family was looking for him. Friends of his were looking for him. He went to some commune in Hawaii. And there's actually a video of the guy in Hawaii that was like, we let everyone in that has love in their heart. And Luigi had love in his heart, So I think he was like hanging out with them. And this back problem was very, disruptive. It fucked his life up.
What happened to his back?
I don't know. He had a something.
Did he get fused?
I don't know if he got fused, but I know that
I saw some
there was a back issue.
X-ray images on like a clickbait YouTube video that was talking about his healthcare claim.
Yeah, there was I think his profile picture was like his back. He had like some surgery. So maybe you're right. I guess it was.
That's a scary one. When you get surgery on your back, I don't know anybody who's gotten surgery on their back where it made it feel so much better.
Right.
It's a very troublesome area to work on. I do know people that have gotten artificial discs, particularly in their neck, and it worked out really well.
Right.
Yeah, there's people.
My grandmother had a pig valve in her heart.
That's in his header photo, so people assume that's him.
That's his
like,
low back.
That's again.
Yeah.
It might not be him. It's just a picture he posted, but that'd be a weird thing to do.
So those are screws, right?
Yeah, that means he got his discs fused in his low back. So what happens when you do that, especially if you look at that young man, he's very jacked and active. What happens is now the disc above that is going to get an unusual leverage on it, right? It's not moving the same way because all of them are supposed to articulate together. So all the discs,
Right.
so you have discs and then you have your spinal column, so you have these bones and the discs, right? And the discs are mushy and they're supposed to you're supposed to have muscles around those bones so it stabilizes everything and everything kind of moves and bends and becomes pliable. As soon as you have a bunch of them that don't move anymore, now this area is going to take a lot of pressure.
What do we think?
And
why?
a lot of times people
Yeah.
have to get that one fused
Do we think
too.
he had an injury? Is that what would make
I
something?
believe he did.
Yeah.
I believe he did. But that's a really common place to get your back injured. There's other, if anyone's listening and this is happening to you, there's other different ways that, and I'm not saying that some people don't need back surgery. I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying that I know of many people that were considering back surgery that found alternative methods to heal
Therapies.
their back, and they didn't need to be fused.
Yeah.
Some people are bone on bone, and those are the people that are the best candidates. Those people have been suffering for a long time. They're the best candidates for these articulating titanium discs.
Right.
My buddy Eddie has one in his back. I have a couple friends that have them in their necks. I know four UFC fighters that have them in their necks. So they take your shitty disc out, and a lot of these guys are experiencing like crazy pain, like elbow pain, atrophy of their muscles because their nerves are pinched. They put this disc in, instant relief. Right. Then I know some other people that have done it, and they're still struggling.
What do you think about the reaction to it when people were kind of cheering?
It was wild, but it's to be expected. There's this anti-corporate sentiment in this country. This is anti-capitalism sentiment in this country. This is at the root of like when it coincides with like the Free Palestine people, the BLM people. There's a lot of sentiment in this country. There's a mentality to attack corporations and attack capitalism. And so when someone made a tattoo of this cat.
Did
They
well, the healthcare industry seems like the most depraved industry.
It's very depraved.
Like if you're gonna get angry at an industry, it seems like the healthcare industry does fuck over the most people and incentivizes companies to deny care and put profits over humanity.
Yeah.
So that as a target for rage makes a lot of sense. But I also don't think you could have a society where people just go around shooting people in the head.
No, you can't
the
have
back.
that. No, it's
That's not as a
that's-
society. That's not going to work.
I'll send it to you, Jamie. I found it. But it's also one of those things where it's like you feel cool saying it. Like when Trump didn't die and people were like, he shouldn't have missed. I wish that guy
Right.
didn't miss.
Right.
Do you really mean that? Because I think it's a thing that people just say. I don't think you really mean that. I don't
No.
think you want someone to get assassinated, even if you don't like them. That's crazy.
There's too much
It's crazy to say.
loose talk with regard to subjects like that, where people
Look
say
at this.
things.
Hit the volume.
Oh, he has face tats.
Yeah, but listen to what it's saying.
Hilarious.
And he's got the caduceus on his neck. So he's got the pharmaceutical symbol on his neck, and someone took a photo of that
So much
guy.
of this is that he's
There
an
goes my
attractive
hero.
guy. He's a hot guy.
Very
if he
hot.
wasn't, then
Six-pack.
he was, that I think is, and he was from a rich family, and that I think, as a hero, as a folk hero, there's a romantic quality to that.
There's a little bit of that, especially if he was justified in what he did. You know, like if he himself had a story.
Yeah, I
Like
don't
he
know
got
if he
fucked up.
does, and that's
Right.
interesting because people have not been able to identify whether he personally, other than his back problem.
There was a woman that I was watching in a video today where she was testifying that she denied someone, she was working for an insurance company, and she denied someone medical care, and she was rewarded for it, and the person wound up dying. And she said she went on to get a better job and
Right.
make a lot of money, and she was confessing, and she was talking about it, and she was saying that, you know, she feels great guilt that this was just a part of the culture and a part of the job, and she was told she did a good job by saving the company money. And it was just about saving the company money, and they could have provided life-saving health care to this person if they approved that. It would have been expensive. The person would have lived, and she would have probably not been able to get a better job, which is really
This is
sick.
the one industry in which, you know, the capitalist philosophy is challenged in a way that makes the most sense to me, because when you have a 2-year-old who's born with a tumor or a condition, and that child has not existed on Earth long enough to even know what's going on, and his parents don't have the resources to help that child, the idea that we, being such a wealthy country, wouldn't provide care, or that family would have to go bankrupt or lose their house just to try to keep their kid alive, does seem terrible.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane that we look. I'm not for socialized medicine. I don't think that that's the best way to do it, because I think you want to incentivize people to be the very best at what they do, and a lot of these badass motherfucking heart surgeons,
Sure.
these badass motherfucking
Sure.
brain surgeons, they want to drive Porsches.
Yeah.
Right? They want to live in a big house. This guy's awesome. He's the best at what he does. All the fucking New York Jets go to him when they want to get their knees done.
Right.
I like those guys.
Right.
Those guys are important. It's important. And gals, I'm not trying to be sexist. Whoever the fuck is the best at what they do, I want those people to be rewarded for it. However, I think that when it comes to health care, if we can spend $175 billion on Ukraine, I think we can provide a safety net for the low-income and middle-income people that would get bankrupted by medical bills that are impossible for them to ever pay.
Right.
You break a leg and you get hit, you don't have a health insurance, you get hit with a $300,000 bill or whatever it's going to cost. How the fuck? You can't even work for like a year. Like, how long does it take to heal a fucking broken
Right.
thigh bone?
Well, it's another reason you need to have an immigration policy that makes sense, because if you're going to provide those types of services to people, we agree that we should, it
You
has
can't just
to,
let anybody in.
you
and give it
can't
to
let
everybody.
anyone in. It has to be for a citizen, and there has to be a social contract between a citizen and a government. That's the entire basis of a nation.
Well, from
If you
just
don't have that, it's
just,
a problem.
But I mean, that's definitely true. But let's just say just the citizens. Just the citizens. Most citizens are fucked if something really goes wrong.
Right.
And that shouldn't be the case. That doesn't have to be the case.
Right.
If they could print up all this fucking money and send it all over the place for all sorts of different things, they can most certainly provide a national safety net for people. And, you know, it could be a thing like we all accept that there's certain things where socialism works, right? And
Right.
I always use this example, and I stole it from somebody else. I can't remember who I stole it from, but it's totally true. The fire department. The fire department is a great example of socialism, right? We all agree that you should put out the fucking fire, and we don't want your house to burn down because you don't have any money, because then it's going to burn my house too and everybody else's house. So we all chip in. The fire department gets paid. It's not like they call you, you know, or you call them rather and say your house is on fire, and they say, "Oh, Mr. Dillon, you don't have fire insurance. We can't
Right.
send a fire truck." No,
Right.
the fire truck's there for everybody.
Right.
It's a good example of like necessary socialism.
Sure.
So there's some things that are good socially, and I think that the word socialism is the problem. It's like it should be a part of the community assets, right? Police,
Yeah.
education. It should be paid for by the people. It shouldn't only be like you have to be rich to get a private education,
Yeah.
because otherwise you're fucked, which is the case.
Yeah, most countries that people call socialist are actually capitalist countries. They have generous welfare states, but they also have a ton of private industry. Some of them, like Norway and stuff, have a lot of oil wealth, and they don't have a Marxist like complete, you know, where like there is no private property,
Right.
and no private industry.
Right.
That's not
Nowhere works like that.
nowhere is going to work.
When you
And-
get like that, you get dictators.
And a lot of those smaller socialist countries work and are easy because the populations are relatively homogenous, and they share the same values, and they want the same things.
and they're pretty small.
And they're small.
It's nothing like
No,
United
if you have
States.
6 million people and they all look like they're related and they all believe in one culture, and that culture is not about standing out or making lots of money or
Right.
being innovative. It's about some simple things, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's
it's much easier to have a socialist country than it is to have a country with 300 million people where you have religions from all over the world and different cultures and different values and people that want different things. That's a much tougher country to have that policy.
And it gets really fucking cold in the winter, which kills all the homeless people.
And that's a great idea.
You can't camp out. You can camp out in LA all year round.
You can.
All year round.
For
Obviously,
sure.
people do it. They live for years out there in those
Yeah.
tents. They have communities. They're
Right.
huge communities of
Right.
people living in tents. Try that shit on
It
us.
does seem to be like we're heading to a direction where we're going to need either a universal basic income.
Yeah.
There has to be some, because AI is coming, automation's here. The Waymo cars go by. You know,
Yep.
you're seeing all of this going, what are these people going to do? What are the gig economy people going to do? They deliver DoorDash, they work, they work at the front desk at a hotel, they're one of the last remaining bank tellers, they work at a fast casual food restaurant. Those people's jobs seem to be hours away from being gone.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way around it. And I think for those people, you know, this whole idea of them finding a new thing to do, some people just aren't designed that way, and they're 50, right? So their
Sure.
whole life they've been, you know, serving drinks to people, and all of a sudden that goes away.
Right.
If you get to a point where the 50% of the jobs that are available right now don't exist anymore, like we are all the manager at Blockbuster Video,
Right.
that's not outside of the realm of possibility, because most of these jobs didn't exist 200 years ago. The idea that some new groundbreaking technology would eliminate the need for manual labor across, you know, pretty much every industry you can imagine, especially cars. Like, if they can figure out the autonomous driving car thing, and they're pretty good at it. I was
Yeah.
watching a video where these ladies went to the airport in one of those Waymo things.
Yeah.
It seemed fucking normal.
Right.
They were just complaining the seatbelts were too small. But other than that, you're sitting in the back seat, and I guess the seatbelts lock in on you.
Yeah.
But it works. It works. The fucking driverless car. I photographed one the other day, or
Yeah.
videoed on my Instagram, driving around Austin.
Yeah.
Jaguar.
Yeah.
Just driving around. They work. So if that's the 2024 version of that thing, what's the 2028 version like?
Right.
What does the Tesla look like in 2030?
You can download an app now, and I think it's Hilton or one of these hotels.
Yo,
And
Big Angel,
open
Big Angel, brother. How are you, man? Merry Christmas, brother.
With a QR code.
Yo, what's up, dude?
And never see a person.
No 36
Not go to a front desk.
pauses.
Right.
Not check
But
in.
we've been duping
Everything's
53 a
digital.
lot. I'm just
You go
taking way
in, you
better
can
line,
order
way
food
sharper line
to your room on an app.
from.
I mean, you don't have to pick up a phone and call room service. You don't have to. So
What's it
you're
called?
eliminating so
In the
many
tunnel.
jobs.
My
that-
line in the
and
tunnel
listen,
is more
high-end
direct and
hotels
diagonal.
where people want more service and they're able to
Thanks,
pay
brother.
for it.
Thanks,
Will
Angel.
kind of keep those positions. But if your kid's got a fucking soccer game and you're going to Tulsa and you just want to, it makes so much sense in the world to go, yeah, we're all booked. Scan, get in the rooms.
Yeah.
We don't need.
Yo,
anything
thanks,
here.
man. You too, bro. Yo, how
And
long you guys been
you
here?
could
Hope you.
run an entire hotel
that
with
long. I was
almost
going for
nobody.
like, oh my god, 40
Couple
minutes.
Security guards, maybe one manager. Like,
Not only that, but if they can use fighter jets, and they have autonomous fighter jets that
No, no
regular fighter
51.
jet pilots,
I hear you, brother.
simulated combat 100%.
But yo, bro, we
Why
had
wouldn't they have
we
that
had a
for
really
flights?
good,
You probably don't need pilots
we
anymore.
had a very
If
low
that thing knows how to take
53
off and knows how to
boost
land,
at the start,
you know, I can
instant gate,
summon
good
my
lock
car.
shot.
You know, I can summon my car.
that's crazy.
Like if I'm in a parking
Jumped
lot.
in
and I
for one
want my
event.
car
Thanks,
to
bro.
come
Appreciate
to the
that, man.
front, if I park back there, I can
Angel.
summon it.
Yeah.
It'll come to get me. That's nuts. And then I can press the address, and I'll say, take me home. And it just takes me home. Full navigation, stops at red lights, puts its blinker on when it changes lanes, recognizes where traffic is, goes around it.
Right.
We're so close to not needing drivers.
2-guard boost.
That's going to be great for the government. They can just shut your
Oh,
fucking car
no
down,
way.
You know? And all the rebels are going to have like old Ford pickup trucks and shit
Right.
with carburetors.
Right.
Because you're going to, like, that's what Tucker drives. You ever see Tucker's car?
Yeah.
He drives no navigation,
Right.
no GPS, no nothing.
Right.
I never send him like Instagram stories or something because he doesn't even have it.
No,
He doesn't look at any of that stuff.
he doesn't. It's kind of cool.
It's the way to do it.
It's the way to do it.
I'm pretty close to that.
He doesn't know who the Costco family is.
Yeah.
Are you doing
I'm
left
not
strafe
close to
ending?
that 'cause I do go on Instagram a lot, and I really like to go on YouTube. YouTube's my
There's
favorite.
something about being a comic. You want to see what's going on.
Well, it's also like
Like
YouTube
left
for me is a
strafe.
nice escape.
Damn
to
part.
watch a video about an ancient civilization, or watch a guy go hunt bucks in the forest, or watch
Yeah.
a professional pool game.
I can't
To
imagine
me, it's
trying
like
to do
just
that in left
entertainment.
strafe.
And,
Right.
But the social media thing, man, I just think
pretty
most
crazy.
people are not cut out for it. I think it's bad for you. I think it makes you think you're in conflict all the time.
people do it.
Everybody's always arguing about stuff. People are dunking on each other. I think it accentuates mental illness. I've known people that I'm friends with, and I can't even talk to them anymore because of their tweets.
Australia just banned social media
That's
for kids
true.
under 16.
Whoa. That would be a problem in my house.
They're done. They go, we're not doing it anymore.
Wow.
They said increase in mental health issues, increase in depression, increase in, suicide and things like that. Like,
Loaded but unlisted.
We've heard your child's been TikToking. We'd like to have him come out here and
love
bring
to
the
have a
phone.
word with you. But I mean,
Please
I do,
open your phone.
I do think that's probably a good idea
Interesting.
overall.
Sort of.
You
I
know?
think everybody's got to adapt, and you just got to develop discipline, and you got to develop the ability to recognize you're drinking too much. Bob, you're drinking 7 drinks a night. That's too much. Okay. I own a bar. I don't drink every night. You don't have to be on that fucking thing all the time.
Right. But
But-
Bob wants this.
I've been getting a little more
You're
consistent.
always going to have that. Just like you're always going to have people that do stupid
Honestly,
shit.
watching
It's
top
just
players
part of being a
stream
human being, and part of being a
has
human being is
improved my
learning from other people doing
consistency.
stupid shit. And I like to think that social media is exactly like everything else in life. When I see people doing things
Oh, I hear you.
that resonate with me, like, oh, that seems crazy. Like, why are you arguing all the time? Like, what kind of life
Maybe you
is
should
that?
anyways,
how can
yeah.
you be happy?
Right.
Is like the budget that much of a concern for you that
Right.
you're fucking screaming about it 8 hours a day? Is that
Right.
really your life, or is
Right.
is this bad for you?
Right.
And just go, okay, don't do that. Oh, that guy's doing coke every night, and now he lost his job, and he's
Don't do
fucking,
that.
Don't do that. You know, oh, this guy, is fucking driving drunk every night, and now he killed a family. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, it's like people have to do awful things around you so that you realize the consequences of awful things. You know, it's like when I was in high school, this kid that I knew
Pretty shit.
killed his friend in a drunk driving accident, and I remember running into him on the street, like.
See that? See how I turn right away?
Later, and I ran into him, and I.
This isn't the
said, "Hey, man,
best
what's up?"
line, but
He's
it's
like, just like,
get the idea.
just looking down on the ground, just deep shame. A horrible feeling. And
Right.
I remember thinking at that time, fuck driving drunk. Fuck that. That's so bad. It's so dangerous to be hammered on the road and kill your friend.
Right.
And so many people have gotten away with it. So many people have driven drunk and gotten away with it. Just, when you have drinking is such a weird thing because you go to a place to drink. How'd you get there? Are you Ubering? Most kids today are Ubering, which is really wise.
Right.
They're smart. We're drinking, we're going to go Uber.
Yeah.
Old school people never Ubered.
No, they drove.
They drove. And they
They
drove
drove.
hammered. And it's trying to tell someone not to drive when they're drunk is one of the most frustrating and also scary things.
Right.
Because they're like, this motherfucker is hammered, and they're about to just get on the road.
And they're about to go and potentially hurt themselves and hurt other people.
I remember we were in Malibu once, and this fucking guy and his friend were play fighting, and they started throwing water bottles at each other, and everybody got upset. It was like a tense moment. You're like, these guys were out of control. One guy was clearly hammered.
Yeah, man. I think it's just.
Car pulled up, and he just
How's your lock
ran
shot
into
too?
him.
My lock shot's pretty terrible.
Right.
Like that guy.
Like not in
was
terms of
soft.
frequency of hitting it, just in terms of speed.
He was on the PCH, which is like
Yeah.
the most deadly
I lose like half a
highway.
second at the fucking
It's a
lock
terrible
shot.
People live there, and they have all those
Holy
houses
shit.
right on the beach, and then like
See that line? See how I turn right away?
People
And I go
die every year,
diagonal?
just people just
Plow into it.
I think that
There's so
saves
many
some
people
time.
that are on their phone and they don't pay attention, and they look down to grab something, lipstick or something, and then boom,
yeah,
going 50 miles an hour into someone's Jaguar.
it's crazy. It's
Yeah,
a terrible place to drive.
That road kills a lot of people every year. Isn't that where Caitlyn Jenner, before she was Caitlyn, whacked
That's
that
where
lady?
she killed that woman.
Yeah, a lot of people die on that road. It's a sketchy road, and people drive fast. And it's
Gotta be careful.
It's on the coast too, which is a distraction.
It's pretty. You're looking at the water, and then all of a sudden, and that's one of the worst things in the world. I think is the level of distraction out there.
Oh
right
yeah,
now.
especially with phones. How many times have you been on the highway?
Crazy.
You see someone weaving in and out of lanes.
Yeah.
You look down, they're texting while they're driving.
It's terrifying that you've got kids out there, old people, regular people. Everybody's on these phones.
Thanks, man. I'll check it out in a minute.
At 100 miles an hour.
The best thing.
I'll check it out
ever
after
is
a few runs, I think, to be
I've
honest.
never used the
Maybe a
Android
run or
CarPlay,
two.
but I use Apple CarPlay all the time. It's
Yeah.
fucking great.
Yeah.
You can talk to it. You never have to take your
See,
hand
my
off. Hey,
lines have
Siri,
improved.
Text
Play-
Tim Dillon.
right, play
What would
a
you like to
song.
say? Yeah.
Right, right.
Hey Siri, play this.
Right.
It fucking works great.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's listening to you 24/7 for you to say
Sure.
"Here, Siri," so it's
They're
going to
all
get a few
listening.
things that you said that are maybe unfortunate.
Tell the orb what I said.
That line was shit.
Tell the
Or it's
orb.
really just a star.
So you're not freaked. You're like we're it's
All right, let's watch
just
it.
what it is.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Deal with whatever it is.
It's a pretty good
whether
gate.
it's alien invasion or war of the
All right, I'm watching it.
Certainly could get freaked out if I wanted to.
I know. Sometimes I get freaked, but then I gotta realize it's just there's nothing you can really do about it. You have to enjoy your life.
There's nothing. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You know, there's some people like Ryan Graves. He's got some UAP investigation thing they're doing. They think that they can find out what these things are, find out where they're coming from, and get answers. Great. I'm glad. But right now, I don't have any answers,
Do
so
you think
I can't
Elon
freak out.
knows?
If he knows, he's not saying shit. That's very odd that he hasn't commented on the drones.
He's not saying anything.
Not a peep publicly.
And I think because like if it is something super serious with national security, he can't.
You can't.
Right.
He's got contracts
Wow.
with the Defense Department.
Right.
Your lock shot and gate are fast, it looks like.
Right.
You can't talk crazy.
Of course.
Not about that.
Right.
And if he didn't though, he'd be the guy to talk to. Like, what do you think's going on here? Like, how are these things able to? Like, what is these theoretical technology that would allow them to hover for 5 hours in the sky and not give off a heat signature?
You
what would
might
thing
be
that
a
would allow
hair
them to shut
wide
their
on the-
lights off when incoming jets
Well,
on the
that's
are
why
trying to-
he's
fourth
the most interesting
part
guy
of
to
the
hear
end of
talk
the
about it,
dam.
'cause he knows the most about this
Might be a
stuff
hair wide
of-
there,
as
if
a
anything,
public
but I
person
don't think you were.
that could
So you got to set up for the stairs,
right,
yeah.
and then just kind of go, hey, this is what's happening and how
Looks
it's
fast, man.
Well, this
Yeah,
is
it's the
what you
gate.
show,
The only thing is the
how
gate.
crazy people are today.
Man, I don't know, because you're doing it in left strafe, right? So
You don't have to agree with him. You don't
you're
have to
looking at
like
your
him,
ammo.
but
It looks
just
like
say
you might
he's
not
an
be
idiot.
looking
You can't
high
say he's
enough,
an
but
I've
I might
heard
be
he's
wrong.
a dumb person's version of a smart person. Like,
I'm also-
what is your version?
Okay, let's watch it.
Yeah,
You have
no, it's
such high
psychotic.
standards.
Right.
It's like, one of those guys.
I'm also
that's
looking
like the best
down.
woman in the world, like,
Yeah, you might
Well,
not be
there's
looking
also-
high
It's
enough.
like Trump isn't funny. What are you talking
And I'm also
about?
looking
Of
down
course
for the
he's
first like
like,
second or two in the tunnel. I don't know if
think
that affects anything.
Part of the problem is people
I
can't
adapted that from
understand
watching
the
Boss's streams.
duality, like
yeah.
not agreeing with someone, but also, acknowledging that
Yeah, I guess
they
you
have
can't
an
warp
appeal,
on
or
Xbox
that they're
either, right?
intelligent, or that they're funny, or that
Yeah.
they're whatever it is. And to me, I think true maturity is if you don't like someone, still recognizing that that person has value, even though you personally are repulsed by them.
Yes. Yes. Be objective. Be objective. And don't be ridiculous.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that are just ridiculous. And they have a narrative in their head and they want to run with it no matter what. Have you
Absolutely.
seen the controversy about Miss France?
No.
Okay.
Is it a dude?
No. No. Luckily, right?
Well, I'm
I know.
shocked it's not.
I could see how you'd be upset
Yeah.
on that one.
Sure.
But no, it's a black lady.
Oh, they're
And
mad
they're
at that?
comparing. Yep, and they're comparing her to these other women. The problem is, she's fucking beautiful.
Right. Is she
like,
not
she's-
as hot as Brigitte Macron?
She's really beautiful. Like, and they're trying to find like photos of her where she's like crying or some weird angle.
And is it just racism? They're just pissed?
I think it's a thing where you're pushing back against DEI so much that you
That-
see it even in places where you go,
Where it's not there.
well, what is a beauty pageant in the first place, right?
It's
There's a
right.
bunch of things they judge you on. They judge you on, I think you have to give a speech, right?
Right.
You have interests, you have
Yes.
skills.
Yes.
There's a bunch of different things. And then it's what you look like.
Right.
See, I
the
look up
question
now.
Answer portion.
If you have all those things but you look like shit,
They
I
turn
get it, 'cause
sharp.
it's supposed to be a beauty pageant. I get it. But if you have those things and you're beautiful and you're upset because it doesn't represent France because it's white, well, a lot of black people live in France. Like,
Right.
I don't
this
know.
is France is not really
Right.
a completely white country. Like, there's citizens of
It's also,
France.
if DEI is to exist, let's have it in beauty pageants.
We'll see what
I
this
don't
girl.
want it in the
The
cockpit of
controversy
a...
being that she's 30.
I don't know.
Well, that is disgusting.
But
She's too old?
They changed the age 2 years ago to allow women over 24 years.
Well, that is,
Okay.
by the way, that is disgusting.
You apparently have to
She's
look
34 years old.
down
That's crazy. Show what she
at
looks
like a
I just typed in Miss France and that's all.
Just give me a
45-degree
basic
angle
of what she looks like.
in the tunnel
She's
very pretty.
She's fucking
like
beautiful.
this.
And if you see her on stage,
I don't know if you have to do that on Xbox, especially in left strafe.
The idea that this lady is not capable of winning a beauty pageant anywhere in the world is
Don't know if
crazy.
that matters.
If you're just judging on beauty,
But I think you might
there's
need to
different
look up
types of
more
beauty.
in the
There's
tunnel. I don't
redheaded,
know.
white, freckled beauty.
That's what everyone's been
There's
saying.
Brazilian tan beauty. There's Asian
So what's it
beauty.
called?
There's all kinds of different beauty. That woman's fucking beautiful.
The ammo,
There's
you know.
it's reactionary stuff where people are just angry at this concept.
Well,
yeah.
the thing is, there have been a bunch of instances of people winning these contests that were ridiculous. Some of them that were men, some of them were they're obese,
Right.
some of them that weren't. And I could see pushing, but now it's
Yeah.
like people are looking to push back wherever they can.
Because people tend to, become accustomed to outrage.
They're
very
looking to be
quickly.
outraged, but this
Yeah.
is one where you're like, come on.
No, it's enough of it.
You don't think that lady could win? That's
She
crazy.
should. Yeah, she
She
should
can
win.
fucking win, but
Not at 34.
she's still hot.
No, she's still hot. But
Why is there an age limit? By 34, you should have a kid. You should have your shit together. Not be in a beauty pageant. I guess you
Well,
can see that argument.
I mean, at 34 years old, I think
You've only got like 4 years left of kids.
as a woman at 34 years old, I think you should be put in a facility.
Like a horse.
Yeah. So I think that's what the problem is. I think this woman still being out there.
Women are hot pretty late these days.
No,
They can stay hot.
Bro,
for
if you
a
want to-
long time.
If you
made a great
untie
point about,
51,
like, it's just people looking to be upset about things.
It'd be
And
so
like I said,
legendary.
DEI in a beauty pageant, I get it. It is what it is, whatever.
sorry.
But
That's
doesn't-
not DEI.
That would be
Even if-
truly
like,
legendary.
even if there was an example of DEI, DEI bothers me like if they're like, hey, we want diverse pilots. And you go, dude, what the
See,
fuck
someone
is
got
wrong with
52
you?
on Switch.
Beauty
with
pageants are
that method.
somewhat meaningless, even though they're not
That's crazy,
completely
man.
meaningless. I'm scared when they're like, we need diverse surgeons. And I go, no. You need good surgeons.
Only.
You need good surgeons.
Yeah.
I don't care what my surgeon looks like if they're good. I've never in my life said I want an Irish.
I think I spent a long
Yeah,
time.
I'm Irish. My grandfather.
We
came
both
from
spent a long
Ireland.
time. Well,
I've
you
never
have
said, you know what
52
would be good if a guy named
I spent a long
Maliki
time
or
over it
Rory
on Switch.
operated on me if I needed surgery.
I like a guy with
Come
men
on.
in his last name.
Yeah.
Gettleman.
Yeah, I want a Jew, I want a Pakistani, or an Asian. That's it. I don't really want like a fun surgeon.
No. You want him.
I don't want
locked
like
in.
a wordsmith.
Right.
It's
I want,
C1
like
to
we had a
1
bad
cider.
flight. Me and Sam
Yeah.
Talent, we left Amsterdam, 35 minutes, private plane going to Luton, which is an airport near
Oh,
London,
yeah.
not in London, but near it. And the pilot said, it's a little windy in London. 30 of the 35 minutes were absolutely fine. When we hit about
Yes, I
3,000
appreciate.
feet,
I remember
It was
and
not
appreciate
good.
and enjoy our
got about
discovery
700 feet, and we're
of
like,
all
"Is
of
it
that
down?"
when it
Like,
came
where the
out.
fuck's the runway? To the right, we saw the runway perpendicular to the plane. Not good. The pilot tried to, get the plane in. You see him on the controls.
See, my gate's
Felt the
getting way
gust
more
of wind,
consistent
and the
though.
pilot was like, fuck it. You heard him say fuck it. Boom,
Way
we went
more.
back up. Go around through like a bad storm, and then we had to land at Birmingham, and the landing at Birmingham was very tough too, because the weather was degenerating. Now, but you had two French pilots that were in great shape and didn't say anything, and they were just like AI machines. And you had a Russian flight attendant, and to her, life and death have no meaning. It makes no difference. It's no difference. So she sits, says nothing, no expression on her face, and these two pilots. And in that moment, you want the most skilled person for the job. You are not thinking about anything else. You're not thinking about, were they raised rich?
Yeah.
How easy was it for them to go to flight school? Did their parents pay for their flight? All you're thinking about is, God, get this plane on the ground.
Yeah.
And that's where DEI, to me, is the most insane and dangerous, is when you start taking real important jobs and talking about shit no one gives a fuck about.
Yeah.
When you're on a plane like that, you don't give a fuck if it was two white pilots, black pilots.
See that line? That
I don't
line's
give
like
a shit who it
1,000
is,
times
as long
better
as
than what I
they
was
are
doing
really
before.
good at flying this fucking plane.
That's it.
That was terrible, but
That's it.
fine.
That's how it's supposed to be with everything. It's just how things go one way and people recognize it's the wrong way, and then right now that's the overcorrection. The correction is equality.
I had an overweight woman pilot once, and I went, I don't like it. I don't want me in that thing. I don't want to fly, and I didn't want this overweight woman.
Did you say it?
Not to her, but she's like a chubby woman, and she like barely fit.
Oh no,
she's like
Tim Dillon, man.
thing, and I'm like,
I think it's a 53. Should I get the Tim Dillon
now, we
rant?
didn't die.
I think it's
would love
53.
that. I want someone in the cockpit who's svelte and in really good shape.
Yeah, like I know what it is.
Doesn't have a
Like
personality. I don't want pilots.
I
having
know what I need.
Pilots should.
So that was like an almost instant gate with one boost, with an okay lock shot, and okay stairs, okay ending.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What he wants in a pilot.
Right.
That steel blue eyes,
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Let's keep going.
high top crew cut.
Like we've had pilots that are too like friendly, and they're just too like they come in the back and like talking to you, and you go, I don't want that.
That was a close run though. That was close.
I want guys that are ex-military
Yeah.
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
See, I need like
You
a
really want
perfect
military
gate.
guys. That's a great point.
It's a scary job, man. You're piloting a giant metal thing that's flying through the air
Scary.
at ridiculous speeds. And then you have to deal with the wind sometimes.
Yeah, it's scary. You want people that
Yeah.
are just
Well, there was a push for that in comedy for a while.
yeah.
In LA, certain clubs would literally have a quota. They'd have a certain amount of this and a certain amount of that.
Right.
And a lot of people snuck through that shouldn't have been there.
Right.
And one of the things that we set up at the mothership, we said, it's just funny.
It's just
Doesn't matter
funny.
what, and so because of that, it's very diverse.
See, the line is better.
Right.
But just through merit.
I swear it's all the lines
Just
for me
through-
right
because
now.
there's a bunch of funny people from all walks of life.
Right.
And just find the ones who are good. Doesn't matter where you're from. You have to be good. You have to
Got to
be-
work hard.
You got to work hard. You got to be trying to do this thing that we're all doing. And if you're not, if you're trying to derive value, if you're trying to like get attention for something
Oh
that's
my god, I
unrelated
just
to the
pooped
art
with
form,
my
and everybody
pants.
else is doing the art form, that creates a giant problem. And if it's effective, then it's even more of a problem because then other people start doing it, and then you get clapter. And then
Right.
you get like this distortion of the art where it's really people that aren't.
I think I
good
need a
at
two
it,
booster,
so that's
man.
why they're
I
trying
need
to
two boosts
find
run,
some
or
other
like a
way
perfect
to
one
generate
booster.
energy, some other way to get attention and to get people excited. And that way is, they'll try it through like social causes. Like I've heard people say, like if your comedy is not elevating social issues, then it's bullshit. Like,
Right.
that's
crazy.
That's so nuts. That's such a nutty thing to say. That's like, if your music doesn't make me cry, then it's bullshit. Like, no,
Right.
that's not true.
Well, it's also like everybody became obsessed with like lists
Give me a boost,
and being
please.
on a list and having like a certain amount of people on a list. And you go,
Come on.
like any of these lists that would come out from Rolling Stone or Vulture
Oh, list
or
of the top best.
Variety
this,
or any of this,
yeah.
and people get really upset. And you go, guys, it's not about who gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Like being obsessed with that shit and who's on it and who's represented. It doesn't matter. It's not defining. Anyone can have a career now that works hard enough and really wants one and develops the talent.
Yeah.
Because we all have this ability to be out there.
Also, these lists are all curated.
They're all
Everything's
curated. People pay money to get on them.
And
So-
they get on there because of people's political leanings. They get on ideological leanings.
Right.
Like when you go to, here's a good example. You go to YouTube and you see the trending now.
Right.
You know what was never on the trending now?
Right.
My conversation with Trump.
Right.
It got a, what is it at one point in time? 1.2 million an hour? Is that what it was, Jamie? Something nutty like
Yeah.
that. And it wasn't trending. Well, what is
Right.
trending?
Right.
Show me what is trending.
Right.
What kind of views do they have?
Right.
That's got to be crazy because this video's got 60 million views. So what
Right.
what views do they have?
Right. Right.
It's insane.
No,
It's
it's
insane.
curated.
So that's completely curated. So you can't trust that trending now thing because if it's trending now, and first of all, what could be bad about letting a person talk to another person? Whether you're trying to find out who this person is, what could be bad with that? If this guy's about to run for president, whether you like it or not, what could possibly be bad about that? That you would try to stop it from being in your trending? Is it like when you just interview Donald Trump or you have the name Donald Trump, it can never be trending because they don't want to promote Donald Trump? Well, then what are you doing?
Right.
Like, what are you do you have a mandate? Do you have a very specific set of rules that you apply to certain people?
Well, that's why I think when he
Am I
gets
on that
in,
list?
he's talked about kind of a cyber or whatever bill of rights, like this idea that you would not be able to be discarded
Yeah.
by these companies without some type of recourse. And I think a lot of people hate that.
Well, it's just crazy that the right, that what they think of as the far right, which is Trump, is pro freedom of speech.
Right.
And trying to promote that on the internet. But the reason for that, selfishly, you could say, is because political people from the right were silenced for a long time.
Right.
Or at least censored on Twitter for a long time.
For sure.
And certainly marginalized, and it was dangerous. You know, they could go after you. They would try to get people fired for things. It was, you know, it got pretty sketchy. And then a lot of people got removed from Twitter that were right-wing.
With the stuff.
Right.
You know, including Trump. I mean, they literally kicked him off of Twitter.
Right.
That, obviously, for a guy like him who's felt the effect of it, being removed from the conversation. You remember when he was tweeting constantly, and then all of a sudden, it's like, nothing. And then it was like,
then people and Gavin McGinnis said this once. I don't want to take his point, but he said, when you're removed, everyone can say anything they want about you. You do not have the ability to defend yourself.
exactly. And
So
that's
that
the goal.
narrative is painted.
That was the goal, though. That's what they wanted from him.
Right.
They didn't want him to be able to say, hey, it's rigged, check out this, check out that. They just wanted to, you said that the election was rigged, you're off forever.
Right.
No more talking. Which
Right.
is a nutty thing to say. If the guy is not in jail, if he's not doing something that puts him in jail, I know he was tried for a bunch of stuff. Most of it, I think, is bullshit.
It was a lot of bullshit.
A lot of bullshit. But the reality is, if that guy is an American citizen and he's not doing anything illegal, and he used to be the fucking president of the United States,
Right.
removing him from the internet seems insane.
It's insane.
Insane. Especially when you hear what he really said to those people that were at the Capitol. Do it peacefully. And then when you find out that now they said there's at least 26
FBI agents,
or informants.
whatever that
You're
means.
working for the FBI.
Right.
At least 26
There.
that were there. At least.
That entered.
The whole thing is nuts. It's nuts.
Yeah.
But also, if you had a real insurrection, wouldn't you want the FBI to be there? I mean, if you had a real group of armed militia that wanted to take over the Capitol, and they had plans, and they had fucking armored cars, and they
Right.
had heat style,
Sure.
you would want someone in that group to tell you what
Right.
the fuck is going on. But that
Right.
wasn't the case.
No.
That was not the case.
But you also have photos and videos of people opening the doors of the
Yeah,
Capitol.
fist bumping people.
Come on in.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you where the gavel gets handed.
That's very strange.
Yeah.
That's
the whole
odd.
thing's nuts. And there's
Very
also, there's people that have been in jail with no trial for years now. For years.
Right.
And there's this crazy opposition to pardoning those people, but no outrage about the people that Biden has pardoned, including that Kids for Cash judge.
I sent you that. That's crazy.
Fucking crazy.
That judge and people whose children committed suicide because they were in that prison have spoken out and said this guy is directly responsible in their estimation for my son's death because he was taking bribes to give these kids crazy sentences. And some of these kids developed, crazy psychological problems and took their own lives. So this
Just
is
imagine if you
it's
didn't do
evil.
anything wrong,
It's evil.
and this guy railroads you into a juvenile detention center
It's
and you're
evil.
getting raped.
And then Joe Biden lets him out of jail, pardons him, commutes a sentence, whatever.
So just look at things with balance, folks.
Right.
For real. Look at things with balance. None of that makes any sense. And if the left is the side that's telling you that this person should be censored, like they're never supposed to be anti-free speech. The
Yeah.
ADL was always about it. I mean, there was a famous thing that they let the Nazi or the Ku Klux Klan have this
Right.
rally because they said you can't silence people.
The hardest thing on the left right now is for them to admit that the people that they have put out as spokespeople for them all have to go. And that's what no one's admitting. No one's admitting the real problem because then they would have to admit that they have to relinquish their job.
They need a reasonable, like Clinton in the 90s.
They
type
need,
guy.
not only do they need that, they need a media strategy where they don't have the most shrill
Right.
voices out there.
Right.
Meaning like they have a lot of people who are very dismissive of other people, and they're incredibly annoying, and nobody
Come on.
is receiving that message.
Right.
And they have to change their strategy. They have children that are out there, like annoying children, just screaming and yelling. The Biden people, these young guys that are like screaming and yelling about Biden. And it's not based on, and I'm not saying the right doesn't have annoying people, but like the left, because
Oh
they
man,
lost,
it's gonna be
they have
close.
to build a
That's
party
gonna
around
fucking
people you don't
close.
hate.
That could be
If you're
52.
gonna tell me something,
It
I don't
could
wanna
be.
hate you. I don't want to hate the messenger.
Damn.
Right.
The View is not an effective way.
Just the guys that put in prison for this, the one that was released was already living on house confinement and only had 2
Damn
months
it.
left. The other guy is still in prison. He'll be there till
This is the January 6 people?
no, the cat.
Oh.
Damn it.
Yeah, but
My
number
lock shot.
one,
It's a lock shot.
More than one guy.
he's an evil person.
It was so conservative.
This is a clearly terrible evil
So
person.
what exactly are you saying, Jamie? There was 2 other people that were involved?
The one that Biden had his sentence wiped out only had less than 2 years left and was already in confinement. The other guy is still in prison.
Oh, come on, baby.
He's not let out.
But still, the guy's at home
This is
confined
fun.
for 2 years. I
I'm
think he
having
can do
fun.
another 2 years in his fucking house.
He could do another 2 years in his house or go back to the jail that he put children into.
Oh, I'm not having fun anymore.
It should be like
Damn it, man. Was that gate perfect? It wasn't perfect. It was near perfect, though.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm saying that's exactly what we need. A perfect gate and a
those
boost.
people that were Chinese spies that were on that
Yeah,
list.
how about his son?
That makes sense to me.
Well,
If you have a kid, you get it. You fucked up. You gotta fucking, you're gonna die. You don't want him to go to jail. And
he
if
hates everybody.
If you had this
Biden hates
magic pen,
everybody.
not only that, okay, they just ousted you in a coup. All right, but you're still the president for at least another month and a half. Of course, then, even though you've said you wouldn't do it,
Yeah.
once they ousted
you're
him,
going to do it.
because all the times of him saying that he wasn't
Right.
going to pardon his son, wasn't he still the president? I mean, maybe if they let him be the president for a second term, maybe he wouldn't pardon.
Can you
his
imagine
son.
explaining to him the aliens? Because he doesn't know. Someone's got to, some in the deep, deep, deep state, like
Did
the
you hear him
bowels
talk
of the
about
deep
it?
state.
You haven't heard him talk about the drones?
Please. Do you
It's
have it?
wonderful. See if you can find it. Biden addresses the drones. It is.
Someone's going to sit him down and they're like in a black suit and they're like, hey, you're going to have to tell the country
Bro,
that there's aliens.
he's a guy where you grab his hair, where he's asleep
Yeah.
on the park bench, and
Right.
you lift his head up and he starts
Right.
talking.
Right.
That's him.
That's so bad.
Well, there's only one. There's one that's ours. It's basically ours.
Yeah.
Watch this.
I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad that this is the guy that we have right now while this is happening. This is the guy who's communicating whatever is happening to us.
All I can imagine is the people that are running this
Yeah.
are letting him do this now.
Get him out.
For fun.
Put him out.
Like, let's see what he says.
Put him
we
out.
already lost.
And you know what it is? It's they're like, if we need to confuse people about what is happening, he's the guy.
Did you find it anywhere, Jamie?
Very confused at what I'm seeing. It seems like he talked about it in the dark with a hat on, but everything starts showing him at a podium.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, he was in the dark with a hat
Dark
on.
with
Yeah,
a hat
like-
is perfect.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is it. This is
per-
it.
I mean,
That's it. That's
he
it.
looks dead.
Listen. Listen.
There's really nothing alarming about this.
I believe you, buddy.
Oh, it was so bad. That's a 38.
Yeah, there's just one
Look
drone.
at these propaganda people. Look, come on, let me hear what
it's
they
all
have to say.
propaganda.
Trump, on the other hand, says the military knows what the drones are. Mr. Biden, though, doesn't seem to have that ominous tone. So how do we square that, and what do you know today?
Yeah, well, I think both of those things can be true. I think both sides are saying that the military does, in fact, have an idea, or the semblance of an idea of where these drones are coming from. We had a joint statement that came out from the FAA, the FBI, the DHS, the Pentagon, saying that a lot of these sightings are actually manned aircraft or other things that are floating in the sky that are perfectly non-threatening and perfectly mundane. They said there was nothing anomalous coming out of their reports. Now,
Yeah, no, that's enough. This sounds like a snippet right before an alien invasion movie.
Absolutely.
Like a bunch of people saying
Absolutely.
it's not nefarious, nothing to worry about. You got an ancient president. It's like,
Yeah.
Come on, man, let's get it. We can get it tonight.
Everybody else wanted to
We
get
can.
in on the deal.
We definitely
Crazy
can.
is I think it's just
We
one.
just need the run, man.
They don't tell him nothing.
They're being reported all over the country.
But what do they even tell him?
They tell him nothing.
These reports about how the people working with him knew he was compromised like right away.
Oh, they know.
And how it kept getting worse and worse
They
and
know.
worse, and they all hit it. That seems like that should be illegal. It should be illegal to lie about that, just like it's illegal to lie under oath. It should be
It should be illegal to
lie.
conceal the mental decline of the leader of the free world.
Not just
Absolutely.
conceal, but be deceptive
Right.
in the way you are describing it, like he's sharp as a tack.
Yeah, I mean, this is just.
It was great.
I mean,
He's
the
chilling. He's
photo.
on TikTok right there. He's eating donuts. He's got to start a TikTok channel where he just eats donuts.
How the White House functioned with a diminished Biden in charge.
Diminished is a fun word because
Right.
it could be like 99% diminished,
Right.
or it could be 10% diminished. It could be hungover, or you could be almost dead.
Well, I think the other thing too is like nobody fully understands who's running the country at the moment.
No, I've described it like a Tesla with auto drive.
Right.
Like you have your hands near the steering wheel. It's like,
Yeah.
is this thing gonna do this?
There's no authority that we're all, Now, obviously, the president is not the only authority. We all know that.
But it's the first time ever where
Yeah.
the guy who's the president is incapacitated.
Incapacitated.
Like completely, and we're looking at him like he's just a couple steps away from Carter.
Right.
Remember Carter
Yeah.
when they said Carter's so excited to vote for Biden?
Right.
And he was like,
Right.
it was crazy.
No, he was
gonna vote for Harris. That's right. It was by
He
the
was
time
laying out there in the sun. He didn't know he was alive.
his mouth was wide open. It's so
Oh,
sad.
come on, baby,
It's so
please.
sad to watch. They're saying he's
Please.
so excited to vote for Kamala Harris.
Boost me.
Can
Do
I
it.
hear him say
Come on.
that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Can you look at that? Can you tell me what he said?
Oh my God! I mean, that is.
Oh, I suck.
Did you ever hear
This might be
Hunter
36.
Thompson's recordings where he talked about
38?
about it too, but
No
I
boost.
think it's in one of his documentaries. It might have been the Gonzo documentary, but he talked about how he heard Jimmy Carter. He basically, after the last Nixon election, he kind of given up on politics. Like, fuck this. This is all bullshit. And he was hired to go to listen to Carter speak. And as he was listening to Carter speak, he ran out to his car and got his tape recorder. He said, because this guy was making so much sense. And he was saying, like, Jimmy Carter was a beautiful president. He was
Right.
like, he was one of the only presidents where you're like, wow, this is like a kind,
Right.
peaceful man.
He
who-
built houses afterwards.
yeah, never got rich. Never got rich. He was one of the only presidents that after his life, he lived very simply. He never did the speaking gig thing where you're making $250,000 to talk to bankers. He didn't do any of that shit. And see if you can find that, like Hunter S. Thompson on Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
You got here. Different than the way they portrayed it in the documentary. In the documentary, they left all that ruthlessness part out.
Well, he's a president, so he's got to be ruthless. But I do think Carter seemed to believe in things and seemed to have a constitution.
The speech he gave is called A Message on Justice. You can look it up. It's on his library.
In the documentary, when it's much more favorable.
Yeah.
The way Hunter's talking about it, that he was excited by him and excited by him quoting Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I guess if you're gonna be the fucking president, I bet Kamala Harris is ruthless.
She's incredibly ruthless.
I think you
she
probably
has to be.
have to be. We
Think
did
of
it,
how
Joe.
far she got
Yeah.
with very little.
Yeah, you gotta be ambitious.
You have to be so ambitious, and it's impressive to me how close she got to the presidency
Yeah.
without any discernible intellect. Really, truly. Like, she didn't display any. I mean, listen, if you said she was a lawyer, great. If you said she was a manager at a mid-level company, sure. That's all fine. She was, again, she's, it was fine. It was all okay. There's no like discernible intellect that you would think the president would have. And say what you want about Trump, people like him, they don't like him. He has instincts that are somewhat unmatched in the political arena. He's able to speak extemporaneously for hours at a time. He's passionate about things. He has lived a rich life and understands the facets of things and human beings and whatever. And, you know, again, it's presented in a much different way than it's been presented, right? He doesn't speak like Bill Clinton or Barack Obama or anything like that, but like he clearly is someone who possesses an incredible amount of political talent and skill. That's, no one disagrees with that. Kamala Harris was an incredibly average, mediocre
Come on.
politician.
Please,
And if you said
pace.
she was
One
the
more
DA
boost.
of San Francisco or
Come on.
you know,
Please.
local position, but the fact that she got very
No.
close to the presidency, she has to be a ruthless, ambitious.
Wasn't pace anyways. I
And
need
there is
an
something
extra
impressive about
boost.
that.
It might have
Yeah, I mean,
been.
that's
Like,
the
I
business.
know
If
it's
you want
not.
to succeed in that business, that's what you got to do. If you want to succeed in TikTok, you go to Costco. You make
I
songs.
know.
You should hold up a cookie.
It wasn't pace. I needed
You know what?
another
Maybe
one.
The aliens are here to fix it. Thank
It
you
wasn't
very
a
much
perfect
for
gate. It was a
doing this.
very
I know
good
this is
gate,
your
but
day
it wasn't
off.
perfect.
No, listen, I love you. I'm always happy to help. I'm always happy to be on the
Thank
show.
you for letting me do the special.
Dude,
Thank
special
you for saving it.
is it's gonna rule.
No, thank you for saving it.
Well, I was glad I could. It's nice
Thank
to be
you.
able to do that, and the people were cool. They
I
did
was
it all.
that
and
first show. I prayed you left. I said, God, I hope he's gone.
We fixed it. We fixed it.
Where were you watching from? The green room or
The balcony.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I was praying. I said, maybe he left. You know, that 5 minutes in, I go, maybe he left. I go, he's probably got a lot to do. He's probably running around.
I'm just happy you were doing 4, so we could fix it.
Yeah, no, we did. We
All
fixed
right.
it. Thank you.
Tim, I
You're
love
the
you to
best.
death.
Love
Thank
you
you
too.
very much.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
Bye.
Boost me. It's not pace. Sorry, I looked way up. I looked up way too early there.
How many cigars are you smoking now?
What a show. No more than one.
No more than one.
More than one, I'll get sick.
Is it?
It kind of.
Do you get any nicotine from it? You do.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody does.
Interesting.
That's why they smoke cigars. They don't just smoke it for the taste.
Right.
That's stupid.
That makes sense. But you don't inhale.
No, but you do. The tobacco is, it's pure tobacco. And you're getting that in your mouth, and you're getting the nicotine in your mouth.
So you get a buzz. You
100%.
have, yeah.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
I-
We were even considering, Ari and I were smoking cigars once in the beginning of Sober October. We're like, are we cheating? I kind of feel like we're cheating. I
Oh,
feel like I'm
interesting.
getting kind of high. People get high from cigars, 100%.
Yeah. Interesting.
It's just a different kind of high. It's a nice conversational high. It's
Right.
relaxed.
It's similar to cigarettes where you're not fucked up, but cigarettes do provide like a relief or a release, whatever
Yeah,
that nicotine is. Why is nicotine so addictive?
It's not that addictive. I mean, I like it, but I can like if I was smoking the vape pen a lot, I was doing it every day, and then I just took it off and just didn't do it for a week, and I just
Yeah.
stopped craving it totally. But maybe that's just me.
You have a constitution. It's easier for you. You're very disciplined. Other people struggle with that. There's
Well-
other people that cannot do that. Cigarettes are tough. I've given up cocaine, alcohol, pills, marijuana. I've not done a drug in 12 years. But cigarettes are tough. And I haven't smoked now for 2 months. But one day in the near future, and I don't know when,
Someone's gonna give you a cigarette.
they're not even going to give it to
And
me.
you just reach for it,
I'm going to request it.
and you gotta spark it
And
out.
I'm going to
I
have
just
a
need to
cigarette.
piece
and then I'm
it
just gonna be
together, man.
sitting somewhere having a cigarette.
I need a
not knowing
super
how-
fast gate
Yeah.
too.
Not knowing how it happened.
Wouldn't it be awesome if they were good for you?
It would be amazing. It would be amazing. Well, I love that scene from Sleeper, a Woody Allen movie, where, you know, they freeze him and he wakes up and they go, what? He goes, what should I eat for breakfast? They go, red meat, eggs, and cigarettes. And he goes, what? He goes, no, it's all good for you. He goes, everything we thought was bad for you was like great for you. It's like chocolate, have some chocolate cake. It was like, it's such a great scene.
Well, they're right about red meat.
Yes,
and eggs.
some of it's correct, right? Do you think the sugar industry, because they're behind a lot of the fat activism stuff.
Are they really?
Oh, yeah. So if you look at it, you know, a lot of the people that go, listen, there's no difference. Because, you know, they just had this article, the L.A. School district was like, don't tell kids that, like, junk food's bad.
Fucking
because
terrible.
it's classist and racist or whatever. It's insane.
No boost.
Don't tell them there's any difference between foods.
No boost. It might even
And
be
what-
54.
You know, and it's all
pretty
linked
good
to
gate,
this,
though.
like, be always body positive, no matter what. And a lot of that is backed by, like, Nestle.
Well, I know there were some body positive people that were on social media that they found out were getting backed by Nestle or one of those companies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
were promoting the idea that there's no difference in foods and you know, there is no junk food and it's all about your mental health. And
Yeah, and you mentally healthy, apparently eating just ice cream on a couch.
but it's all of it is it's so unscientific, and the fact that that doesn't get fact checked online is so crazy.
Right.
That you can say, you know, something about COVID or something about something else, and you'll immediately get that little banner underneath your post that'll tell people
Right.
that what you're saying.
Well, they always use some example of like a person who's robust, a little chubby, and go, this person's healthy. And then they'll always point like a skinny heroin addict and go, this person isn't.
Yeah.
And you go, yeah, but that's not the overall, you
Yeah.
know, thing.
Yeah, even if you're like 50, 60 pounds overweight and
Right.
you're fit,
Yeah.
you're still
It's
less
still-
healthy
yes,
than you
of
would be if
course.
you weren't 50,
Of
60
course.
pounds overweight.
I think some of it is that there was a weird period when I was growing up where all the models were like sickly thin,
Yeah.
where they were like gaunt.
They wanted them to be like hangers. They didn't
Yeah.
really want them to have bodies.
Well, it was like the Balenciaga thing, right? That came up with the kids where it was like, this is creepy and they're weird. And of course, you probably saw that, like that
Yeah.
weird advertisement where it's like kids have these BDSM bears, these bears that are dressed up as like leather daddies, and kids have them. And people in fashion have always been creepy and weird because, like, when I was growing up, the 90s, it was heroin chic. And they made all these young girls look like they were strung out junkies. So it's
Yeah.
like they've always been kind of off.
Well, don't they kind of promote amphetamines to a lot of those gals? to
I
keep them
hope
thin?
so. No, yes. But you can't be against fat activism and against amphetamine. Like,
Right.
somebody's, you know, no, they do. I'm
Yeah.
sure they promote. Well, fashion is all about sexual currency. Like, everybody asks me about Hollywood. You know, they talk about Hollywood. They go, like, Hollywood's run on, like, sex appeal. I'm like, not the one I'm in. I'll tell you right now.
Are you in Hollywood though?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have a house there, but like this idea that like people talk about Hollywood like it's just one thing, and they're like it's run on sexual currency. I'm like, yeah, not the lineup at the Improv, you know, like not the lineup at the Comedy Store.
How
is
about
not.
Roseanne?
Right. There's a lot of people where it wasn't, but like yeah, those because all of these human trafficking people, they all have their like hooks into fashion. Like,
Really?
Oh yeah. So Jean-Luc Brunel, who was the guy that, you know, was like a big Epstein confidant and associate, was like a high-level fashion photographer. And it makes sense because like they're recruiting these girls when they're young and they're impressionable and they're like, you know, hey, here's this guy and Ghislaine Mack, like here's so if you
wasn't
want
pace
good-looking
anyways.
people, you're probably not going to go to a
Man,
comedy club, right?
37
You're
still.
going to go to a modeling shoot.
Man, that's what I
Not
mean. We
that
just need a
there are
boost,
good-looking
man.
comics, but I mean, like, young, impressionable, good-looking people are found in modeling. So I think that's why a lot of them.
It is a bizarre job.
It's a
You
really
stand
strange
there and
job.
Pose and you
Yeah.
like what's the woman's name that was married to Tom Brady?
Giselle Bundchen.
She's worth more than him.
Well, yeah,
How? Just by being hot.
just by being hot.
Isn't that amazing?
It's huge.
Greatest quarterback of all
time.
time in
Yeah.
the biggest game
Yeah.
in all of North America.
Right,
And a woman just by virtue of being pretty,
right. Wins.
she wins.
She wins. Well,
And she's like, I'm done with this guy. He keeps wanting to play football.
yeah, but now you're looking at it's changing. It's
Yeah?
changing. We're pretty now. Like if you're a model now, I mean
the look is changing, right? I mean, it's a lot of bigger people, and it's a lot of not as pretty people, or not traditionally pretty. So
Yeah.
it's not
but
all changing, but there's some.
You can't deny nature.
You can't.
And
100%.
Nature is. It's
Yeah.
all about.
Well, there was no fat activism on Epstein's Island. You know what I mean? Like, he was not.
Maybe there was.
I mean, I don't think that he was like concerned with diversity. Like the people that are purveyors of just people's looks are just,
But
they
maybe
don't-
he had a request list.
he might have. Who knows? He
what are
might
you
have.
into?
Right.
You know?
It's like you fill out a questionnaire.
Yeah.
Like you fill out a questionnaire, like the spoke post.
The
I don't
question
even
is
know
like,
if they sponsor me
there's
anymore.
been people like that have been sex trafficking forever.
Yes.
But it's shocking to people that it's going on now. They're like, what?
Still, but there is sex trafficking for sure, but there's also like I was in Romania. I did a Bitcoin guy brought me over there to do his birthday party.
Didn't you hang out with Andrew Tate
I
over there?
did. I did 20 minutes of comedy, and it bombed because it was people weren't really speaking English, and the ones that could didn't love me. So some of them liked me, and one guy pointed at me and just yelled Joe Rogan because he had seen me on this. Some Russian crazy guy just got up in the middle of the set and went, Rogan, Joe Rogan, and then sat down, and then they like brought him out. It was insane, but they paid me a lot of money to do it, and then there was, there's only one person there to really interview, and it was Andrew Tate, so I went to his house, and he's a lovely guy. Here's the thing about him and his brother. They are lovely people, whether they're human traffickers or not. They're lovely people. I'm not for human trafficking, but they took us out for a steak dinner, and there was women there, and a lot of the women were quiet. And I thought they were just quiet. That would be my story. If I'm called to testify, I would go, the women were quiet, and they were obedient, and many of them looked at the floor. But,
Really?
yeah, but it's Eastern Europe, Joe.
Right.
That's kind of the way they act. And coming from America, it was a little bit of a nice change of pace.
We stunned.
No, I mean, coming from it was nice. Yeah.
Were you stunned when you got arrested?
It wasn't stunning. It wasn't like when eventually I smoke another cigarette, would I be stunned?
Man, that was still
Would I have a cigarette in my
37.
hand? No. I wasn't
Man.
stunned that he got arrested. It was surprising to me because, listen, people say things about somebody and you hope that they're not true, right? Because he has some wacky opinions, but he has some opinions that I would say are probably, pretty reasonable.
And interesting.
And interesting. That people should, stop being victims and go out and work and figure stuff out, and that, this world does leave you out in many cases.
Yo,
and you
play
have to
poker
figure a
now.
way
What's up,
around
brother?
things, right? He calls it the Matrix or whatever, but like, you have to be pretty like resilient. I think some of those
Oh,
messages
shit,
are good.
for that
I think some
52,
of his
yeah,
stuff
brother,
is
thanks,
funny and
man.
over the top,
Thank
but
you, brother.
Really don't want
Yeah, buddy, we
this to
duped
be true.
53 a lot.
You'd never want,
We do
this to be
53
true,
like
and I
fucking
hope it's not true.
10 times stream.
They think it's true. I mean, the authorities.
What's up, brother?
Romania corrupt?
Yes, it's corrupt. It's
More
a Soviet,
fun.
Eastern
Yeah,
Bloc
it's definitely
country where I
fun.
think a lot of
Definitely
people
having
get paid
fun.
off. I think Tate even talked about that it was kind of a corrupt country and that people just kind of paid each other off. And like, I think it's just the way a lot of those Eastern
Thank
European
you, brother.
countries work.
Merry Christmas to
where,
you.
America's corruption is and Tate, kind of made this point, right? American corruption is like big deal corruption.
Yeah, we're having fun.
Right.
You gotta have a lot of money to play the game. You
We're
gotta have
close.
the,
There's hope.
Serious
I've
capital.
improved my lines a
In
lot.
places like that, you don't have to be a billionaire to influence things.
Merry
you can
Christmas,
have a small
yo.
business and have enough money to be like you're in the game. You pay people off to get the business.
We're actually
open,
very,
and
very
You pay
close.
people off to keep the business safe, and I think it's kind of maybe the way America worked in the '70s before corporations owned everything.
We just need some
What it
boosts.
seems like. But again, I only spent.
Why did he move to Romania?
I think I can get it with
Isn't he
one
from
boost, but it needs
Yes.
to be like a perfect 8.
That's certainly not a great part of his defense.
Like an absolutely perfect,
Is that he's
flawless
living in
gate.
Romania. He did live there. His attitude was,
It's too
I
slow.
live here
Even with the
because
one
I
boost,
like
it's too slow.
the freedom to do what I want. But some of his detractors would say that it's easier to get away with stuff there. He's even kind of said that. You can kind of do
So
what you
I'm
want. You can kind of do what you want.
trying to YOLO the
That
lock
means
shot
driving your
more
car
on slow
fast,
runs.
It might mean human traffic. I don't know. So it runs the gamut. But you can get away. It's a weird place to live if you could choose to live anywhere. it's an interesting place to live. The people were lovely. You know,
Had you ever thought of where you'd live outside of the United States?
I mean, I'd probably have to go back with my people in Ireland. I think we all have to go to our people. I mean, you'd go to Italy. We have to go to our people, no?
Yeah.
I think.
I go to my people and they're just laying around eating.
I know. Maybe I'll go to your people.
They stopped building
Yeah.
cathedrals and.
Well, my people are drinking. But I mean, I don't know if I'd go to Brazil or something. I think, you know, I've been to Ireland. I performed in Dublin. And it's kind of like, I don't know, you feel, I don't know that I'd ever live outside of the U.S., but you do feel like a little bit of a kinship. Do you feel any of that when you go back to Italy?
Not too much.
Okay.
No, I enjoy it. I enjoy their way of life. I enjoy
Yeah.
the way they behave.
I
and
like
talk
Ireland.
and-
They're all tortured. They're tortured. You got to see the new movie, The Banshees of Inisherin.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's the crew from In Bruges. It's amazing. It's like Colin Farrell, Brendan Gleeson, Martin McDonagh directed. It's really good. And they shoot it in Galway, Ireland. Ireland's beautiful.
It is beautiful
It's
when
a
it's
beautiful
raining.
place.
When it's not raining.
Yeah, when it's not raining, it's beautiful. But yeah, but the people there, you know, it's
When
a
it's
very
not
different
raining.
lifestyle than America. So I don't know that I could ever.
Yeah,
do
well
it, but
said.
I don't know. Where would you go?
Well, the only reason why I'd go is if some horrible shit went down in the United States.
And
like
what are the
nuclear
chances
war.
of that?
I love Ireland,
just-
but that's not
if
where I
fucking-
would go.
If like Manhattan gets hit with a nuke,
Right. That's not a good sign.
no, and that's when you have to really think, oh my God, do I stay here?
Right. If LA gets hit with a nuke, it's like,
They deserve it.
you know, you go, well, you know, as long as I'm not there, I'd be like, I would be sad. I would text Andy Letterman like, love you, goodbye.
Yeah.
But Manhattan gets hit with the nuke because New York's the nerve center of the country. So if that gets hit, we're in trouble.
Isn't that weird that New York's the nerve center of the country?
Not
Like,
really if you've
why?
been there. Well, because it's number one, it was before America. It was a Dutch fur trading outpost. It was a marketplace. But in America, it's a capitalist country. So everything's about commerce. And New York predates America, right? It goes back to the 1600s.
Does
New
it
York-
really?
Oh, yeah. New York, it was New Amsterdam, you know, before.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, before America became anything. It's just the best city we have. It's the best we can do as a country. Now, not everyone's going to want to live in a place like New York. It's expensive. You live on top of each other. But it's got the best of everything when you think about, you know, all of the things that a country can do. New York probably does them all. The best for what we can do as America.
Food.
Yeah, I mean, everything like that. Education. I mean, all the big companies, a lot of them are headquartered there. It's kind of
market.
Yeah, it's an amazing city. You have this amazing diverse population of people that all become kind of New Yorkers and all
Yeah.
kind of meld together. It's a real city.
You know what
Whereas
was great about it before the crime really
Yes.
upticked?
crime's not helping.
The thing was great that you would be around. Everybody would just like from all walks of life would walk on the streets together and ride the subway together. It's like there's a real mixture.
There's
of
like an
people,
ideal
whereas in
line.
Los Angeles, people are just in their cars.
Los Angeles is an isolating and lonely place
Yeah.
where everybody's out for the same thing, which is fame.
Oh, wow, I can't believe I
If
missed
they're
that
not
one.
out for it, they're out to capitalize.
If they're not out
No
for it,
boost.
even the doctor in
Pretty
Los Angeles
fast
will brag
gate.
about his celebrity clients, right? Like
Yeah, I knew
you're
it
going
wasn't
to Los
fast
Angeles
enough.
in many cases to build something, right? You want and you know it becomes it's not a community in the way that New York is. New York
Right.
feels more like a community, and you get the best of everything. So you have people in New York that are like going to be the best architects or the best chefs or you know maybe the best baseball players or the best whatever, you know, and you put them all together and like there's excellence all around. Even the buildings, you look at the buildings in New York, you go, you know, Emery Roth or, you know, all these great architects, Henry Hardenberg who built the Dakota where Lenin lived, or the Plaza, like you're just around this amazing architecture. Some of it's been around for hundreds of years and it inspires you and you feel great.
I was watching this online piece about this lady who pretended to be a billionaire so that she could go to all the different places that were being sold.
I tried
so
to
she could
YOLO
take
it.
photos of their views.
I tried to
Yeah,
YOLO
But
it
it was
there.
a really interesting perspective. Like,
Yeah.
no one should have this kind of
Oh
money.
man,
No one should have
we're
this.
like,
But how do you stop
we
that?
were close.
You
We were
cap their
close.
money.
You can't stop it. And
But it was also like
I've been doing that too, going to places I can't afford and looking at them, but I don't take the tack that no one should have that kind of money.
you take the tack that one day.
I look at it and go, I'd like this kind of money.
Yes.
I think that there's a limit where money doesn't make you happy, but it is nice to have. And this idea that, you know, there is a new generation of people coming up where fulfillment is the main thing, which I understand. and that's good. But I also think at the end of the day, like, you know, we shouldn't lie about the fact that, like, being, you know, working and, like, getting the benefits of earning a living that you can be comfortable with is good.
Oh, that was really good.
And you're not always
Holy
going to be
shit,
happy
come on,
all
baby.
the time.
It's not pace,
every
but,
job
like,
you have, you're not going to love, right? So I
just
think a
that
lot of
walk
young
shot was
kids coming up
encouraging.
right now are like, I need to be inspired at every moment of the day, or I need to be really.
Oh, shit.
And it's like there's a lot
It's
of
over.
shit jobs that you do, and you don't realize why you do them until you get to the next thing.
There's no way
And
it's
then you go, oh, I
53.
learned something in that job.
Might
that I
be,
didn't
but even if it
realize
wasn't,
I need it.
Well, money doesn't make you happy, but it does relieve desperation.
it wasn't pace
And
anyways for
desperation makes you
52.
sad.
That's true.
That the desperation, the desperation of not knowing if you're going to be able to pay your bills and that pressure and stress of it. I clearly remember when I got my first development deal, and I got money in the bank, and I just like, it was like a weight, like a physical weight had lifted off my shoulders. Because for the first time in my life, I didn't worry about how I was going to pay the rent. And that was interesting, because it was like, that is
What year was that?
93.
And that was the first time you took a breath.
Yeah. I was like, wow, this is what this feels like.
It's hard, especially with comedy, because when you start, there's not a lot of money for a while.
No, you're barely getting by. You got no health insurance. You know, you're getting a couple $100 here, a
come
couple
on.
$100 there. You're trying to scratch together a living, pay your
Pretty
rent, pay
fucking
your
terrible.
bills, pay your gas bill.
Yeah.
And when you get done, you know, with the week and you pay all the stuff, you know, you don't have anything left. And that's how you're living. You're living hand to mouth.
Yeah.
And you're always wondering, like, am I going to fill my books so I can get enough road work so I can pay everything? And, you know, you don't know where it's going to go. And then getting a big check. I got a big check from Disney, of all people. And I started going to restaurants, and I was eating nice.
Yeah,
and I was like, this is my manager actually thought I had a gambling problem.
Yeah. Because he saw what you were spending.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm eating out.
Right.
I'm having lobster.
Yeah. It's interesting when you transition from being anxious about that stuff to at least taking a breath and going.
Yeah.
I need a boost, man.
Yeah, it's a big advantage. You can focus more on being creative.
But the hunger
Is
of,
good, too.
Yeah, the hunger of not knowing where you're going and what's going to happen, that fuels people. But it doesn't fuel everybody. Some people don't have the constitution for it, and it fucks them up.
Yeah. So many of the articles you read now are about how they seem to be preparing people to live with less.
Oh, that's a nice 53 though.
Happy renting.
It's not 52,
No, I
but it's a
know, I know.
nice
It's
53. That was a
shitty.
fast one.
That's such
read.
Damn it.
But it's also
Yeah.
because
Really
people
low,
don't
though.
have anything.
That's right.
And when they don't have anything, and they see people have things, they think there's something wrong with those people. There's no
Fuck.
way they did it the right way. Those
Right.
people are all criminals.
Damn it, that was a
Like,
good
this
one,
is
too.
attitude that people have when they're poor. When they look at people that are wealthy, like those people are evil. Like, there's no
Fuck
way
me,
they're not
man.
evil, which is
Right.
ridiculous.
Thanks, brother.
It's ridiculous.
Because if you
Nice
got a
play,
job
poker.
that paid more money and you kept working
That's a
up
fast
and you got
eight.
more and more money and you're the same fucking person,
wasn't
now all
perfect,
of a sudden
though.
you're wealthy. Are you evil now?
Right.
Did you do this by subjugating
Thanks,
people?
brother.
Yeah.
Did you do this by stealing?
Could have
No.
been. I thought it
There's
was.
such a
It could,
vast
they had a
chasm of,
chance.
like,
They had like a.
intelligence too.
a 5%
You have
chance of
brilliant
being
people,
52.
And then you have people that are, they're just kind of struggling. And I think that, like, sometimes even
mind.
understanding the world that we live in and even understanding how to make money,
Right.
or is difficult for a lot of people, right? There is also a lot of fucking and a lot of corruption, and, like, sometimes bad people get a lot of money.
I think
but
the
that's
boost
just
was
the way it
too
is.
late,
There's
though.
bad people without a lot of money,
Yeah.
But it's just understanding
If that
how
makes
to make
any
money is
sense.
difficult, I think, for a lot of people, because you don't learn anything about money in school. You go through 18 years of school, you don't hear the word credit card, interest rate. I mean, it's kind of amazing. You get some basic economics courses in high school, but, like, the consumer economy, like the things you would need to learn, you just don't learn a ton about that.
All right. How much did they discuss with you about how student loans you have to pay back no matter what?
Yeah, not really.
Even if you go bankrupt.
Yeah, they're not really, like,
Boost.
maybe
Oh,
they're doing
actually.
it more now,
Good.
but, like, they leave out this stunning amount of information that you would need. And I think a lot of people, are you very smart people that can tell you all about
Try to YOLO it
history or
again.
whatever. And I've been one, like, a person who, like, I remember one of the first credit cards I got, it had like a $200 activation fee, and the limit was like $250. This was years ago. I tried to use it at a restaurant. They're like this, and I'm like, this is impossible. It had to go through. I just got it, And literally, I looked. It was a $200 activation fee, and I only had $50 whatever dollars available credit. Like, you get in that system and you fuck yourself, it's hard to get out of it.
I know a lot of people did that when they were struggling. They got into credit card debt, and
It's
the
hard.
interest rate keeps going up, and
Then you get under.
you're only paying the minimum amount every month, so just like the actual chunk of money that
Yeah.
you owe doesn't really shrink.
What's good about America is there's no debtor's prison, so you can declare bankruptcy.
Unless
you
you have student loans.
That's the one thing they'll get you. But
Which
I'm
is
always,
wild.
I tell people all the time, just declare bankruptcy and just let it go. Let it go.
Yeah, but if you let the student loans go,
You can't let the student loans go. But I say don't even go to school. Like, what are you even doing in college? I mean, when you think about it, what is every story coming out of an American university is like some insane. It's like they're holding the teacher at gunpoint now because she said, something nice about Columbus. Like, I don't even understand what anyone's learning unless you're like a finance guy. And you're like, I'm going to Princeton, or you're a tech person going to Stanford. But these low-level, mid-tier schools, do we need them? I mean, they exist for like football, and it's fun. You go have fun. You go get fucked up for 4 years. You enjoy yourself, but like, do you really? I don't know what you get out of it anymore.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. If you just wanted education, you just want to have more information, and you're not thinking about using it as a career,
Yeah.
which nobody does.
Right.
But if you did that, you can learn some things in college. And if you
Sure.
wanted to be a doctor, well, that's
Yeah.
the way to do it. If you wanted to be a lawyer, that's the way to do it. You have
That's
to go
right.
through university.
But we don't need more of them. Like, we don't need
don't need
more
more
lawyers.
doctors?
We don't need more lawyers. And in terms of doctors, we probably don't
How do I
need
even
more
get
doctors. We
stuck?
have enough
It's
doctors.
like, should I even not warp it? Should
terms
I
of,
just run
like,
through it?
We
Honestly,
have a
that's
lot
what I'm
of
thinking.
doctors. We have every kind of doctor.
So
We
maybe
have
it would have been
plastic
faster.
surgeons. We have all kinds of doctors. It's like, especially because
Yeah, but they die off.
that's a good point, I guess. I mean, then
You gotta
okay.
keep refreshing the population.
But if you're not going to be a doctor, you're not going to be like a lawyer. It's like,
STEM,
we've got a few people doing that.
engineering,
Most
mathematics.
people are just in marketing. People go, I'm in business marketing. You never talk to a kid, they're like, I'm in business marketing. They have no idea what's going
Well,
on.
they don't know what to do. They're
Yeah.
filled with hormones. They're partying outside their house for the first
Right.
time, living in dorms,
Yeah.
getting laid.
It's a good experience.
Yes.
It's a fun experience. I never had it. I went to community college and I dropped out to start selling subprime mortgages. So I regret not going to college, but I like my journey was meaningful too. But yeah, I regret it. I regret not going, kind of.
What do you regret about it?
The experience that you would have had in a college where you're living on your own with everyone your age. But I think my life would have been very different had I done that. I don't know, but it might have been different.
Probably.
So I think the life I had was good because I love comedy. I like what I do, and I think it's good to go through crazy shit and have it be funny. But I think a college experience is interesting if you make the most of it.
You ever think about what life would be like if you didn't do comedy?
Yeah, I do.
Like during the pandemic,
yeah.
how long did you go without doing comedy?
I think I was doing the podcast every week, but I did, when they shut it down in March, and then I think the first time I was on stage might have been, I did a comedy club. Vinny Brand in New Jersey opened up the Stress Factory outside, and he had an entire outside
He
thing.
had a tent.
He had a tent, and I don't know when I did that, but I did it, and it might have been 3 or 4 months. Maybe it was 5 months. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. It might have been longer than that. But it was weird. Yeah, you thought about it. You're like, what would I do? You
Well,
know?
what was weird to me was when it seemed like there was a possibility that we could never go back to doing it again.
Right.
The first few months was like,
Yeah.
what if it just stays like this?
What if it
There's
stays like
no shows ever again.
Right.
And I just have this distant memory of what it's like to do stand-up.
Because it is the best thing. The internet's fun, but it's like being in a room with real people that are live. You need that human connection.
Yeah, it's a great time, too.
Because some of the YouTubers that never are around people, like, it's a little weird.
Oh, yeah.
Like the people whose entire interactions with everyone in life is just on the internet, you can look at them, you go, there's something off. When you talk to them, like, they're kind of like, they always hate that they're not online. Like
Yeah.
when you talk to some of them in real life, they're kind of like, haha. They want to be in front of a computer screen. That's where they're most comfortable.
Yeah.
And there's
That's
something
what they're accustomed to.
It's what they're accustomed to, and it's a little sick. But for me, I love that I grew up without that, and now we have it. but I like that I didn't grow up in front of that screen.
Yeah. Well, I think
Personally.
it definitely does something about your social development. And there was an article recently about how it affects children's brains in a measurable way, like this connection to social media.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, for sure.
undeniable. If you're not interacting with people for the most part, and you're most of the time, like if your job is to be a streamer,
Right.
and the more you stream, the more money you make, and you're streaming all day, your connection with humans has got to be very strange and different than anybody that's ever existed before.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Because you are interacting with people.
Yes.
But you're not interacting with anybody in person. And
Right.
a lot of it is just you putting something out there and then people reacting to things you put out there. It's almost like sending a messenger pigeon.
It's very interesting. It's definitely a unique vantage point where, because you're also dealing with people online, and a lot of them are anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of them are kind of, it's different than it would be if they were in front of you,
Yeah.
speaking to you face to face. People are, really either trolling or they have their guard down, they're saying whatever they want to say. Some of them are being completely honest. Some of them are just trying to have fun. Some of the,
Yeah.
So you get to see maybe the best and worst. I don't know. It's interesting.
Well, you get to see what people are like in the back of their mind without social interaction, without communicating with people. You get to see like the little base thoughts that people have. The little
Right.
Shitty ideas that people have
Right.
about other people, and
Right.
just the shitty ideas they have about themselves.
Right.
It's astounding to me how many people, like when I go on social media, if I just randomly scroll through Twitter, how many people talk about their mental health and how bad their mental health is.
Yes. It's because I talk a lot about it on stage now.
Well, get out of my
Having a
way.
mother who's mentally ill, genuinely, right? And I don't mean that other people, that obviously mental illness it's running rampant, but it does also seem like there's a difference between the mental illness my mother has, where she's a schizophrenic, genuine. She didn't diagnose herself on Instagram. She's genuinely.
Oh, come on.
She's
I gotta
in
clutch
an
this.
institution. She cannot live in a, And I think
Oh,
that's
are
different
you
than, like,
serious?
for example,
No.
depression. And depression is a very bad thing, but there's clinical
37.
depression. There's also situational depression, where
Right.
some of the things that you're doing or eating or whatever,
Damn it.
and there's
But how
like,
do you discern?
I don't. I think
what's
him.
the cause, though?
it's
Thanks,
very
bro. I think
difficult.
the
Because when someone
garb
is
just getting in the
diagnosed with
way
clinical depression, but then
ruined
you
it.
look at their actual lifestyle and you look at what they're doing and what's
Yeah.
fulfilling
I
about
think it
their
ruined
life.
it,
you're
'cause
like,
the
yeah, of course
boost-
you're depressed.
Thanks,
If
brother.
you
Hey,
clean
man,
that
I
up,
appreciate
how
it.
much of it would affect? Like, I don't want to
Yeah.
be dismissive of
That
people
was a
with
close one,
yeah.
though.
A
real
chemical
depression
imbalance,
because
yeah.
I know
I
people
think
that
just
have.
the guard
Yes.
getting in
And
the
I know
way.
people that have taken
Nullified the
antidepressants and changed
boost
their
at the
life,
start.
and then they weaned off of them, and then they're infinitely better off.
So I
than
thought it
they
was
were
going to be
before they took
36
it.
Yeah, I
pods.
Because they were on the verge of suicide.
some people have a chemical imbalance.
That's what I
And some
need. I need
people that can be
36.
corrected with medicine. Some people really, the depression comes from a situation in their life they can clear up. Some people have anxiety because, again, they have this disorder. But then there's a lot of people that have anxiety because, maybe they're in a job they hate.
Yeah.
Maybe they're in a bad relationship.
And then there's some people that just genetically their brain is fucked.
That's right.
That's real.
That's true.
Yeah, there's people, and that's schizophrenia, right?
When you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? You don't want random passersby looking in on you, so why would you let people look in on you when you're going online? Makes sense.
It does make sense.
Using the internet with ExpressVPN is like going to the bathroom and not closing the door. VPNs are huge now. It's very important
It's very important.
because
I have ExpressVPN.
everybody does. Because the thing is, they sell your information. It's called data harvesting and mining. And you want your privacy. And the best part is using ExpressVPN as easy as closing your bathroom door. You just fire up the app, click one button, and you're protected. It's the #1 world VPN rated by Mashable, The Verge, and countless others. VPNs are huge now. If you're online without a VPN, it's like a huge problem. And people die. So if you're like me and you believe your online activity is your business, secure yourself by visiting expressvpn.com.
I want to look at your history.
Yeah, it's great. It's my name. It's just me. Just Googling my name. It's just over and over and over and over and over. And then Zillow. And Zillow
How did I
has it.
miss that one?
I just imagine, where would I be happy? Would I be happy there? Maybe that'll make me happy. Go to expressvpn.com/Tim Dillon today. Use my exclusive link, expressvpn.com/Tim Dillon. And you can get an extra 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/Tim Dillon.
Right,
What
so-
about that guy that just killed those? I don't know if he even killed them. I
The
imagine.
Idaho guy.
The Idaho guy.
That's a fucking
Well, it's weird because for 6 weeks they were like, we don't have one lead, and then everyone's
No.
yeah.
They didn't talk about it because
Okay.
you don't talk about it. When
Yeah.
cops are investigating something,
Yeah.
I mean, they vacuumed that place looking for DNA. They
Right.
got genealogy DNA.
Right.
So they mapped the DNA
Yeah.
to people that were related to
please.
this guy.
Come on.
Crazy.
Yeah, so it's
Come
not that they
on.
didn't have
Well,
any leads.
they didn't share it.
Well, why would they?
Because it's entertaining for me. I would like to
It
know.
wasn't peace,
I would like to
anyways.
know.
That guy scares the shit out of me.
No,
That
he-
there's people like that. They
There's
said
people
that
like that.
the people that went to school with him said that when he went back to school. Now, this is obviously if he did it, that he was noticeably happier and noticeably had more
We're getting
energy
good
and
gates, though.
more lively and interacting with people,
Well,
which is fucking creepy.
that's a really sick person.
Yeah.
And,
Well, this is
you
a
know,
guy that was studying criminal behavior
Yeah.
and I mean, he was. you
That's
know,
crazy. He came back after and he was happier.
well, that's what they said. But
Yeah.
also, this is.
Hearsay.
But this is also people that know him, and maybe they think he's a creep, and
Right.
Who knows?
But the idea that you could
Yeah,
have
those
that in
people.
your brain where you one day you could stalk these people or whatever, figure out how to murder people and just go in, kill these innocent people and leave and go to school the next day. Like that is somebody's brain that's fucked. There's
Fucked.
no other way to say it.
There's no other way to say it.
There's no other way to say it.
And they think there's just a certain percentage of those people. Like there's a certain percentage of sociopaths.
And I guess the challenge
Nice
is
stairs. I
identifying.
think it's 53.
Psychopaths, sociopaths.
That's where the
some-
text or stuff comes in, and you start to get nervous about it because, like, they'll be like, "Well, we want to start identifying those types of people early." It's like, yeah, but that's almost, you run the risk there of, drawing lines around a lot of people who are never
I
going to
need
do
one,
that.
I need
who
one
are
more
either
boost or a perfect
goofy or
gate.
funny or silly or saying dumb shit online, and then
They like death metal.
yeah, they like death metal,
They like
whatever.
horror
They
movies.
listen to my podcast,
They really
whatever.
don't want
the-
to hurt anybody.
yeah, they don't want to hurt people. But at the end of the day, it's like that's where a lot of that tech stuff comes from. They're like, well, we got to identify
Come on.
these like antisocial people.
That's Minority Report.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah.
that's what it is. That's
Pre-crime.
Pre-crime.
Yeah, that's scary shit.
It's scary.
It's scary also because there's people that at times in their life, like there was a guy who was on this
Who's me?
podcast. John Bernthal, the actor.
Yes.
Great guy.
Yeah.
What an interesting dude.
Interesting.
Like way different than when people think of actors, they think of people that are insincere. This guy's the opposite of that. He's super sincere.
Yeah.
Really intelligent. Really articulate. Very deep and interesting guy, and a really nice guy too.
Yeah.
Really liked him. But he was talking about this guy that he knew that he interviewed that was he was going to blow up a mosque. And he went into this he had this hate of Muslims after coming back from overseas,
Right.
from serving, and he was going to blow up a mosque. And he went in there and he met this woman who welcomed him into the mosque, and he was still totally intent on blowing her up, blowing everybody up. She invited him over her home for dinner. He was still intent on it. So he gets to know her and his family, completely changes course, becomes a devout Muslim.
Wow.
And then talked about the whole experience. About
Oh,
what
how
his
did I
plans
miss
were,
that one?
and that he didn't do it.
What?
And now he's this like very happy.
Well, that's like there was a prison guard in Guantanamo Bay that converted to Islam. He was a prison guard. That's how you know you're losing the war, America. By the way, that's not a great sign. But he converted to Islam because, he struck up a friendship with a guy in the thing. I think people are looking for something, and
that gives him purpose.
the intensity of belief is always interesting to me. And the people, and I like, Camille Paglia wrote an interesting article about Obama, and she goes, he's such a brilliant guy, but one thing he doesn't seem to understand is like religion. He doesn't understand like passion and intensity of like belief systems because he is so intelligent that he doesn't seem to grasp that which motivates people. Like, that
How does
is-
she know that though?
well, she just made comments on like the way he would talk about religion. I think this was like after he made that comment, like people cling to their guns and their Bibles or whatever. And she was like, I don't think he fully, understands, being a Harvard educated guy. Like he doesn't fully understand, that religion provides a great comfort to many people and a organizing principle for their life, right?
Yeah.
I do think that it can spill over into this fervor that's unhealthy, right? And you see that with fundamentalist religion everywhere, where it's like whether it's you're a Christian or Muslim, there is a certain value to critical thinking and not cult behavior. But yeah, that's interesting. A story like that where a guy goes in to kill people and goes, "Well, I want to be one of you." And that's someone who's looking for something.
Yeah. Well, obviously, just the fact that he wanted to go in there and blow the mosque up, he's obviously in a bad place.
He's not in a good place.
And sometimes when people get involved in a really rigid ideology, a religion with a bunch of other people that are committed, they feel a sense of community and purpose, and it gives them discipline and focus and. The Islamic faith is particularly rigid in that regard.
Yes.
And particularly devout.
Well, a lot of those faiths are, if you follow the letter of the law. Like in the Western world, a lot of our faiths have been tempered by the types of governments we have, right? So where we have a separation of religion and government. But in other parts of the world, they don't. And I think one of the problems now, and you're seeing this kind of resurgence of religion, which I think could be good. It depends, right, on the form it takes. But a lot of the Western world is people feel an emptiness now that religion isn't big in America, but we haven't replaced it with anything.
Right.
Like people are still at the end of the day trying to figure out why are we here? What are we doing here? Does anything happen when we die? How should we behave towards each other? And we haven't given them anything. They had this. My grandparents were devout Catholic. My grandmother was devout Catholic. My grandfather was a devout Catholic. She was still a Democrat and voted. She was still like, not someone who, but she went to church all the time in her life and the way she believed. They were both, I was around both of them when they died. You couldn't find a more peaceful person as they were dying.
Because they believed.
They believed. Yeah. Like my grandfather, when he was diagnosed with cancer and they said, you don't have much left, he said, my kingdom is not of this earth. He's like, that's fine with me. He was really at peace. My grandmother, too. My grandmother said, I've lived a good life. And,
Well, that's what people want.
That's what people want.
They want
that
to be
peace.
at peace, yeah. It's very hard to achieve peace in this world.
True, Bruce.
Especially
What
if
was
you're doing
that?
difficult things.
Yeah.
It's very hard. It's very hard to, just the battles you have in your own mind with failure, and everything that you're doing in life, the people that you interact with,
one more boost.
chaos and
Please.
struggles and strife, and then the why. What is it all for? If you don't have a what is it all for, it can get really fucking weird.
Yeah, and I think that not knowing that
I think I'm looking up too
people
early
can't
again.
deal with it. And it's easier maybe for people that can block all that out and just go. But I think a lot of people struggle with that.
Well, a lot of people use drugs to block it out.
A lot of people use drugs.
A lot of people like amphetamines,
Right.
Because it just blocks it out.
Boom, boom,
You just
boom.
Go.
You just go.
Keep going. And
Yeah.
Your purpose isn't going.
Yeah. Yeah.
It just kind of gets muted.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult, I think, for a lot of people to just make peace with the idea that it's the unknown.
Yeah.
We really don't know. You
What?
could follow a
Why?
system. You can
Come on.
try to be, and that's where I guess some of that DMT shit that helps. People seem to come back from some psychedelic experiences and feel better about everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
I definitely do.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely changed the way I look at it.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that that's real, that you can actually have that experience. Like, how does
Right.
everybody not know about this? How is this not promoted?
Yeah.
And it, obviously, not for everybody, especially not for people who already have a slippery grasp on reality itself.
That's a problem.
It's a big problem with psychedelics, and not just psychedelics, but like milder psychedelics, like marijuana and people with schizophrenia.
Yeah.
That's what Alex Berenson wrote about in his book, Tell Your Children.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting book because a lot of people that are pro-marijuana, like including myself, instinctively want to reject this notion that it triggers schizophrenia.
Well, every
does.
I
time.
think it might. I think with some people. I mean, it doesn't with me, but I think some people that have a tendency or an inclination towards that, and they have like a really
I tried to really
low
yodel
dose
it.
of edibles or something like that. I've seen people crack. I know multiple people in my life that have gotten really fucked up from weed and got crazy paranoid.
And it's hard to know until you've done it, right?
Right.
It's basically it's too late.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people, you know, they smoke pot, they want to smoke pot, and eventually, like, you know, maybe some underlying, you know, tendencies, schizophrenia, like that stuff just comes out. They don't know it.
And a lot of them are smoking it all day, every day. And so that's the reality. The way they interface with the world is through cannabis. Like they're
It's too much.
It's probably, but some people are fine with it.
And then everybody's on pills, right? I mean, there's the amount of people that are on SSRIs or depression meds or anxiety meds. I mean, it's a massive amount of people.
a lot of
There's
people.
so much money in it.
Yeah.
Just get vaccinated. Stop with the pills. Just get a COVID vaccine every 4 months. You'll feel better about whatever's wrong.
Will you?
Yeah. I mean, my aunt's on her 9th booster, and she feels great. She calls me, "Get boosted. I just got boosted. Yeah." She's great. Her eyes are blood red. She's, you know.
I wonder if people get addicted to doing it.
Oh, there's, by the way,
Like they want to do it more
we're
often.
going to
They're a
read.
little nervous.
We need an article about the person who's gotten vaccinated 100 times for COVID.
What's the person alive that got vaccinated the most times right
There's
now for COVID?
definitely somebody who's gotten vaccinated way more than they should have.
What's the number you think?
Ooh, I don't know.
Like, you know how like people that are hooked on oxys, they go to a different
Yes.
doctor?
Yes.
Especially before I had a friend who he fucked himself up. I forget what his injury was. But he got on oxys in Texas, and then he moved to California and got on oxys with a different doctor.
Right.
And was getting both doctors to prescribe him, and then he went off the rails.
Doctor shopping,
Yeah.
they call it.
Well,
Yeah.
it's the fact that I guess the doctor in Texas didn't know that the doctor in LA was giving it to him.
Right.
So he's getting double dose, and then he was getting it on the street. And
Yeah.
then next thing you know, like, he's fucking gone.
Yeah.
He was pretty normal before that happened.
Yeah, there's got to be people that are abusing vaccines.
Like, what I would like to know, like, what's the is there, see, Google this. What
Yeah. He's looking. It's hard to find.
person who's been vaccinated? I mean, this guy.
By the
could,
way,
like,
there's no way Pfizer likes that article.
no,
Right?
It's got probably like online support groups.
Guinness is not putting this person in.
Yeah.
No.
No, they're keeping this quiet.
But there's probably like some online
Oh, yeah.
things where people are like discussing, like, you know, there's people that they feel like they should chop a hand off.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
and they feel like they're not supposed to have a left hand.
Well, there's also weird stuff where people pretend to be disabled. And like,
Yes.
it's crazy.
Yes, they want to be.
They want to be
Yeah.
disabled. There's something about it.
It's like trans disabled.
Yeah, I mean, but the brain is such an amazing thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Oliver Sacks was this amazing. I forget what he was. Psychologist. He wrote a book called "The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat," and it was this crazy book about rare brain conditions.
It's
where, like,
53.
people just, for whatever reason, their brains
No boost
function
though.
in a way that was so puzzling, even to doctors.
What?
Even
54.
doctors were like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah.
Yeah, now obviously that stuff keeps you up at night, so you don't want to, you know, because you start hypochondria. You go, wait a minute, I don't know. I had a headache yesterday. You
It
know?
makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
the brain is like a very complicated biological computer in some
Yeah.
ways. Like, you ever drop your phone and just start doing wacky shit?
Yeah,
I had a phone once.
Sure.
I dropped it in Hawaii and just
Yeah.
started calling people.
yeah,
I'd hang up and it would just randomly call someone else. Hang
Yeah.
up, randomly call someone else. Like,
Yeah.
look at this shit.
and that's what your brain will do.
Some people's brains.
Yeah.
It's just the wires are wrong. Everything's fucked. Something got knocked loose. And then,
Yeah, and that's
then
crazy.
That's you forever.
yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
I
it's
say
scary.
about knockouts. Like, some people that have been knocked out, like, they don't come back the same person.
Yeah,
They're in a new world now.
Yeah.
They're a new human with a new way of interfacing because their brain is fucked.
yeah. Are you now with all the bad press with the NFTs? Are you happy you never took my advice?
Yes. Not only did I not take your advice, I refused advertisements.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
there-
smart.
Yeah, there was a few of those crypto.
Yeah.
And fucking. And I'm like, that's not real.
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved in telling people to
Yeah.
put their money into something that I don't fucking
It's
believe
tough. It was a gamble, you know, and you know, a lot of people lost, and that's, you know, now a lot of people are getting held to the account, right? There's a
Yep.
lot of people, Logan Paul, a lot of these guys, people are upset at people.
Tom Brady. A lot
Tom
of those
Brady,
people
yeah.
are getting sued in a class action lawsuit.
A lot of people are angry.
Yeah, Paul. You know, like, how about those Matt Damon commercials
Yeah.
where he's comparing it to like Magellan and fucking people
That's
that landed
crazy.
on the moon?
Yeah,
Be
Yeah.
brave.
Yeah.
Be brave with your fucking entire life savings.
Kim Kardashian got involved,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, those people were throwing money around.
Yeah.
They were throwing a lot of fucking money around.
Yeah,
And
not to
it's-
me. So, but we had
It could have been.
we would do crypto ads on the show, not for
Did you?
specific things. Yeah, we did crypto ads for like if you want to invest in crypto, here's a good service to invest with. But it wasn't like I wasn't like pumping my own Dylan coin.
Right.
You know what I
right,
mean? Like I
right.
was doing that, but like, yeah, I mean, like I would still do ads for FTX. Like if they, I would still do them. If they, you know what I mean? If there was a plan, like if Sam Bankman-Fried said to me, "We're going to make everyone whole," which is what he keeps saying.
How is that even possible?
Well, it's hard.
Aren't there millions of creditors?
So much.
Millions.
Millions.
So there's millions of people he owes money to.
Yes.
So even if he owes them $1.
Yeah. He goes, I just want to make them whole. Like they keep interviewing him and he keeps going, my goal here is to make the customers whole. And so if he called me and goes, we're going to make everyone whole and, we're going to pay your rate and we're going to get in there and do some ads, it's like, I'm not going to hold one mistake against him.
Do you think he thinks that he can just do it again?
Yes. This is, I
Because he
believe
did it
this.
already.
I believe that a guy like that believes I was in a room with Bill Clinton. I was in a room with Joe Biden. I was in a room with the most powerful people in the world. I was the second biggest donor to Joe Biden's presidential campaign. I can get out of this and maybe serve my sentence, or he pled not guilty, so he might be thinking like, there's a comeback story. It's what's getting him up every day. There's no way that a redemption arc is not motivating his behavior.
Do you think they let him be on amphetamines now?
Oh, I don't know.
Because wasn't that part of the problem? They were all jacked up on pills.
Well, part of the problem was they were
Right?
just, well, maybe that's true, and I think that's part of the problem. But part of the problem is this is also all bullshit, kind of, That's also part of the problem, right?
That's the problem.
Bitcoin, like a lot of this stuff didn't get implemented, right? It's not being used. It's not like the currency is not
Well,
being used.
FTX didn't even
Right.
trade in Bitcoin.
No, they would do these other fucking bullshit.
Which is really wild.
It's wild. And then they had the Alameda Reason. They were just doing a sex cult in the Bahamas with ugly people, and I'm for that.
I'm for it too.
I'm for
it's
it.
a great story if it was real. Like if they were
Yes.
just making money and banging each other and taking
Yeah,
pills,
it's a
and it
sex
worked
cult
out.
for gross nerds.
It worked out great for a while. And
Yes.
during that time, it was a wonderful story.
It's amazing they couldn't get hot people with the amount of money they had. But they just had gross, smart people fucking each other on an island.
Yeah.
How great. Everyone looked gross. Nobody looked like they showered. People's hair was weird. It was like an old hippie commune.
Yeah, but
There's
what was
some
the
fun about
purpose of the Bahamas? This is the regulatory thing there?
Yeah, they don't want to be under the watchful eye. They wanted to get out and do
Do you
their
know,
own.
Jamie? Do you know? You're over
Yeah.
there? What is the...
It's regulators, U.S. regulators. Yeah.
A bunch of cryptos are down there.
No, they're all down there. By the way, they all moved to Puerto Rico. Why do you think that is?
Well, that's all taxes. thing,
It's
too,
4%
right?
tax rate, and they can kind of do whatever they want. And now they're all being found dead.
What?
All these crypto guys, a lot of them are like, one guy ended up, he tweeted like the CIA's gonna kill me,
Yes.
and then he ended up in the ocean.
Yeah,
Well, that
I
was
did
a-
see that.
That seemed odd,
A little sketchy.
a little sketchy. And then he just ended up in, because a lot of what happens, I think, with these guys, these Bitcoin guys, is the government has to understand this stuff better, right? So the government has to go and figure out, how are you guys doing, whatever you know what I mean? And the government probably sends agents out to befriend these people, right? And then these people either figure something out they shouldn't figure out, or are no longer useful. And then what happens when you're no longer useful is you go.
It's not useful. You're a liability.
Well,
It's
you
not
become a
that they're no
liability.
longer useful. It's that they
Well,
could
sure.
possibly tell a story
That's
that
right.
could get people fucked.
Yeah, that could expose the identities of people. Yeah, for
The
sure.
guy who drowned, what was he saying? You know that story, Jamie, right? But it is one of many. And you
Yeah.
also have to think, look, you're not dealing with the mentally the healthiest people in the world.
That's
that are
true.
involved in this.
CIA.
Mossad, and pedo elite are running some kind of sex trafficking and entrapment blackmail ring out of Puerto Rico and the Caribbean islands. They're going to frame me with a laptop planted by my ex-girlfriend who was a spy. They will torture me to death.
By the way, this guy's a fun guy to do lunch with. You just want to talk. I mean, by the way, if somebody said that to me, I'd go on.
That's the gentleman right there?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy. They all have that look. Sam Bankman-Fried. You know what I
But
mean?
that is
and
what
I
you
don't
would
mean
do.
Jewish.
But that is what
yeah.
you would do
Yeah.
if you were an intelligence agency
Yes.
and you wanted to entrap a nerd. You would bring a hot spy.
Of course.
And they have hot spies.
Of course.
I've seen James Bond.
Yeah. Of
That's
course they're
real.
bringing in a hot spy.
That's what they do.
That's how you know FTX was uncompromised.
There were no hot spies.
That's true. That's a
That
good
was
point.
uncompromised. The CIA was like, I can't believe it. They actually want to fuck each other.
That's
They're like,
you
this isn't
can't
gonna
crack 'em.
work.
They have 10 people to choose from. They're all on an island. Guys and girls just banging each other.
Yeah.
And when you're on that amount of amphetamines and what else they're on, who
Yeah,
knows? They're
yeah.
probably enjoying every fucking second of it.
Yeah, the Indian guy's attractive in FTX. I will say that. Everyone else is gross. I don't want to put him in with the rest.
Who?
There was an Indian guy who's attractive, but everybody else was was rough.
He's probably the king.
It was rough. Everybody else was rough. Well, Freed was the king because he was the brains,
The mastermind.
He was the mastermind.
Well, he also had that mom that was a Democratic operative.
And they went to Stanford, man. It's so funny because I walked around Stanford. I was doing the San Jose Improv, and I walked around Stanford, and you do get a vibe. It's interesting. It's like they are the future leaders. Those are the tech. It's like Harvard and Yale. It's like, fuck all that. That old WASP money. Fuck that. It's all about Stanford.
So these are all the folks?
Yeah,
One guy's good
he's
looking.
the guy. That's
well, the
the
guy
guy.
with the glasses to the right of him's not bad looking.
You know what?
Take off those glasses.
That's the best picture he took. And if you saw him in real life, you'd go, oh. No,
Come on.
I think the Indian guy holds up.
No. That guy with the blue V-neck, he could go to the gym, get jacked, shave his head.
He's got, I can tell you,
He's got
he
good
has
features.
bad skin. I'll just tell you.
No!
I'm telling you, if you
He
saw
looks
him
good.
in real life, he'd have horrible skin.
Really?
He's very oily.
How do you know?
I just feel it.
Oh, you just guessed.
I'm just feeling
You're
it.
being mean.
I'm not being mean.
Now-
First of all, they stole everyone's money.
Well, did
Can we
he?
not make
Is
fun
he
of
in
that?
trouble as well?
Oh,
Because
look-
it seems like only Sam Bankman-Fried is in jail,
Yeah,
which
because
is pretty wild.
other people flipped. They became rats.
Well,
because
Caroline did, right? She
Caroline
flipped.
flipped because there's no honor anymore.
Put those photos up. There's one other gentleman
Gary
flipped too,
Wang
right?
flipped.
Who's which one is he?
I believe he's Asian.
If he's not, he's culturally appropriating.
If he's not, he's got some explaining to do.
Yeah, which guy flipped?
That I'm gonna guess that's Gary Wang.
Well, or
If
the guy
I-
next to him.
Gun to my head, that's Gary
Well, what
Wang.
about the guy next to him?
That's a Persaud. That's a Wang.
Okay, and so those
I mean, that guy on the left, I mean, he looks like British.
are they all? Oh, there's Gary Wang. You
I
nailed
got it.
You son of a bitch.
See, Brett Harrison already looks worse. See?
Is that the same guy?
Dude, he already looks worse.
Wait, that's the same guy
It's
that I was just
already
looking at?
rough.
Go back to the other picture.
That's the same.
That can't be the same guy.
I'm telling you, Joe.
No, that's
Yes.
not the same guy.
I guarantee it's the same
No,
dude.
it's the guy to the right of him, isn't it?
We gotta find it.
Go
Maybe
back
you're
again.
right.
Let me see that again and go back to the other one again. No.
Yeah, maybe you're right. I
That is
don't
not.
know.
No fucking way.
I don't know, dude.
That guy wishes. That guy's balding. The other guy had a full head of hair. Go back. Full head of hair. Luscious hair.
Yeah,
I
his
kill
hair
for
is
that
nice.
hair.
His hair is good.
No, there's no way that's the same guy. That's a handsome fellow with the V-neck. I'm in his corner. Just
Okay.
leave him alone.
Okay, but let's see because those
Yeah,
are the
what do you
names.
got there?
Those are the names.
Okay, so here's the inner circle.
Okay, keep going down. We know her.
She's wild. Like,
She's a wild- she's a
listening
fun
to
wild-
her talking. There's
I mean,
Sam
this guy.
Sciacca. Yeah, he's not. No, there's Gary Wang.
Gary Wang.
He's in trouble. There's William McCaskill.
Okay,
Wait
all
a
right.
minute. William McCaskill.
That is the same guy.
Mentor of Sam Bankman-Fried. Wait, scroll back down again. What does it say? Philosophy professor at Oxford, chief architect of effective altruism. Didn't we have him on the podcast?
Did you have him on the podcast? Are you involved in this?
Hold on a second.
The feds break in
I
right now.
think we had someone on the podcast
Oh wow, that's him.
that was
Look at
talking about
this.
effective altruism. Yeah, he was a very nice guy. And I think there was a request to have him back on recently before the shit hit the fan. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, handsome fellow.
Yeah, he isn't bad.
No, he's very nice guy.
Well,
And
the-
he was talking
yeah.
about effective
He's a
altruism.
sweetheart.
Let's hear him talk. Hear him talk a little bit.
Interested for learning. They're going to be interested in running, because they're now going to have huge, amazing computer power. They're going to be able to create simulations that they're going to have some
Bruce
interest
Lee.
in running simulations.
Do
of the
it.
past.
Come on.
Well, the number of,
Please.
if that is true, then the number of
Scottish?
simulations
Come on.
these future people are going to be running will vastly outnumber the number of actual timelines, base universe, as it were. So for the one real universe where history kind of unfolds, there's also, let's call it 10,000 simulations of that universe. And if that's true, then it's the case that, well, given that I'm just, these things really are indiscernible for the people who are inside them, it's overwhelmingly likely, just in the base rate, that I'm going to be in a simulation rather than in the real world. And what Nick Bostrom says actually is not that we definitely are in a simulation, but he just points out the conflict between these three kind of beliefs that we would seem to hold. One is that we're not going to go extinct in the near future. Two is that people in the future will have some interest in simulating the past. And thirdly, that we're not living in a simulation. And he himself gives, a reasonable degree of belief. Maybe he thinks 10% likely, 15% likely that we're in a simulation. Other people who understand the argument vary a bit more, but I think, it's something you should at least be taken seriously. The reason I reject it is kind of even weirder, I think. Well, it's somewhat technical. But
what's interesting is like Sam.
I'm sure I'm going to give a dumb answer, so let's get out of there right now.
Sam Bankman-Fried heard that and went, "Great, we're going to do it, and we don't care if the experiences are real."
Well, I would imagine that Will McCaskill was involved with them because they were donating a lot of money to altruistic causes, and that's probably what his position was. His whole thing was about giving. He gave away most of his income. I believe he only kept some very small amount, like $30,000 a year, and most of his money that he earned, he was giving away.
That's how you know they're real bad, folks, when they start giving away their money. That's how you know. Nobody
He's giving away his own money.
I know, but
he lived a very simple life.
I know. So is Warren Buffett and Bill Gates, the angels. They're all giving away. All these billionaires are like, we're going to give away our money, and we're setting up all these foundations, and a lot of it's a fraud. It's like a tax scam. And the other thing is like, it's never enough. They're not just giving you the money. They're giving you the money and then going, and here's what I want society to look like. That's the problem. They go, here's my ideas on public health policy. It's like, when you started Microsoft, what the fuck do you know about it? Go, shut up. This is what I want. Here's what I want.
It is bizarre when they get involved with public health policy.
Why is Bill Gates buying up farmland?
Yeah.
Why is Bill Gates buying up
telling everybody
farmland?
not to eat meat?
Yeah, there's a weird thing where they want to socially engineer society, and they think from where they sit, they can do that. And the cover for that is, we're doing everything for you. You're going to love it. It's going to be better. And just to prove I'm not a crazy lunatic who wants control over you, look, all this money I have, I'm giving it away. Yay, here it is. I'm throwing it out. And the reality is they're just doing it to increase their power base. I mean, it seems none of them are broke. They're all just,
Interesting.
Yeah.
The farmland stuff is wild.
It's wild. Why would he?
Also seeds. He controls most of the seeds.
They want a
number of
meatless
seeds.
future. Here's the thing about, because everyone can be trans, but then I go, what's the point of that? Like, they just want a genderless, like everyone's genderless and like typing a pod.
Yeah,
like,
but Bill Gates is not genderless. That was the thing about Gates, is that he likes pussy.
Yeah, I know. And he was, so to me, I go, what is the like, if everyone's like this weird, like, androgynous pod person, I go, who even benefits from this? I don't know.
Do you really think that's what they want?
Yes,
or do you think
kind of.
If society gets boiled down to this thing where we're not dangerous anymore?
They want a very docile, group of people, and I think this is what they've always wanted.
Well, if you could make all the men feminine.
You can make all the men feminine, but
that's
also
a way to stop revolt.
If you can plug everybody into the idea that they are always doing the right thing, and everything they're being told to do is for the betterment of others, and there's this social responsibility they have, and it's good to do this and it's bad to do that.
Right.
And when you introduce all these things, because most people want to be good people.
Yeah.
So if you can get them there, which is why the woke shit goes so far, because people go, well, I just want to be a good person.
Right.
So I don't want to deal with it, So I think that's a part of it. They just want everybody to be, it's kind of a slave state where everyone will just go and work at their jobs and not complain.
Yeah.
And corporations will, own everything and everybody. And, they tell you what they want. I mean, the articles are out, you'll own nothing and be happy. You'll have no savings. You don't need to own a car. You don't need to own a house. You can just be on Uber. Well, we'll know where you're going. And
isn't that wild that you will own nothing and you'll be happy?
But this is the people. It's wilder that the people who are writing that own everything.
But obviously, someone has to own things,
right?
Otherwise, you would just take whatever you want.
That article came out, I think, in like Bloomberg or something. It came out in It came out in something where you'd go, what? Like, so the people that own everything are telling you that you don't need to own anything. And that the gig economy is great. You can just go from gig to gig to gig. and you're on, you're on the grid, and
Well, maybe the idea is, like, if you wanted to look at it in the most charitable way, if you extrapolate it to the future, like maybe one of the things that's holding people back is this desire to possess things, and is this desire to constantly accumulate wealth and money and power. And if it was even across the board, and we could just concentrate on the things that we enjoy doing and not concentrate on things
People
like
don't enjoy
accumulation of-
doing
It's not
Christian,
human.
please.
Yeah.
Like,
That's the problem. It's not.
please.
It's
Come
not.
on.
You're talking
So
about like
the
things
guy
other
in
than human
Idaho
beings.
concentrated on what he enjoyed doing, and now we have 4 people dead. Everybody, by the way, everybody was like, "Oh,
suck,
COVID's
too.
here. Like, no one's working anymore. It's going to be a paradise. Look, everyone's going to start community gardens." What happened? I remember a lot of things getting burned down. People need shit to do. And
It's
I'm not
social
saying they should-
isolation, too.
Yeah, they shouldn't be slaves to their jobs, but people need things to do. And when you talk about people owning things and material things, it's like, yeah, people want houses. It's not only a material thing, right? It's a way to basically provide a sense of security, safety, comfort,
Yeah.
that you're not depending necessarily on someone else to provide you. You're able to independently give your family a certain quality of life because you own a home.
Right.
When you own a car, you have the ability to travel and get a job that you want, per se. You have more freedom. I look at all those things as freedom, right? Like, and you're right, there is a materialist angle of that where, like, you can always get caught up in, the house isn't big enough or the car's not nicer or whatever.
Yeah.
But at the bare bones, these people are just, I think, trying to, basically self-actualize and have things. And the people that are telling them they don't need any of those things, I mean, well, then what the hell are they replacing it with? An apartment you rent, and everybody will tell you the color of the wall, and no noise after 10 has to be. That's why people stop with Airbnb. People don't. Airbnb is going to go out of business soon because people don't Google that.
Are
But
you
they
saying that? Are you
No.
saying that just because you got banned from Airbnb?
It's completely a coincidence I'm saying this. Airbnb got too crazy with the rules. They kept telling everyone to clean their own stuff up, and people are like, well, I'm paying a huge cleaning fee, and why am I not supposed to be loud after 10 p.m.? They got rule obsessed, and people are sick of it, and now Airbnb is going to go out of business, and hotels are back. Everyone likes hotels now. Airbnb is zero, and hotels are winning.
Is this true?
Yes, people are going back to hotels. People are getting sick of Airbnb.
But is Airbnb, is that an actual fact? That
Well, they're
Airbnb
putting all
is-
kinds of no.
I'm glad this is your podcast, not mine.
Nobody. And here's the brilliance of this setup: no one knows it's mine.
That's true.
So I get all these views because they think it's yours.
Right.
They think it's back on YouTube. It's great.
Right.
We don't even say it's mine. We just put it out. I start doing ads for Traeger Grill. But no, I think Airbnbs they got restrictive, and there are articles about it. Like, obviously, I'm kidding; they're not going out of business. But people started saying, like, "Hey, man, I'm on vacation. Like, when I check into an Airbnb and there's 35 rules, I don't feel like I'm on vacation."
Now, is this just up to the person who owns the home?
Yes,
And they
but
decide what the rules are?
yes, but it just got too much.
But can you look at that in advance before you decide to rent a house?
I
Do they-
believe you can.
So then,
But then
wouldn't
some
you
of
just
it they
gravitate
spring
towards?
on you.
Oh,
But it's
really?
a lot of them now. A lot of these things are like, everybody's just like, don't be, because they're in residential areas.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like, well, don't be loud after 10. And
Well, it's got to be a problem, and because I know it's a problem because I know a guy who owns a home, and right next to his home, he lives in a wealthy area, and they rented it out to TikTok kids. It was
Yes.
like an Airbnb at a really
Right.
baller place. You want some coffee?
yes,
They rented it out
only a
to.
little. Thank you. That's fine.
Okay. They rented it out to a bunch of TikTok kids, and they were having all these parties all the time. And he started getting really pissed off because, his neighborhood would be crowded with cars now, and and they're in this very wealthy community, this really nice house.
That's
and
right.
These TikTok kids have a shit ton of money.
When I would
somehow.
rent these Airbnbs, what happens is I would just sit in the backyard with a microphone and scream because I'd be doing my podcast, and people wouldn't like it because somebody would be raising their kids, and I'm like, Meghan Markle's a whore, and they're like, what is? And I'm like, it's my job. It's legitimately my job
Yeah.
to do. I'd be smoking cigarettes and yelling into a microphone, and they'd go, hey man, this is not. So I get it, but that's why people, I think are
What the
gravitating back to, Airbnb felt very pandemic-y. Everyone's like on vacation in someone else's life. Let me see, it was interesting. It was like, everything, had become possible during the pandemic. And people were like, maybe, people were moving around, people were questioning all kinds of things. And it was interesting. They're like, what would it be like to live in wherever? And I'll live in a house. But now people, I think, are just going, hey, man, let's go to a fucking hotel. The maids come in, they clean, they have room service. So, I mean, that's what I think. Sorry, Airbnb.
I think this might be motivated by your hate for Airbnb because
Well,
they
it
kicked
is.
you off the platform.
It is.
Airbnb is on the outs,
Thank
or is it? Airbnb's once lauded vacation rental model begins to go stale. Who disrupts the disruptor? Oh, interesting. Has the Airbnb bubble burst? According to one recent viral tweet, Airbnb hosts have seen bookings evaporate since the busy summer travel season. Airbnb bust is upon us. What's going on with Airbnb? No bookings at all. Oh, okay, so people who this is Airbnb superhosts.
And also, they're putting more restrictions on rentals in certain communities, right? So Tahoe.
Look at this. It says, has anyone seen a huge decrease in bookings over the last 3 to 4 months? We went from at least 50% occupancy to literally 0% the last 2 months. I'm just curious if something's going on with my property or if other people are seeing similar things. I'm in Palm Springs. Where you look.
Stop telling people.
Isn't that where you have a problem?
Yeah, Joshua Tree. Stop telling people to take their own garbage out. Stop telling them to clean their own dishes. Make it an actual vacation experience for them. Get off your lazy asses, walk into your house and do the dishes for people and take out the garbage and have a maid do it. They pay a $500 cleaning fee. That should be cleaning. Someone needs to clean. So that's a huge problem. And that's the problem that I had where it's like, I'm paying a cleaning fee. I should also not have to clean on top of that. And stop with the COVID cleaning. It's fake. Well, it's a deep COVID clean. It's fake.
What do you mean, deep COVID?
They used to say that during the pandemic. They'd be like, we're doing a deep COVID clean. It's like, number one, it doesn't live on surfaces. Number two, this is fake. So
they were charging you more money for that?
Of course. You know the
deep
game.
COVID clean.
I just think that it's one of those things where, it's been interesting to see it change, right? I think, and they're also putting, Tahoe just banned short-term rentals.
Really?
Got to be 30 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. So they essentially put Airbnb out of business there.
They don't want you doing short-term rentals in Tahoe. Jamie, make sure that's true, but I believe that is true. Someone told me that.
Interesting. Well, Tahoe's a big money place.
It's a huge place, and there's a lot of money there, but I think they're getting sick of the short-term rentals.
Interesting. The Tahoe kind of makes sense to me.
Have you ever swam in it? It's supposedly so cold, it's like you can't breathe.
Like a ice bath?
Kind of.
Interesting.
They say it's one of the coldest lakes. It stays cold all year.
Oh, it's a glacier lake?
Yeah, Mark Twain said it would revive a mummy. Yeah, I've never swam in it, but supposedly it's really like...
I wonder what the temperature is.
I see of last year they capped short-term rentals, but this was almost a year ago, so I don't know if something happened since then.
And I think
When you said capped, what does it mean?
It's a 6-month moratorium, so like whatever was there now, you can't have any more additional short-term rentals added to the county or the...
Yeah, they were getting real upset with short-term rentals, and I think they might have just banned it and just said you got to do 30 days.
See if that's true.
I don't know if that's true or not. Yeah, my realtor said that. I don't know if that's true, but
Why would your realtor lie to you?
I don't think
that a realtor.
I think he wouldn't.
Yeah. So blame him.
Yeah, but
It's the whole getting people to stay in your house for a little while and pretend it's a hotel, but then make them clean up. That does seem a little problematic.
it's weird.
Seems like you should hire a maid.
It's strange, and it's confusing because you check in and you go, well, I want to treat this like my house, and I treat my house like shit. So
Here it is. What does it say here? Wired cities cites New York City and Lake Tahoe as examples. Arizona SB 1350, a law that bypasses states' ban on short-term rentals, means that such a crackdown is unlikely to happen.
So what does that even mean?
I don't know.
Some locations across the board have instituted crackdowns on racial identity, such as New York City and Tahoe.
Wired cities. What does that mean?
Wired is where the article is, I think.
I get it. So some locations have instituted crackdowns or even wholesale bans. So that does seem to prove your point. So Wired cites New York City. It's Wired magazine. It's got this going on.
Gotcha.
It's New York City and Lake Tahoe as examples.
Yeah, this article's about Sedona getting crippled by the Airbnb goals 5 days ago.
It's also creepy, man. Most Airbnbs you stay in, people are watching you.
What?
Most Airbnbs you stay in, people are watching you.
They're watching
Like,
it, with
yeah.
little cameras.
No, not even like that. But sometimes there are weird cameras. But like,
I've heard
It
that.
just, there's surveillance. It's weird. Like, literally, they'll tell you when you check in, they're like, don't have any people here because you're on camera and the neighbors are watching. So it's like, they're like, don't have anybody over, don't have any parties, like,
Isn't
we're
that
watching.
Like
It's
where
so
someone's
creepy.
pretending to be a hotel, but they're a private individual that wants absolute control, but they don't understand how hotels work.
This is why Airbnb is a sick company that has allowed a lot of people's, like, weird voyeuristic impulses to take over, and they've monetized it. It should be outlawed. Frankly, they should outlaw Airbnb.
Woman books Airbnb only to find it's an abandoned villa with smashed windows. Oh, wow. So it's in Bali, though.
Right.
So this is, what did she get here? No one home.
Well, that's no one's supposed to be home.
There's a pond. Smashed windows. Where's the smashed windows? Okay. That's it?
Well, here's the deal. It's like, you know, it's interesting. I think if you have a large group of people, I totally understand like why you would consider being in a place, but just go to a hotel.
That's what you do now?
Yeah, I mean,
You were a Mr. Airbnb then.
I use them all the time because they were cool and they were fun. You could be like, oh, I'm living like a person who lives in suburban Houston.
Right.
And then you're like, now it's just I've gotten to the point where it's like, well, they got rid of me, and there was no process, you know, which was unfortunate. Like I was not able to defend myself. Like there was no like, you know, it's like it's the way deplatforming works. They just go, you're done.
Yeah.
So that was it. So that's unfortunate, but
So you're like a little bit happy that they're on
yeah,
the slide.
I mean, I'm a little bit happy that they're on the slide, but I knew it because I knew when you start asking me to clean up after myself, I know it's over. It's America, and people need to be able to like leave it there. Like it's if the cleaning fee wasn't there, I totally understand.
Right.
But the cleaning fee is there. It's like take out the garbage, do this, do that. Like you live. It's like what? Like what are you talking about? I'm on vacation here in suburban Maryland, in your shithole. This is a fucking vacation. So treat it like such. The problem with Airbnbs is a lot of them are like, you know, there's a lot of people that are trying to make some extra bucks, and they open a room or a garage or whatever it is, and it is good for certain people, right? There's certain people are like, hey, you know, it works for me. I'm new to this area. I want to see what it's like.
Yeah.
But for most people, I think there's a migration back to more traditional methods. You know? 2 out of 3 men will experience some form of hair loss by the time they're 35.
I'm one of those.
More than 50 million men in the U.S. suffer from male pattern baldness. Keeps. This is for people that are not successful like you are, who need the hair. Some people need the hair, right?
Some people just have a bad shaped head.
That's true too.
Some people have flat heads because their parents didn't pay attention to them when they were little.
Really? So where's
just
their
lay
head
there
flat?
and their head flattens out.
Oh, interesting.
I'm making that up.
Oh, I believed you.
I think it's just the way your head's shaped.
My friend, because this is the way to keep your hair in your head. Like my friend started this. It takes like 5 or 6 months to get going, but instead of like some hair weird surgery, he keeps the hair that he has in his head.
Yes.
So that's the goal.
It's dihydrotestosterone suppression.
Exactly right.
It's a derivative of testosterone.
Is that true?
Yeah. The DHT is what causes your hair. That's one of the things that causes your hair to fall out.
And Keeps gives you this to the
Yes.
people. Well, I think that's nice that they give that to you. And you know who likes this?
Who?
Experts
Experts.
in the baldness field.
Ah.
They're huge into this. Experts are recommending it.
They don't tell you who.
No, they're
Well,
expert. It's
you
expert
recommend it.
Expert recommended hair
You
loss
have a
treatment.
full head of hair.
It's experts.
You got some gray coming in.
I do, but I dye it sometimes.
What color? You should go blue. You could throw everybody off.
I've said many times, if I dyed my hair blue and moved to Portland, I'd have 5 blocks of the city under my control by tonight. I'd just get big combat boots and blue hair. I'd start going around going nuts.
Yes.
I mean, it's you know, I mean, you could take, but here's the thing with Keeps is like, they have a network of expert medical advisors, prescribers, and care specialists to support you in making your hair goals a reality. And even though we kid around here, folks, you know, you got to do it. Even if you're not bald, it makes sense to just start taking this so that you'll never be bald. So whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or just take better care of the hair you have, Keeps has you covered. Remember, prevention is key. Treatments taking 4 to 6 months to see results, so you have to act fast. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/Tim Dillon to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/Tim Dillon. to get your first month free. KEEPS.com/Tim Dillon. And that's the reality of what we're living in. Right?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Yeah.
Reality.
What else do you think changed in a big way because of the pandemic that's never going back? There's a lot of talk about remote work.
Yeah.
But now it seems like companies are realizing that the way to get people to really work is they got to be in the office.
Well, I also think people's
Is that
marriages.
true?
I think well, I don't know. I think there is still a lot of hybrid work, a lot of remote work going on. I think people are saying come in less than you used to. I also think people's marriages, like, you can't just sit at home all day. Like, my friend and his wife worked together, and like not worked together, but worked in a house together. And he goes, "Listen, I love her and she loves me, but like, it was very healthy for us to go out every day and have different social environments,
Right.
and then come back together at night.
Right.
It was very healthy to have that, not like every minute be in the same house where she has a corridor, I have a corridor, and we're meeting all the time.
Right.
It was healthy. So I think that's going to go back where people realize that there's more to work than just work. There is like this social arrangement, and I think that people in a house all the time, that seems to be, I don't know how that'll be negotiated going forward, but I do think that you're not going to have all remote work. There's no way. People are going to want to leave their fucking house.
Yeah. Some people
You know?
don't, though. Some people love the idea they didn't have to commute.
Yes, well, that's true, too, because the commutes are getting worse and worse because, there's more and more people in cities, so the commutes are getting worse and worse.
But it was also, I think people just love the idea that they could be free, that they're still working, but they can do it on their terms. But then, like, jobs started instituting things where they would monitor your clicks and monitor your computer. They'd give you a work computer, and then people were installing those programs that moved the mouse around randomly and clicked on things.
Nothing
so
is
like you were
free.
working.
Nothing's free.
Yeah.
So
They wanted
whenever
in
you
front of your
get
Zoom camera.
whatever you get, nothing's free. It's. I think after that period, it was interesting because a lot of people reflected on like, what do I really want to do? Do I really want to do what I'm doing?
Right.
So you saw industries. The service industry has still not come back because people have left the service industry permanently. Like a lot of people left waiting tables. People left jobs they didn't want to do.
Right.
And they were like, I want to do something else, and maybe I want to live somewhere else. And I think it gave people a lot of time to stop and think about the direction of what they were doing. And then some people changed it. It's interesting to see. I mean, I still feel the places still feel understaffed a little bit.
Some places.
Some places still feel like they haven't fully come back.
Well, at the end of the
staff.
pandemic, like when things were really opening up again, that's what I saw. A lot of places. Like you would go there and there was a long wait for tables. And you'd see open tables and they're like, we just don't have enough wait
We
staff.
don't have people.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what comes in. Like, I think when we look back on it, I think in like 10 years, it's got to be so far in the rear view that 10
We
years
ordered
from now,
pizza,
I
honestly.
think people are
I'm
going to look
like
at it and be like,
freaking-
what the fuck
I
was
was
that?
really hungry.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
In many ways.
In many ways.
And the fact that everybody just sort of complied and that people
Everyone
were doing
complied
the job
and-
of the government by, telling other people what to do.
The conflicting information that people were getting every day, do this, do that, don't
and
do
then
this.
knowing now because of the Twitter files and all
Yes.
this, the government
Yeah.
was involved in that.
Oh, sure.
That's-
Well, I mean, I think most people had assumed that.
I don't think most people did.
Well, a lot of people did. I think
Suspicious people did.
most. I know a lot of suspicious
Insane.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people were kind of like, this is a big mess.
Yeah.
And because,
I
I
would
mean,
get one
it was a
free.
big mess. And I think like a lot of this will shake out years later. It will shake out years later. Things tend to shake out when everyone's like dead.
Yeah.
Things shake out years later. I mean, the Kennedy, Biden still wouldn't release some of the Kennedy files, right? It's like, it's still going, these things still go on. People go like, we're holding back a few. There's just a few. It's like, just release the one page where you admit you killed them.
Well,
like,
you're big on conspiracy theories.
I know, but you're not.
Well, I'm a little bit. Sometimes I get back. I go back
Yeah,
and forth.
you go
but
back and forth.
This one is a big one. The Kennedy one is a
Yeah.
big one. And you just see Tucker Carlson. We had the program where he said he talked to this guy who's read the files and the CIA killed Kennedy.
Yeah, I
He
mean,
said
that's
that.
like,
They were
everyone knows
involved.
that. 3-year-olds know that.
But the fact that he said it on Fox News.
It's wild.
The fact that he said it without any worry about repercussion.
Yeah, I think everyone knows. It's one of those things now where everybody kind of knows there was fuckery. Everybody knows there was really something wrong.
Not everybody. Michael Shermer's convinced. Lee Harvey Oswald acted
But
alone.
that's his beat.
Yeah.
Shermer's beat is going like, this isn't a conspiracy. So the same way you can't trust a guy whose beat is everything's a conspiracy.
Right.
You can't trust someone who goes nothing's a conspiracy.
Right.
To say that there are no conspiracies is patently
But
absurd.
he doesn't do that. He says there are conspiracies.
Understood.
He's just
Yeah.
reluctant to give in to ones that he has supported in the past as not being conspiracies.
Yeah, because it's a huge credibility issue.
Well, it's also like then it calls into question all of your other assertions.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. And listen, I've heard you talk to him, and I've heard him talk, and I know that he's a smart guy and he's done his research, but like, he's just come to conclusions I think that are unreasonable.
Well, the Kennedy one,
unreasonable.
the
one.
the magic bullet one was the big one for me.
What does a guy like that say about Epstein? Does he just look at everything and go, yeah, he got sad, he killed
It's
himself?
a good question.
Right.
Did we discuss Epstein with him? I don't know. I don't know if we did. We've discussed it so many times.
I mean, it's just like I feel like that with the Kennedy one, the reason that they haven't let it really seep out, and now it's obviously long enough where it's seeped out, is that it's kind of the mother of all conspiracies. All of them descend from Kennedy, and the meaning that if you can have a coup in a country like America, where you have an element of the government or whatever it is, kill the president, right, and install the vice president, essentially, we don't have a free country. We don't have a democracy. All of that shit is fake. It's all bullshit. It all sounds nice. But if that is out and widely believed, you could wave the flag. You can have people go out and sing the national anthem before the games. But if that gets out and people really understand, and they also go, well, where are all those motherfuckers now? What are they doing now?
most of them are probably dead.
Well, yeah, but what
Until
about
they are, they're not.
what about the
gonna-
people that are still working over there?
Yeah.
Like, have they gotten more honest in the past
Right.
50 years?
Right, everything
Right.
evolves.
Everything evolves. So they might not be whacking people out in the open, but what are they doing? How are they controlling people? What are you not allowed to ask questions about?
Yeah.
That's what the Kennedy one for me has always been like. That's the mother of all of them. They can't let that one slip. And when it slips, however, it'll be some like rogue. It was a rogue element of the guy. And we don't,
Right.
we have no idea. But
Well,
yeah,
that's when they came up with the term conspiracy theory.
that's right.
Conspiracy theorists.
That's right.
And they used it as a disparaging term. And
Yeah.
that's what the origin of it. That was planted.
I mean, if people looked at our system of government, they would not come to the same conclusions that we are taught it is in school. We are taught it is a representative democracy, a republic, right? We're taught, obviously it's not a direct democracy, but it's representative. You elect people, they go in, they debate, da-da-da-da-da-da. And if you did a study of our system of government, by the way, like Princeton University did a while ago, and they concluded it was an oligarchy. I mean, they just did an independent study and looked at what was going on. You would, of course, go, oh, this isn't the full story, And I think stuff like Kennedy really exposes all of that. That, there are people that operate in the shadows, and they get what they want. A lot of them get what they want.
Well,
And-
the fact that the Epstein thing is just sort of
That was
died
hilarious.
off. It's
I mean, we've got
died
Andrew
off.
Tate. By the way, Andrew Tate, they're acting like Andrew Tate. And I'm not saying, but think of the political ramifications of the Epstein story. What's a bigger story? Andrew Tate, human trafficking in Romania. I'm sorry, Romania, but that's Tuesday. And you can get hookers in the cabs in Romania. It is what it is. Like, the cab driver will say to you, would you like, it's true. It's all a fact. Now, Andrew Tate, I don't know what he was doing. Nothing's been proven, but he's been charged with this. But the Epstein thing was all proven. You have genuine victims coming forward, saying these things. Nobody's been arrested in conjunction with it.
And
you know?
just the fact that he was whacked and the cameras
he was
were off,
whacked.
and those fucking people that were the security guards that day,
Yeah.
they have to be shitting their pants.
Well, they probably got taken care of.
You think so? U.S. Virgin Islands District Attorney fired days after suing J.P. Morgan Chase over Jeffrey Epstein ties. By the way, do you know that Biden flew to the Virgin Islands for vacation, and then the woman was fired shortly after.
In fairness to Biden,
It's a woman, right?
In fairness to Biden, he did not know where he was flying. He had, like.
Well, people that were with him did.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. I wonder why he would go there. But it's nice, pretty there.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Why
pretty.
wouldn't you go there?
Biden's not. I mean, he's just so old. He doesn't know. They just put him in.
How much do you think he's aware, and how much do you think he just falls apart on camera?
I think he's aware to a degree of what's going on. I just think he was selected. I mean, again, Bernie was sandbagged. They were like, we're not going to have him in.
Right.
So who's the guy? And it's like Biden's been the guy. Biden's the guy that, they just want somebody they know, right?
What do you think happens in 2024?
DeSantis, and he'll be fine. He'll be,
You think
again,
he wins?
yeah, and
He
he'll
beats
just
Trump?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah. I think now Trump's the weakest he's ever been.
Really?
Yeah, politically. Trump's very good. He's very good in the primaries, though. So I mean, that would be interesting to watch. But I just feel like people are. It's not going to have the same effect. When a comic goes out and you see it for the first time, it's amazing. If it's the same stuff, the third special, you go, okay. Like,
Right.
I think it is. It's wearing thin. His appeal. I think DeSantis is who the party wants.
Well, DeSantis is going to get the reasonable Republicans.
He'll get the reasonable Republican.
He's not going to get the QAnon people, though.
Yeah, but he won't get them. But they're not a huge force. And
I met one in Aspen.
yeah.
This
Oh,
fucking
interesting.
This lady came up to
She sounds fun.
She grabbed me in the line, and she was with her daughter. She says, "I love you." This
Oh,
older
yeah.
lady.
Yeah.
She goes, "I love you. You are out there speaking the truth."
Yes.
And she's saying all these things. I go, "Oh, thank you, thank you." I'm trying to be
Yeah.
nice. And then she goes, "And Donald Trump is our real president."
Yeah.
I go, well, he's definitely not. I go, you can Google that. She
Yeah.
said, oh my God, they got to you.
That's
I go,
right.
Oh, they got it to me.
Yeah.
It was really funny, but her
Yeah.
daughters were super reasonable.
Yes.
And they were younger, and they're like, oh, mom's kind of crazy. And
Well,
she's
it's fun. It's like the Shane Gillis joke, which is a great joke. He's like, you want a Fox News dad. You don't want an MSNBC
Yes,
dad.
yes.
But if you have a Fox News mom, it's a bad mom. You know? Like, it's a cute,
It's a
well,
great
it's the
joke.
same. It's a great joke. And it's the same thing that I say a lot about, like, it's just the boomers have gotten to a point now where they are, politics has become a sport for boomers, where they are, it's MSNBC or Fox News. It's right or left.
Right.
And a lot of them are sitting there, and they're sitting in their chair. They've got a heating blanket on. They got pills everywhere. They're drinking wine. Their brain has been melted, and they're just trying to. They've got a few years left. Not all of them. Some of them will live, but they're at the end. A lot of them, and they're in their 70s or wherever they are. Some of them, my parents' age, their 70s, and they're basically like, trying to have a little fun on the way out. And that's what I look at QAnon as. It's actually just fun. We should stop saying it's a threat. We should stop treating it like it's a thing. It's just fun. People want to have fun, and it is fun to believe that Donald Trump's still the president, and he's going to lead a secret army of whatever Christian people through tunnels to kill everybody out. Like, it's just fun. They just want to have some fun. That's really what it is. I think
that's what I saw from the QAnon documentary.
Yeah, they're just having fun.
Into the Storm. It's like they were just obsessed with the idea that they were a part of something
They
that
just
people
wanna be in
weren't
something.
aware of, and this is like gave
They
their
just
life
want to go
meaning.
out. There's nothing to do anymore.
It was like a religion in a lot of ways. It gave their life meaning.
Yeah, because there's not much to do. There was this great book called Bowling Alone, written about like how American social institutions have fallen apart. Things like the Knights of Columbus or whatever, like social clubs where people used to be a part of small communities where like people would be invested, involved in their community. You don't do that anymore. So the social fabric's been torn apart, and people need to be a part of something. So what if it's the QAnon? Give them the fake capital to storm. Like they just want to be a part of something. It's just what they want to be a part of.
And that's the problem with a charismatic leader like Trump.
That's
that comes
right.
along and he tells them, you're a part of this, and
It's
we're together.
cute until they start storming the Capitol,
Right.
but it's cute. If you watch a QAnon rally, it's kind of cute, it's fun, it's folksy, it's a Civil War reenactment. They're all nuts. They're all bored.
What's wild is how many people were infiltrated.
Yes.
Like how many of those groups were infiltrated by
The
intelligence
FBI.
agencies? Yeah.
Yeah, because they're bored.
Well, that's the Whitmer case.
Yeah, the FBI wants to come in, and how many of her kidnappers?
12 out of 14.
We're FBI
And
agents.
the two guys that weren't are doing big time.
Yeah.
They're doing long stretches.
this is
and
what-
one of them was
yeah.
talking about it And one of the things that he was talking about was like, I never planned on doing anything. They coerced me into all of this. And
Of
they planned
course.
everything. And
This is what they
was
do.
not my idea.
The
It was
Boston-
all
yeah.
fantasy. The Boston bomber.
Boston Bombers, it was weird too.
There's
The F-
something weird about that.
The FBI goes, yeah, we don't know who they are. And then Russian intelligence goes, we told you who they were. Samantha Fuller, whose father, Graham Fuller, was a huge CIA guy. He was the architect of their Mideast policy. She married this guy, Rusli Tsarnaev. His nephews are the guys who did the bombing. That's odd that a CIA family, this woman, married Rusli Tsarnaev. His nephews were traveling back and forth to Dagestan, and the FBI had no idea who they were. Chuck Grassley, who's a senator, writes a letter to the FBI going, why were you doing surveillance the night that Sean Collier, the MIT police officer, was killed in the neighborhood of the Tsarnaevs? Did you know about them? Had you any relationship with them? It's odd. And then the FBI wrote back, we were in and around MIT, because that was the MIT police officer who was killed the day after or the night of the bombing, where they supposedly killed, the police officer, and then were trying to get away. And they robbed a 7-Eleven. They did all this stuff. Chuck Grassley's like, why were you guys in that area? And they were like, we were around MIT for a separate reason. The FBI was there for a separate reason. This is also a thing where they killed one of their friends. Like they had a routine interview at the guy's house. They didn't make him come into an FBI office. And one of their friends, this guy ended up dead. 4 FBI agents in the room interviewing this guy. Supposedly he went to go grab something and killed him, and then he ended up shot dead. So
Really?
yeah, the FBI is like, it's weird. The FBI, the entrapment and the stuff they get into is weird. It's odd.
The entrapment thing is strange.
It's
We've
strange.
talked before about the story about the 19-year-old guy, I think it was in Dallas, who they talked him into using a bomb and activating this bomb. It's like some fundamentalist.
Right.
They talked him into doing this, but it was a fake bomb
Right.
they gave him. And then when he went to activate this fake bomb, then they swooped in and took him.
Yeah.
Like they gave him the bomb, they told him to do it. And he was young and gullible. And
It's crazy what they do. This is kind of what they do. This is just the way they operate, and they don't want the way they operate to become public. So all of these things that happen.
But you got to think that also by doing that, you can infiltrate legitimately dangerous organizations, and you
Yes.
can stop legitimately dangerous things from
I think
happening.
that's some of what they do.
That's probably the origins.
Some of it, sure.
The origins of it.
Some of it is, I think, good. I think the problem you run into with that is it's so murky.
Yeah.
And it's such a fine line when you're dealing with mentally unhealthy people. And when you compromise somebody or you recruit somebody as an informant, it's weighing on them.
Yeah.
They're crazy. They don't know what's going on. They're anxious. They're like, I think they promised this guy, supposedly they might have, this guy, Tamerlan Tsarnaev or whatever, might have been promised citizenship, or they dangle carrots with people. They go, we'll make you say, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll give you money, we'll do that. And sometimes
What's the big conspiracy theory about the Boston bombings?
that the FBI, again, these are just guys that they were, probably trying to set up, and then the fucking bomb went off. Meaning that, again, it was just a similar thing where it's like the FBI had either recruited them or were in the process of trying to recruit them. And then, so if you come clean with that, the American public goes, what the fuck are you doing?
Right, but the conspiracy theory, is it that the FBI
Is covering up that they had prior relationships with the Tsarnaevs, that they knew them, that there was any pre-existing relationship with them at all.
But there's not that they instigated this.
What is instigated, right? That's a big question, right? Did they give them the bomb? We don't know, right? But but there are instances where they do give people stuff, right? Or they do allow people to purchase weapons, or they do, did they instigate the Whitmer kidnapping? Supposedly, they probably did. They're putting this idea.
The fact that there's 12
There's 12
informants
guys.
out of 14 guys.
So when you talk about the Tsarnaevs, it is just weird that, number one, there's not a lot known about the trial. They put special administrative measures on the trial, which means that nobody can really speak out about what happened. It's all very tightly controlled, and they said it's national security. But then you're like, but you told us they weren't related to any terrorist thing. So why, if they're not related to any overseas terrorist cell and they acted alone, what the hell is national security? So again, you're just supposed to go hey, got him. They got him. They got him. You know?
Well, what's the
They
alternative?
treated Meghan Markle horribly. Like that's people like my aunt. They just go. They go. Stop with that. Go to Markle now. Markle's been racist to Meghan Markle. It's like it's just an endless circus of nonsense. You're never supposed to get in the weeds with anything, and if you do, you're meant to look insane. Because some of the people in the weeds are insane. Some of the people that will have the conversation I'm having right now are crazy. Most. So that becomes a problem. Your allies become people who are fucking nuts, and they're like, Chrissy Teigen has a tunnel under the and you go, okay, she doesn't. She does. She's selling fucking cookware. So you know, you start looking into things. Dude, when you start looking into serial killers, it's crazy. Like when you start looking at Son of Sam and David Burke and this idea that there might have been more people doing that shit. Like there's been books written about the fact that David Berkowitz, like, maybe didn't do all of those murders, but he was the guy that went down.
Did you send me the article about they never caught the guy who built the bomb?
I send you a lot of that stuff.
But didn't you send me it like yesterday?
I sent you an article today where it was a guy from the Boston Marathon bombing where he had gotten into some altercation with his parents and they ran in his house in, I don't know, Ipswich, which is the clam town, or you know all these places. Yeah. And they found like a pressure cooker bomb, and it was like the type of bomb that would have been used in the marathon. And they also proved that he knew Tamara United, like they had a connection. So it was like, they were like, is this the guy that built the bomb? So who knows? Michelle McPhee, who's a journalist in Boston, wrote the book, I think it was called Maximum Harm, about the Boston Marathon. She did a lot of great work on it, and she wrote a book basically kind of ripping the official story apart, going like, the feds are clearly covering up something here. And, it's interesting. And she's a fun journalist. I think she punched a cop or something. She did. She got a DUI and punched a cop. But something good. Boston. Good, Something good. I trust people. I trust you if you've done something.
Really?
Yeah, if you've gotten drunk and, like, punched a cop, it's like, oh, okay. I get it. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm more inclined to trust you in that scenario, But that's the thing. It's like you just gotta enjoy life because it is, you're never gonna figure it out. You're never gonna figure it out. You'll never figure it out. You'll never know. You'll never know what really went down.
No. And that's part of the purpose.
That's part of the purpose because there's so much noise and there's so much craziness. And people get mad at me and they're like, no, you're cynical and you tell people not to care. It's like, I'm not telling people not to care. I'm just telling people, like, just a certain amount of time to caring. It's like a diet. Don't consume too much.
Most people aren't good at that, though.
It's like a diet.
With diets.
QAnon, here's the thing with diet. It's like, you're supposed to take in a little bit of conspiracy every now and then. QAnon's Denny's. QAnon's just banana, salted caramel, pancake, like food that doesn't even make sense. Yeah. QAnon is everyday fast food. I tried to get, before we go, I wanted to get you a Comanche gift for Christmas, and it's very difficult. But just the idea that I wanted to do it, I think you should register is really nice.
I appreciate it.
I called the Comanche Museum in Oklahoma, and they had they're like, we have like towels and shirts. I'm like, no, that's not what I want. I wanted like an artifact, and you cannot buy them.
No, they don't want you to have them.
I know that.
Like if you dig up Arrowhead,
they'll kill me.
They believe that it belongs to whatever nation.
Other thing I was reading about. Do I want to curse myself to give you something? But so I wanted to get a Comanche thing. That's why I texted you. I'm like, where were the Comanche? I texted you about the Comanche.
Yeah.
It's impossible to get anything.
Thanks anyway.
But I really wanted to.
Thanks for the thought.
It was a great thought, and it would have been great if it happened.
Have you ever read into them?
I want to read more about. You said they were like a nomadic, and it was the wild.
Yeah. It's right here. Empire of the Summer Moon is probably the best book on it.
Interesting.
It's really good.
Are they your favorites?
Well, they're the most fascinating to me because they were the reason why people couldn't get across the plains and into the West.
They were warriors.
They were they would set people up by giving them homesteads. Like, hey, would you like all these acres in Oklahoma?
Right.
Go there.
Yeah.
And they'd go there, they'd get slaughtered, and then that would be a reason why they would bring in the army. And then
were they the toughest tribe?
Well, what they were the tribe that mastered horse raising. So they were horsemen. They knew how to ride horses. They knew how to raise horses. They had an abundance of horses. and they would ride on them and shoot arrows while they were riding. They mastered equestrianism.
Amazing.
Yeah, so they would like hang onto the horse sideways and shoot from under the horse's neck as they were riding. So they would ride and shoot arrows while they were protected by the body of the horse.
Do you think the Avatar stuff? There's any? Obviously, Native Americans are kind of pissed about it, but not all.
Well,
of
I
them.
just sent you that article,
Yeah.
but that's just everything.
Right.
No matter what the fucking movie is, if it's Maverick, Tom Cruise's movie, or if it's there's always going to be someone that's upset about it. This is an outrage culture. Outrage is.
I think it portrays
advertising.
It's
everything.
If it's based on the Native American, it portrays them as like really good people.
Oh, they're the most noble. I mean,
They're the most noble
people in
people.
Avatar are the Na'vi are the most noble.
They're the most noble.
You know what's interesting? Someone pointed out, in every movie you have diversity, but in Avatar, all the humans are white because all the humans are evil.
Yeah. I think the Na'vi are interesting people. I think
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. The Na'vi are the most noble, but I think they're also short-sighted because I think the Sky people are giving them really good opportunities and pathways to money and profit. And I think the Na'vi are like, hey, we're just going to be in the forest forever. It's like, you're not. Let's get real. Like, they're ignoring tourism. They're ignoring a lot of things. I believe in progress. I believe in no, I literally do. And I don't think you can just like, oh, I'm blue. And I think eventually it's like, enough.
You know, people... when in 2009, when people went to see Avatar, they got Avatar depression because the way those people lived was so resonated with them, like the way they want to be. They want to be
think
spiritual.
That. Go to Brazil.
Of the earth.
Go to Brazil and get bit by a bug the size of a bird. It's all shit, nature shit, and the planet's a dump. No, the reality, the planet's a dump. The only thing good really is casinos and like inside things. That's why people like Dubai, because they build everything inside. Yeah, it's like this nature shit. It's people like fetishize it. Go out in it for a day. You're shot. You have skin cancer. It's over. Do you have anything to promote? I mean, how hilarious is this to ask you? Do you have anything? Do you want to tell? Do you have anything to promote, Joe?
No, I don't promote anything. I've never even promoted my show.
11:03. I think I'm gonna sign off.
I know.
I think I'm gonna sign off.
It's done well.
I got food coming.
Yeah, TimDillonComedy.com
I just
if you
ordered
want to get
some
live
food.
tickets to the shows.
How's touring been?
It's been fun. I mean, we're doing
We're really
we're in
close,
clubs
though, but-
now to build material.
Yeah.
And then we'll probably start some theaters in the fall. We
I
have
like how
some
you say
theaters.
we're like you're a different person.
Well, I have multiple
basically
personalities. No, it's me. But I was talking the royal we. It seems bigger. It's like, you know what I mean?
Sign off.
Yes.
But yeah, it's
I'm gonna
been
read
fun. We did
somebody.
Irvine Improv on New Year's. They were fun. It was great.
Do you like doing New Year's?
You know, every year I go, I'm not going to do it, and every year I do it.
That's where
every
I'm
year
at.
I do. I just like to work because like every year I don't want to do it, but then like you get an offer and they want you to do, and I'm like, I could entertain people over New Year's Eve. And you know, somebody said to me once, they said, whether it's New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, do
B
something.
Rose,
you
gonna
wanna do
read
for
B
the year.
Rose.
It was interesting. They were like, do something that whether if you're jogging, if you're this, if you're that, do something. Start the year the way you want to finish the year. So I love doing stand up. So maybe you start the year doing it.
Merry Christmas.
know?
Thank you for being here.
The way I don't know, but why don't you work?
It just seems like too much of an amateur hour. Like
It is an
it's
amateur
just
hour.
everybody just wants to cheer. When's the countdown?
Yeah.
See how many people are angry at Don Lemon because he missed the countdown?
So have
'Cause
you
he was
ever done New
singing
Year's? You
Back
probably
That
have
Ass
done
Up.
it.
Oh, I've done it multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, many times. I used to do New Year's shows every year.
So now you just take
It's
it
a big
off and
deal.
spend it with your family.
Yeah, hang out.
Soft.
It was fun.
It's a little soft.
I enjoyed it.
You're not worried about money? No, I'm kidding.
I don't
yeah.
think that it's the same kind of show. I think it's a fun show,
Yeah.
and I think that people like their noisemakers.
Crowd control.
They like those little horns that they get to blow.